Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim
I don't
of
know.
suicidal maniac.
Teach you all. I don't know. 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 But I'm so in love with you, baby.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Or as we say on the Medea, good morning. Hey, peace and love to everybody, man. It's gonna be a beautiful show. I want to say first and foremost, thank you guys for tuning in. Today, I'm gonna give a recap of what's going on with Billy Carson and the history and everything. We're gonna do approximately, I'm gonna be on for like 6 hours. And what I'm gonna do is we're going to look at Christianity at its roots, Judaism, the Old Testament, New Testament. We're gonna look at prophecies, we're gonna look at contradictions, we're gonna look at arguments that Billy could have made that could have had them back off of him a little bit. And I'm saying this, right? We got to be fair and balanced, to use a Fox News wording. And by the way, if you guys hear some noise in the background, that's my cleaning lady. She's doing her job. And it just so happens that she was here from around 8 o'clock, but it takes a while to clean where I'm at. So she's doing her thing. So if you hear some noise in the background, that's what it is. But with all due respect, when you look at Christianity, you're talking about 4 billion people attached to one religion. Whether you're a Catholic, whether you follow the Protestant movement, whatever you do. But what happened is this gentleman, Billy Carson, has over 1 million followers on YouTube. And he has a following on Instagram, TikTok, all over. So what happened is when you're a Bible believer, yeah, Mika. Oh, you fancy, huh? So what happened is when you come at Christianity, it's the #1 game in town. It's like the Yankees winning all the World Series, and everybody, oh, we gonna beat the Yankees, and you can't beat the Yankees because the Yankees spend the most money. Now you got the Mets spending the most money. So what happened is to protect what they have. So to protect what they have, what they do is this. They will beat up on people. They won't come at Myth Vision like that. They won't come at Garfield like that. They won't come at Gnostic Informant like that. They won't come at a lot of people. Paul Ogia. They won't come at a lot of people because what happened is all these believers want to protect what they believe in. And when you're trying to protect what you believe in, you got to have your defense system up. The problem with Billy Carson is that a lot of his information is just straight up wrong. So even if you don't like the Bible, you can't agree with him, although you want to take the side against the Bible. But the argument shouldn't be if I'm for or against a religion, because people going to believe what they're going to believe in. And that's where I've grown. I'm going to accept you for where you're at. Period. I might not believe what you believe, but we're going to deal with some scholarship and we're going to deal with it. So there's a way how to deal with Christians, Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, and all these religions. Because remember, if we lived in India right now, in the south of India, where the darker shade of Indians live, you're going to have people arguing over Hare Krishna. And if Krishna did, just like how Christians are arguing, Church of God in Christ, Church of God in Christ, Church of God over Christ, Pentecostal oneness versus the Trinity believers. You're having the same conversation in the same type of mode of I'm right about a certain interpretation of ancient texts. If you go all over the world, if you go to the Australians, the native Australians, Aboriginals, and ask them how they came on Earth, they're going to have a completely different story than the Native Americans here in America. They're going to have a complete different story and different concept of how the Earth was formed. How did the belief system start? You go in Africa, you go in Cameroon, you go to Ethiopia, you go to Eritrea, you go to Angola, you go to Ghana, you go to Nigeria, you're going to have different belief system, how the world created, whatever. Everybody has their own concept. But the problem is, we, as in we in the West, want to tell the whole entire world we are the only people that have it right. Let me say that again. We want to say we in the West. I'm talking here in the West now because most of the people watching me are in the West. We want to say we have the right religion. We have the right book. We have the right mindset. We have it directly from God and it's inspired by God. The Australian, the people in Sentinel Island, watch this. Sentinel Island, Christians have tried to go on to Sentinel Island and the people there have killed people. Killed people who try to bring and convert them to whatever. They got killed going to Sentinel Island. Let's go to Papua New Guinea and ask them their religious structures and see if it's same to a Christian mindset. Because whoever conquers you controls how you think. This is why I tell all these people all the time, these Hebrew Israelites, I love my brothers, I love what they're trying to do, but you don't have the identity that fit to rock a nation. And everything that you present is always the God is going to do it. So when people say, it's either the obsession with living forever. This is what religion is, because we don't know really what happens when we die. So the best answer right now, the most popular one, is if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're going to go to heaven. That's the most popular argument, not only in the West, in the entire world, because you have over 4 billion Christians. Now, let me say this to everybody out there. You are where you are in your lifetime. I'm going to live forever. The reason why I'm going to live forever, and I know this, is because I have children who are going to have children who are going to have children. So I'm going to live forever. I'm not obsessed about the afterlife. I've moved past that. Whatever legacy I have, I'm going to pass it on to my children. I got me a nice skinny lady. Anybody want a nice Spanish woman, man? Yo. But anyway, I'm going to say this. We're going to go through a lot of different things. Aboriginal power. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up, my dude? How you been? So now we're going to go. I'm going to be on for 6 hours. I'm going to play some videos. We're going to do some commentary. And we're going to have some fun. If you're too emotional about your belief, or too emotional about Billy Carson, this might not be a video for you because I'm not picking any sides. I'm just saying I'm going to defend Billy Carson today in a very unique way. But let's take a look at the history of where we're at and how we got here. And by the way, too, I heard that Billy Carson deleted videos. Let's take a look at this video right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this together. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna have some fun today. Okay, Jay. Actually, I'm not married, beloved. Not married. About to be, but not married.
Billy Carson exposes fake debate video.
I heard from defendant number 3 that Billy says that he's 70 so he can sell colloidal silver.
And he even went so far as to say that he's going to sue the host of the podcast for
$1 million and possibly even more. The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Hey, this is tough love. We love you guys. Change your ways. Otherwise, you might not be able to bounce back from this.
5 AC units, and I don't even know which one of them is acting up. I normally take the elevator upstairs. You know, I've had a chef for 10 years, and they like the food from coming over and eating the food at our house, and now they share our chef.
And now what I'm seeing on my YouTube feed and across Instagram and all this stuff, I'm tagged in the hundreds of emails about people telling me there's been fraud they did to them.
You know, we are hopping off of a private jet. We relaxed in a huge 8,500 square foot mansion with our best friends on a tiny private island. I'm actually sleeping in my movie theater in my house. I have a movie theater. I'm sleeping in the movie theater.
You're fighting for lies. There's so many lies.
This is what they try to do when you get famous. You see? I let a lot of it slip because a lot of these people are just ignorant, poor people. You know, they're just poor people. They're just ignorant. So I let a lot of it, you know, whatever, man. These people are just poor dummies. You know, what can you do? I make more money than rappers. I'm not a Joe Schmo 9-to-5 worker bee. You thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online and gain some popularity. Like Kendrick Lamar say, they not like us. They not like us.
What are you saying?
Yeah. To help us reach more people, please like this video, subscribe, and enable the bell icon. Billy Carson panics and deletes the 3-hour meltdown video.
And you think your cult is so huge and so massive. I've got people in every area of politics. And yes, I still call them polytricksters, but I've got people in politics. I've got people in 3-letter agencies. They come on tour with me. I've got people in government. I've got people in countries. Powerful people that support. I've got billionaires. I've got billionaires' numbers on my cell phone. Billionaires that I can just call right now and have casual conversations with. I hang out with them. I got powerful, powerful people behind me. So you think you got powerful people behind you and you got zealots behind you? Congratulations.
Billy, if you're powerful and have powerful people in positions of authority, why are you not courageous enough to leave the video? The video on Billy's Forbidden Knowledge Podcast Network YouTube channel is gone. The video on his personal channel is gone. And the video on his wife's channel is gone too. Billy doubled down on his attack on the God of the Bible and said this.
What is the sadistic narcissist? Let's take a look at some of the traits and see if we can compare them to this quote unquote God of the Bible. A sadistic narcissist takes pleasure in the pain of others. They may derive satisfaction from causing mental or physical pain to others without remorse. And we see that time and time again in the biblical text. You're all-knowing, all-powerful, all-omnipotent, yet you can't stop one brother from killing the other one. Till this very day.
For many years, Billy mocked and ridiculed Jesus Christ, the Bible, and Christianity, and in doing so, offended millions of Christians worldwide. Here is just one example of Billy in August 2023 bragging about knowing the Bible more than many Christians and saying that.
Hold on, let me just show something that what's one of the major problems that Christians have with this guy right here. Let me just show this part right here. Right here.
Here is just one example of Billy in August 2023.
You see that number right there? 1.13 million subscribers. That's the biggest problem. That's the big problem. Because even if he's spewing out wrong information, remember, you know, we all have the right to put out information whether it's true or false. Christians have a right to put out that their God is the best God, whether it's true or false. A lot of people feel it's false. If you ask a Muslim, he said their interpretation is wrong. If you ask a Christian, they'll tell you, hey, the Muslim interpretation of God and history and life is wrong. So it's all about a competition, and they don't want nobody to knock on the door to have people reduce the numbers of who are Christians. It's all about being a part of a gang. I'm a part of ISUPK. Oh, you're part of IUIC. Oh, IUIC teach this. They're wrong about this. So join on with me. I'm with Sikari. Sikari teaches this, that the new covenant didn't start yet. So, oh, you rock with the new covenant? Oh, okay, ISUPK, you wrong. So y'all don't listen to ISUPK. Listen to us at Sikari or listen to us over here. It's all about a gang mentality. I want to be a part of your group. And if you're not a part of my group, I don't want to listen to you. I've been on Brother Berean's channel. Oh, Garfield's not a believer, so why should we listen to him? So now you're a part of a cult. If you can't listen to somebody outside of what you believe, you are a cult member. So my cult is better. In Chicago, a lot of young brothers join different groups that we call gangs because they feel that's their family. They've joined a new family outside of their bloodline family. So they want to be a part of a family. ISUPK is a brotherhood. Some brothers love joining and love to see what they're doing because of the brotherhood element that it portrays. So it's all about, I want to be a part of it. There's so much people that come on my channel that disagree with Christianity, but they believe in the Bible. And that's it. They want the Bible to be the #1 book. That's your choice. You do what you do. The Bible has a little history in it. I commend it. Congratulations. Doesn't mean what's in the entire book is correct. So today, I'm going to play a couple of videos. And then I'm going to say this Billy, if Billy had presented this would have been a better argument. If the Christians were totally these great archaeologists that was honest, I'm going to get into Scott Scrippling and the whole Joshua Ebal tablet, which I think is just living proof that Christians will lie for what they believe in. And this is why a lot of them can't be trusted. I don't think Scott Scrippling is somebody that anybody could trust. And I see even your brother Yara, Anonymous Hebrew, uses Scott Scrippling as a source. I don't think anybody should use that guy as a source for anything because he runs Bible archaeology research. So he's already biased and his research is biased. But we're going to get into him later on. But, and by the way, to Yara, whatever you and Fabio have in the chat, don't bring it on here. We're not doing none of that. We're going to stay focused today. This video here, it should be a video. Every person should watch this video that I'm doing today because I'm going to play experts. I'm going to play somebody that teaches at Yale Divinity. I'm going to play, I'm going to have Kip Davis, Joshua Bowen, Joel Baden. I'm going to play videos, Bart Ehrman. I'm going to play Matt Baker from Useful Charts. I'm going to play videos so you guys could see breakdowns as clear as day. Let's not act like the Bible don't have issues. It's good to try to live upright no matter what religion you follow, but to act like your religion is the end all be all and celebrate like y'all won the Super Bowl with Billy Carson. Y'all is crazy out here. Y'all is crazy. Y'all getting loose. Y'all getting loose. Yeah, that noise is he taking care of some stuff for me over there. All right, don't pay that no mind. But let me get back to this video real quick. Hold on, Cedric. Hold on. Let's just get to why. Look at the Christians. This is a Christian video, by the way.
Bragging about knowing the Bible more than many Christians and saying that Christians should not waste their time praying to God.
You got to get knowledge. You got to be willing to read non-commodity scripts. You got to be willing to read the complete Apocrypha, the lost books of the Bible that were kept out. Did you guys know that there's a book in the Bible that's at Harvard Seminary called The Gospel of Jesus's Wife? Oh, yeah. Did you know that in the Sinai Bible, which predates the King James Bible, Jesus was never even crucified, guys. He lived on, got married, never got crucified. That was fabricated by the Roman Catholic Church. I want you to get together 10,000, get together me, 1 million Christians in one place and have them start praying and let me see if the world will change the next day. It's going to be the same planet we on. The same people are going to run out and start shooting their guns and killing people. Ain't nothing going to change. You know why? Because they're praying deaf ears. They don't know how to pray. Prayer works, but not the way that you're praying. If I take you and connect a cap to your head with electrodes on it and connect that cap to a computer to read your brainwaves, the EEG, I can tell you if you're in a low frequency state or a high frequency state based off of your brainwaves. Until you stand up and draw a line in the sand and command your existence, command your potential, command who you are, command your outcomes to happen, you're going to be suffering. The reason why I command my realities is because I know the power is inside of me. So I command myself. I don't get on an airplane and pray to arrive at my destination safely. I command I arrive at my destination safely. I command it. Why? Because the same power of the Creator is inside of my body. I don't, please help me make sure I get there right on time and I arrive safely. No, that's a slave's mentality. I'm not a slave. I got the power of the Creator flowing through every atom in my body. I'm going to command things into my prayer is I command it. That's it. I'm done. That's the whole prayer. That's the whole prayer. There's nothing else for me to say. Stop giving your power away to these entities that hoodwinked humanity and fooled you and gave you a book that send you down to your own demise. 99.9% of Christians have never even read the entire Bible. I've read the entire Bible over 100 times, back and forth, inside and out, upside and down. I know all the information in the Bible. I've calculated and clocked and tagged and tipped all the information in there that's pertinent to my research and information that I need to learn about and know, because it's important for me to understand and know about all the topics and information and historical context in there as I dig into deeper and more ancient texts. How in the world can I know more about the Bible than you, and I'm not even a Christian?
Many months later.
When you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes... Okay, so I have it here. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from.
How in the world can I know more about the Bible than you, and I'm not even a Christian? I found the text where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
The Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's.
All right, let me pause it for a second. Brother Cedric, you want to say something regarding this topic, or you wanted something that I said earlier? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the point that from the inception of the expansion of Christianity, the whole premise was to subjugate and bring people under the banner of Christianity. It is essential and fundamental to the doctrine of discovery. So when we see Christian proselytization and we see faith-based fundamentalism and promotion of this idea, regardless of the sect you represent today, you are adhering to the principles of the doctrine of discovery. So, and again, if you look at geography, a little dot on the peninsula, the Iberian Peninsula, decided that they could have divided the world in two, and that the rest of the world should adhere to their superior ideas with regards to supernatural forces. And that is a continuation of that same principle. A lot of people lack to realize that they are executing based on that principle from the 1500s.
Okay, let me get Sabio in. Sabio, and then I'll get to Yara. Sabio, what's up? Sabio, can't hear you, brother. All right. Hold on, Sabio. Hold on 1 second. Fix your mic. Yara, brother Yara, you up, beloved?
Yeah, peace and blessings to you and to everyone that's listening. I want to say two things. First of all, this thing with Billy Carson, it's really not that difficult to understand. Billy Carson has been walking around for years, holding conferences, doing videos, going on all of the many different platforms, and I agree with you in respect to the fact that, yeah, he's amassed 1.1 million subscribers, right? So he's massed, if not a continued following of people.
Hold on. Let me introduce everybody to my nice cleaning lady right here. She's right here. All right, it's my cleaning lady right here. Say hi to everybody.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola.
Bien, bendiciones.
Bendiciones. ¿Tú estás trabajando un domingo por Garfield?
Sí, yo trabajo.
Ay, qué bien. Garfield es un buen tipo, entonces.
Okay, gracias.
All right, mama.
Bye.
All right, I did the Zell, okay? All right, no problem. All right, continue, brother Yara.
Yeah, I think that this thing is, I don't understand why people are really surprised by the reaction, especially from those who follow the Christian faith. Most of the people, of the population of the people on the planet, follow some type of form of Christian faith, right? Or come from that background. And so when he's gone on these rants for years and years and years, not willing to debate anyone. He says he says he would, but not willing to debate anyone, not willing to sit down and have people challenge his information or put his information up against those who he claims is not, and these are direct quotes from Billy Carson, right? That he's much more intelligent than they are, right? This is why he's rich and they're poor, right? When you not just attack a people's faith, but you attack the people themselves because of their faith. I don't understand why people don't realize and understand why this genius that Billy Carson claims he is has galvanized a large portion of the people on the planet against him. And so when you hear people talk about, well, all these Christians just attacking him, I'll land my plane. Like, this is what this is. I mean, he deserves every bit of it, right? He deserves every bit of it. What happens is, and this is why, and this is why, and Garfield, you know this, when you're not willing to put your information out and say, hey, listen, this is what I believe. Let's get my information peer reviewed like you did with your book, right? He hasn't made that step. Those compendiums of the Emerald tablets, that's not his information. That's not his information. I did a video on Billy Carson on my channel a year ago saying that this guy is ridiculous in the things that he says. He won't allow them to be challenged. But this goes farther back than just Billy Carson. The problem is that, number one, I will say race does play a part of it. I will say he's an African American. I will say that. So when he goes against the white evangelicals, when he goes against the majority of the white Catholic Church and different things like that, he's going to get that type of backlash. I see people will come into West Huff's channel simply saying, oh, I'm only here because of Billy Carson, right? They're literally saying that on his channel. They're not really there because they really care about what West Huff really has to say, but they see him beating someone down who took the position that he's much better than they are, right? Especially a person of color. That's one thing. And then I'll land my plane on this. It's absolutely ludicrous to simply say that the reason why we see this backlash is because people are furthering the doctrine of discovery. Christianity has existed always, well before the doctrine of discovery in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church does not encompass all of Christianity. So that's irrelevant to the point of this conversation at all. The problem is that you have this guy who pretty much propped himself up as an expert. Billy Carson has said this. I've been dealing with this information for over a year. Billy Carson says, I'm an expert. He says it in this video that you just played. I studied this. I'm an expert at this. I know this. You don't know that. And the moment he gets to a point where it's a very simplistic question, what are you referring to? The Sinai Bible. No expert refers to that codex as a Sinai Bible. That's the problem, right? And so he got caught out here, and it's simply just saying, you know what, I made a mistake. Let me go back. I'll come back to you. We'll talk about that later. You know, and he sort of kind of did it, but it's his arrogance. It's his arrogance that has galvanized these people against him more than anything else.
All right, cool. I think let me just respond to one thing very carefully here. We got to be very, very careful. And this brother said he made a statement earlier. Let me show his comments. He said, your time is coming, Garfield. And then he says that he didn't go against white people. He went against God. Now, to be honest with you, I never looked at this as a color issue, Yara. I looked at this as a going against Christianity or going against their God issue.
Yeah.
People away from it. That's how I saw it. And what happened is a lot of people, I'm going to say this with all due respect. The problem is the majority of us here in the West would not know the Bible if it wasn't for the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm going to tell you why. Now, you said it's not to the Catholic and whatever. If you look at this division of Christianity and the schisms and when it broke off, when they broke off, the Reformation led to, people got to understand this too. So when you have Pentecostal is on the list. Pentecostal grew out of Anglicanism, which came out of the British kingdom, the people in Britain. They started Anglicanism, which is very similar to Roman Catholicism, by the way. But it
True.
all stems from Roman Catholic, the break off with Martin Luther, John Calvin, and so forth. So when we speak against the Roman Catholic Church, what many need to understand is that the Roman Catholic Church was in charge of the Spanish government. And I'm going to use government and a smaller or Spanish Empire.
Say that shit.
When slavery, come on, no cursing today, relax. So what happened is they were the ones that authorized the Portuguese to explore, gave them permission to explore in West Africa. So when we look at the Roman Catholics, we wouldn't have the preservation of the Bible and the manuscripts if it wasn't for the Catholic Church on a whole, Roman, Eastern, and Western Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, a lot of people said they talk bad about the Roman Catholics. If it wasn't for the so-called Roman Catholic Church, we wouldn't even understand the history of Christianity if they didn't preserve the Roman Church and how it expanded. We wouldn't even have the knowledge that we have today about Marcion and Irenaeus and Theophilus and Tertullian and Origen and the Hexapla. We wouldn't even have those things. So we might not agree with the Roman Catholics, which is what all the stuff that we believe in as the Bible, even Hebrew Israelism, stems out of the Pentecostal stuff and the Pentecostal movement. But I will say this. The issue is, who said that the Christian version of God is the right version? So now, if you believe in that, you're trying to say, yeah, we got a monopoly on this. But the wickedest acts in the world come from the Abrahamic faith, though. So if we have the right God, why is the right God putting us in a situation with the Hamitic myth, with the whole situation and the misconstruing of that, and the Arabs? Yo, did y'all read how the Portuguese said, hey, they said we should enslave the black people? You see, they were saying they're Cushites. They call all black people Cushites and that they curse. So people reinterpreting the biblical text, whether they're right or wrong, this is what led to us, our demise today. And as a matter of fact, I agree when the Hebrew Israelites say that we're despised and rejected. But the truth of the matter is we're despised and rejected because of what the Bible said and the misconstruing of the biblical text. Because we are Hamites, because we're black. But hold on a second. I'm a pause for 1 second.
All I wanted to say was thank you, Garfield, for expounding on the point that I was making, which was an absolute matter of fact. The idea of proselytization and the superiority of this religion comes from the doctrine of discovery. We are engaging in this conversation based on that historical narrative, which was completely arbitrary and arrogant to assume that your one belief is superior to all others. That was the premise of the initial. Thank you.
Just to point out one thing, right?
Can I speak real quick?
Hold on, beloved. Hold on 1 second. One thing I want to show you guys real quickly. The Hebrew Israelites talk about Reformation had to do with taking down the black images and all that stuff, right? With a breakaway from the Catholic Church. It had nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with black Pixar images, all political. Let me explain. Europe, right? Now, hold on, bro. Hold on 1 second. Martin Luther did the 95 Thesis challenge to the church. But one of the big things with this whole change with John Calvin and Martin Luther, and shout out to them too, because to come up against a machine, the Roman Catholic Church is a machine, and to come against that machine and break away the way they did was pretty superb, in my opinion. It was very good on their part. But look at John Calvin's church. This is an image of John Calvin's church compared to the Catholic. They didn't believe you should put any images up. So this is what the Reformation is. And as far as they campaigning against what the Roman Catholic Church did, they don't think you should have any pictures of the Jesus or Mary and all these angels. The church is just blank. So John Calvin removed the images, right? But look at this now with the Reformation, the religious beliefs and practices in the 16th century. If you look at it, screenshot this later, you'll see they're not that different. They're really not that different from the Roman Catholic Church. They front like they're different. It's pretty much the same belief system, but some of them is different. Like he said, salvation by faith alone, salvation by faith alone. God has predetermined who will be saved, which is what the Calvinists teach. Bible is the sole source of truth. All of them believe that. But the Roman Catholic says the church is also the source of truth. So it's pretty similar practices with the Reformation and everything. But I just wanted to add that into the Billy Carson conversation real quick. Before you go, Sabio, Let me just go back to this Billy Carson thing here. What's up, Mika? What you got, a project for me? Go ahead, my master teacher. Go ahead. What you got for me? Go ahead, Sabio. You want to say something? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so
I'll call on you, beloved. It's not your turn yet. I'll call on you. All right. But go ahead, Sabio. Drop your knowledge.
So to pick up off what y'all was just talking about with the Roman Catholic Church and how those 95 theses led to us being to where we are. I don't think people really like following the history of what actually happened after that split. But after that split with John Calvin and all those people, I don't think, and Martin Luther, I don't think people really pays attention to how the ideas of Roman Catholicism transformed and took on this new identity to fit the Western world, because it was an Eastern ideology that they were shaking off, an Eastern mindset that they were shaking off, and now they had to incorporate into this mind, this worldview, this Christian identity, these new peoples that they were encountering while they were exploring or Christianizing the globe. I don't think people really pay attention to how impactful that was on the rest of the world, because if they did, we wouldn't be having these conversations. There wouldn't be Yaras in the world right now.
All right. Let me finish playing this part right here.
Inferno, which was written in 1314. So there's a lot of internal evidences that disqualify the Gospel of Barnabas. Never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century, and none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish. But the internal content of the Gospel of Barnabas disqualifies it from being ancient. And then the fact that it's doing things like paraphrasing Dante, or it also refers to a rule of the time of Jubilee, which was changed in the Middle Ages from what it was in the biblical year of Jubilee. And it goes with the Middle Ages concept, not the ancient concept. It's not that there's debate about it. It's that it's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than.
If you say it's a known forgery, Nash, but I'm going to go with that. How in the world can I know more about the Bible than you, and I'm not even a Christian? Did you guys know that there's a book?
Let me deal with this guy right here. Why don't you come back on the panel? All I said is that you had to wait your turn. That's all I'm saying. You got to wait your turn. I can't believe you're using Martin Luther, the reformer, to discredit the Bible. How am I discredit? Whether I discredit or credit the Bible, what difference does it make? I don't look at the Bible the same way you do. You see, it's like we can't independently look at the Bible because you believe in it. I'm not the person that believes in the Bible. I do not believe in the Bible. I look at the Bible as a credible source to refer to certain things in history that we could actually prove in history and archaeology. I don't look at the Bible to believe in the Bible per se. That's a personal choice. But you also have to respect that somebody can have an opinion about the biblical text without you getting emotional. That's the problem. Billy Carson, to me, is extremely pseudo with a lot of information. But the problem is, all Billy has to do is to look at the records of the Bible and what the scholars are saying, or the consensus of scholars, and quote what they're saying, and put these Christian believers against the people who are the experts. That's all he has to do. He don't have to say the outrageous things about the Gospel of Barnabas, Jesus' wife, and all this craziness. He don't have to say none of that. Some opinion don't make sense. No, because it doesn't agree with your belief. If it don't believe or line up with your belief, then you have a problem. It's like the whole thing y'all putting in the chat about if Jesus exists, you're pseudo. You're pseudo because the consensus of scholarship rocks with a Jesus that's historical. It don't matter to me. Yes, I believe in a historical Jesus. What's wrong with that? You see, this is the problem. That's my litmus test to see where stuff is in them. He had a wife.
Right. Can I say something real quick?
Hold
Garfield?
on. Time out, guys. Time out. Let me
Okay.
finish this video, and then we're gonna get back to the discussion. All right. Pardon me for a minute. I just had to rant for a second. Well, let's get back to Billy.
In the Bible that's at Harvard Seminary called The Gospel of Jesus's Wife.
The reason why we know the Gospel of Jesus' Wife, and that Karen King, who kind of vouched for it and she lost a lot of credibility, unfortunately. She's admitted that it's a fake. We can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas. I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's fair enough. That's I can respect that. How in the world can I know more about the Bible than you, and I'm not even a Christian?
Unfortunately, Billy's lies are just catching up with him now. Instead of admitting he was wrong, apologizing for lying, and misleading people, he chooses to go into damage control mode. It simply won't end well for Billy if he stays on this path.
You're fighting for lies. There's so many lies. Even
You're fighting for
some
lies.
of the stories
There's
I've
so
seen
many
them
lies.
do. Like,
Even,
even
like,
like some of the
saying.
stories I've seen
So
her,
look at
them
this.
do. I'm like,
He
what are you
told me.
saying?
I heard
So look
from
at this.
defendant number
He told
3.
me.
I heard
that
from defendant
Billy
number
says that
3
he's
70, so he
that
can sell colloidal.
Billy-
I even know
so he can
Elizabeth
sell
way
colloidal
better than I know
silver.
Billy. I've known Elizabeth since I was 17 years old.
And he's lying to people, and he's manipulating people because he's telling people he's 70, and colloidal silver ages you backwards because he doesn't look 70. What type of shit? First of all, it's a lie. First of all, who would ever lie to say that they're 20 years older than they are? Come on, 25 years older. This is just ridiculous stuff. Come on.
One of the things you brought up was about Billy telling you he was 70 years old.
Yep.
What is that? What's up with that? Because that was one of the things Elizabeth said. How we would have never, Billy would never say that to anybody. And
Oh,
I'm like,
really? That's fascinating because she's the one that brought it up to me multiple times in person when we were drinking. So it's been on her mind. So there you go. She's fighting for a lot. So you know, I actually have this type of stuff on recording. I didn't want to go that far.
Yeah.
To like, just like I didn't want to show the doorbell footage.
Living a life of lies won't get you far in life, but why would Billy Carson delete the video? The exact reason remains unknown, but it was evident that whatever he intended to accomplish didn't work. Moreover, the more the video is up, the more opportunities people have to analyze it and see that Billy is clueless and prideful. Undeniably, Billy has been engaged in damage control efforts since his debate loss to Wes.
so
Yeah,
she was acting like, oh, you know, we're not afraid, we're not scared. I mean, but I just don't get that impression. I think this is like damage control from what it looks like to me. Do you get that impression? I mean, that they're kind of in damage control mode right now?
Yeah. I mean, how could they not be? You've gone after an entire religion. This was not a smart move. This was not strategic. You know, it's one thing to say, I don't believe in Jesus as God. It's a whole nother thing to say he wasn't crucified. It's a whole nother thing to say the Sinai Bible. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, so I would have to assume they are scrambling because they're probably seeing Christians comment on every one of their posts. And I mean, I run a social media agency still. And I mean, if Billy was my client, first of all, I would have had him make a video apologizing, but they're not in that posture. They can't see that possibility. So I see it like a trauma response. It's like,
in the video, he bragged endlessly about having an elevator in his house and insulting his own fans, who he says are poor. John McCrae.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Eris Soref. I'm the president of One for Israel. I'm sure many of you
Of What Do You Meme recently posted this reaction video, which you can find on his channel, and he captured some of the comments from Billy's fans. Before the video was deleted, it became evident from the comments that many of Billy Carson's followers were deeply disappointed with Billy's actions, and several of them even unsubscribed.
But it wasn't long before his fans started turning on him in droves. They were furious that he wouldn't admit to an obvious loss. I had to unsubscribe. It's one thing to be a sore loser, but to not admit defeat means you cannot learn or grow due to no lesson being received. Billy, brother, I really want to see you win, but you're fighting against your own message right now. I hope you can recover from this, but you have to look in the mirror because this behavior is unacceptable. Really? Billy, you should be 100% honest when you discuss what happened. You are not building credibility, and I am a fan of yours. I used to like this guy, but literally 5 minutes into this video, I was done with him. You should take this video down. Most of your fans are poor people. The poor people are the ones who made you powerful.
Billy, this is a heartfelt warning about the dangers of dishonesty. Scripture is clear about the consequences of lying. Proverbs 12:22 says, "Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who deal truthfully are his delight." Dishonesty not only damages your integrity, but also erodes trust, which can take years to rebuild. This is what you are currently experiencing. In John 8,
Let me say this. Somebody said false information is never needed. So do you think that if somebody, you see, the problem is this is dialogue and having respect. That's the problem. I'm gonna mute you, Cedric and Yara, because I hear feedback. The problem is how we have a dialogue. Now, when you disrespect somebody's religion, you're gonna get a response to it. And sometimes some people may come off abrasive towards some people's religion, and you get a bad response. I'm saying there's a better way to go about this situation. This brother said false information is never needed. So telling people that somebody is coming back to save them is true information. Do we need that information? How do we know that's true? Is it a guarantee that Jesus is coming back, or is that based on your belief? You see, there's a proper way to go about this dialogue and be truthful about it. The way how we are in a rut as people of so-called color or black people, you think the only way we can get out of this situation is with a God. So blessed are the poor in spirit, because they shall inherit the earth. Such and such, because you shall see God. All these verses that the slave masters, the European slave masters used with us on the slave plantation, we're quoting it today like, yes, in the future, there's a God. There is no guarantee your God is coming back. There's no guarantee Jesus is coming back. There's no guarantee that what you think in the future is going to happen is going to happen. But you teach it like it's exactly like it's going to happen. That's your personal belief. You can't inject your personal belief on me. It's like I said, I'm going to be a Christian, right? And I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And I say, I'm going to follow the Bible to the T, right? If I call on God, right, and God answers me, what if and then people have a habit of doing this, Cedric, pray for me. How you know God ain't got that person on call block? Well, pray. I don't need nobody to pray for me. If I don't have a connection, direct connection with this God, I don't want no connection with him at all. I have his beeper number, his cell phone number, his all type of his telepathic number. I have all his numbers. All I'm saying is, family, how do you know what your belief says will happen? Because if you put it in that, if you switch the roles now, let's say Billy is right, that your religion is fake. How are you going to handle the truth of that? How would you know if your religion is fake or real? Because you guys go around and tell the Muslims that their religion is fake, but they have a book saying they are correct based on their book. The Muslim, the Buddhists said they're true. The Hindus said they're true. Native Americans said they got the truth. The Ebal said they got the right connection. The Akan people with Enyame said they got the right connection to God. So who is correct? Who is right? Listen, man, I'm gonna call God, man. My preacher used to say dial 333. God's number is 33333, which is, I think, Jeremiah 3 verses, the 33rd book of the Bible, the 3rd chapter, the 33rd verse. I'll never forget that prayer when I was 10 years old. The teacher at Calvary Gospel Assembly was teaching. That boy was sounding good. I got up, I started clapping. I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior that day, got baptized and everything. Because the man said God's number is 33333. And he said, dial that number anytime and you'll get God.
Listen, I have a problem, a theological problem when in considering the concept of prayer. It is a known fact that God has proclaimed to know us before we were conceived in the womb. God he knows the beginning from the end. His plan is divine and set out, and he is in full control. So any particular circumstance that any particular human being finds himself in is all a matter of God's plan and his execution. Now, it begs me to question the rationale behind prayer, because is that an attempt to change God's mind? Do you assume to have that power? Or are you questioning God's decision making in terms of the circumstances that any particular individual is in at that time? So I do not understand the concept of prayer with regards to God. I see prayer as the moment I say God, he says, okay, son, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I know. I know.
All right. So
Yeah,
let me
but this whole concept of praying to a God, I've always been taught that you have to know the name of the deity that you're calling on in order to conjure him or to make any type of concessions or prayers to him. So if you're just saying God, what God are you calling? Are you calling Darius Pater? Are you calling Amun? Are you calling Ra? Are you calling Baal? Are you calling Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, which is generator, operator, destroyer? Which God are you talking about?
The one true God.
Which one?
The one
There's thousands of true gods. There's thousands.
Exactly. That is the arrogance with which Christianity operates. And again, it goes back to the fundamental principle of proselytization. Ours is better. Yours need to go. Throw that out. Here's the book. No, you can't do it. No, we do this. Again, if you look at the world, and you can understand why Latin America speaks predominantly Spanish, why there's predominantly Catholicism all throughout the Caribbean and South America. Why? Because the financiers of the age of discovery was the Catholic Church, and the one mandate that they had was to subjugate these people under the premises of this superior religious form.
Go ye forth and Christianize all nations.
Exactly. So when we're in the West having these conversations and we have people's adhering and promoting this idea, whether they know it or not, whether they believe it or not, they are executing the plans of Pope Alexander II.
Time out. Let me say this, by the way, too. Let's not be jealous, Christians, of the fact that this guy has over 1 million followers and you guys are dwindling in numbers. The numbers are dropping for Christians, especially in North America. What happened is, and if people want to argue about a culture that you could live without religion, go to Iceland. Iceland is a progressive culture, no religion. Look at the crime rate. Look at everything that's going on in Iceland, and see for yourself. But I'll say this though, not because you believe something doesn't mean it's true. That is your personal connection with your God. I will not say to you, I don't believe your God is God. The only God I'm familiar with are the people that actually created me, which are my parents. I can't vouch for something that goes all the way back. I can't do that. And if I do, and I come out publicly and say it, I would be a liar to act like this God is the ultimate God. What about the other gods?
Bingo.
The other gods don't count. People got to understand this, and especially people of African descent or Black descent. This is what I'm going to say to y'all. You would not know the Bible if it wasn't for the Roman Catholic Church.
Thank you. I say it all the time, Garfield.
You would not know it. Hold on, Samuel. What's up? You where you driving to, first of all? Where you going? You going to Billy Carson's house? You going to Billy Carson's house, man?
I hear you, and I hear the YouTube. I'm gonna have to shut the YouTube down.
All right, cool.
Derek, what up, my boy?
Hold on.
Derek,
okay, can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
All right. I'm driving to the gym right now, bro. I got few sentences. I'm not gonna hog the mic, man. I just wanted to jump in and show some love to my friends. Man, it sucks when you got someone who has, I'll use the word pseudo, right? But it's extreme pseudo. It's not just pseudo. Everyone has mistakes. Not everyone's got all the answers. We all know that. But some of this stuff is just so easy to kind of look at and go, all right, that's just easy to falsify, or it's out there. And that stuff Billy brings. Some of the stuff he said in his response to Wes, if he knew how to capitalize on it and could have gone to the sources, he could have nailed him. And I thought he was right about a few things. God having a male genitalia, that God is a male. It's not just a pronoun describing a spirit that is post-Platonic. We're talking pre-Plato. We're talking ancient Near Eastern, just like Egyptian, just like Mesopotamian, just like all of the ancient Near East. Gods had bodies, and God is depicted as a male. He had a wife named Asherah till that divorced. I mean, like, he could have nailed this stuff. Instead, I don't know, he was in a funk and probably was already defeated, because the stuff Wes brought in was just like 101 basic stuff. You can be a Christian, an atheist, an agnostic, factual basic information.
Agreed.
Now, here's the problem. Wes overstated his case too, in my view. When he talked about complete gospels centuries prior, in my view, and I need to look this up with the academics, but I don't know if there's even that there's actual complete gospels centuries prior to Codex Sinaiticus. And I'm not an expert in this, and I know
No, there's not. No, there's no. He wouldn't say that to me. He wouldn't. That wouldn't pass me. No.
Exactly. So I feel bad, but I also know that, like, I've seen some stuff come on other channels too, bro. And like the sad part is, this is a W for those who are trying to push their one true faith, Christianity. To them, this is a W, and it makes people think like, oh, we've defeated, any critics of Christianity who think Christianity's bunk. Bro, no, not even close. This was low-hanging fruit, other than the fact that he's popular.
Everyone knows that Billy is pseudo. He stays away from specific community, even atheist communities, because of his pseudoism. So it's not a win. You just simply discredited someone that we all wanted to get at a long time. Now, making the leap to that meaning Noah's Ark is real. Now, that's a leap of faith.
And Derek, I'm about to play one of your videos in a few minutes too, with Joel Baden, and we're gonna get him some stuff, because he teaches at Harvard Divinity. So you see, if Billy had this information, he wouldn't have to fight. He's like, here's an example of such and such expert. This is what I'm going to do for the whole show for the next 4 or 5 hours. I'm going to show the experts, and what I'm going to show mid-vision videos, Digital Hammurabi. I'm going to show Dr. Kip Davis. I'm going to actually talk about Scott Scrippling and why Christian archaeology can't even be trusted. So when somebody is Christian, they run and believe it because a Christian did it. But that whole Mount Ebal stuff is so fake. I can't believe people even have that guy in public. Scott Scrippling.
Derek, keep your foot on Mike Jones' neck. I am so tired of him. I'm glad you're finally getting it.
Hey, look,
Time out, guys.
I support Derek and everything that he does. Derek hasn't done anything I didn't like yet. But I say this about I have to say this, and I have to be honest. Yeah. He does have a few videos that's very educational, like the one about Nimrod, the one about the Ethiopia, the four rivers coming out of Mesopotamia. Those are very detailed videos. But what happened
Bro, I don't know if you know this, but a broken clock is right twice a day.
And if you're simply quoting the scholarship in that instance, you're always going to be right. But the moment you step over and you start to apply your critique, which he doesn't do in those breakdowns, then you're staying within the realm. But the moment he starts and says things like, well, scholarship is leaning in that direction, but the consensus is not, what? How?
Well, can I say this real quick, Garfield? Since I'm probably the only believer on the panel right now. See, this is what I'm saying to a lot of you guys, especially on the panel. This is my time hearing from the brother Myth Vision. Peace to you as well. This is why you guys even against Wes Huff. And there are some things that I disagree with him on, because I'm going to be talking about that on my channel. But this is why you guys would have found yourself in the very same position that Billy Carson found himself in, because you don't know the text as he knows it. And,
who knows it? As who knows it?
Hold on. You came up here and you said, "Well, he's correct."
Yeah, I'm asking who, but you're making a claim. I'm just curious.
No, I'm not making a claim, because
you said that we don't know the text like he knows it. Who are you speaking about when you said that?
I'm talking about you.
He's paraphrasing.
But I'm paraphrasing. But what I'm saying
I don't understand.
is,
I don't understand who you're talking about. Though.
Can I speak really quickly?
But I don't understand who you're talking about. That's why.
Well, if you
talking about all of us,
and that's
he's
part
talking
of the
about
problem.
all of us, Derek.
That's part of the problem. We don't really listen, right?
But you're not. See, this is why I'm jumping in.
Can I
when you
speak,
made
though?
a first, but I need a clarification real quick. That's all I'm asking
let me
for.
clarify it,
Who
then I
knows
would.
more about the text? That's what
if
I'm
you
asking.
let me clarify
Billy
it,
Carson.
then you wouldn't have these questions.
Billy
is what I'm
Carson knows
saying.
more about the text.
Billy?
Yes, according to him.
Okay,
Listen.
that's odd.
So listen. So I don't know why you think that's odd, because I heard just now on this panel someone say that the Bible does say that God is a human, is a male, and he's only referred to, and that he's referred to as a male. Well, if you go into the same Bible, in the very same text, he's also referred to as a woman.
Where at is he referred to as a woman?
In the book of I'm gonna give you some homework, sir. In the book of
no,
Isaiah,
I know this material quite well, my friend.
Hold on. You just
what I'm
asked
saying
me a question. Is he gonna let me answer or not?
You're making.
Are you gonna let me answer or not? You asked me a question.
I know, but I'm saying let me respond to that one statement, because you've gone on for a bit, made some claims. God,
not without you interrupting.
You're saying God is a female in certain places.
No, what I'm telling you, that God is neither a physical male or a physical female, but he's referred to. Hey, listen.
Why physical?
Listen. God is, the Bible clearly says that God is a spirit.
God
That's
is
number
transgender.
one.
Yeah, but you don't need to say spirit or physical.
Can I finish?
But everything you're saying can be contested. Everything you're saying can be contested.
Okay, can I finish though?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The Bible, when it tells us that God is a spirit, and we begin to talk about anthropomorphism, the Bible clearly says it talks about God in the male perspective, and it talks about him in the female perspective. In the book of Isaiah, if you shut your mouth for 2 seconds,
give me the female
if God said,
you're doing
this.
this.
For
This
some
is what
reason,
you're
you're very
doing.
afraid of what I have to say right now.
No. Give me the female verse.
You're very afraid of what I have to say right now.
Go ahead, Yaron. Say it. Go ahead,
In the
Yaron.
book of Isaiah, and I want Derek to do his homework and come back and apologize to you, Garfield, for messing up your show.
Get him,
in the book of Isaiah, God is referred to as a woman in travail. Does that mean hold on? Does that mean that he has a vagina? Because he's referred to in the book of Isaiah as a woman in travail? Absolutely not. Simply because God is referred to in some aspects where people say that he has genitalia, it's only talking about authority. Then we have to look at the people who are writing the text.
Right. Yeah,
so
I know
this is what I mean, Derek, where you're incorrect.
I know the material.
This is why you would have been in the same position.
Right. So when can I speak?
Been in the same position.
Hey,
if you would have switched places with Billy Carson,
when am I allowed to talk,
we would be doing videos on you right now.
When am I allowed to speak? Because this is the problem.
We would be doing videos on you right now.
Have you actually read any of the actual scholarship pertaining to the anthropomorphic perspectives of the deity Yahweh?
Absolutely, I have.
You have. Okay, so you've read Francesca Stavrakopoulou's work, God and Anatomy.
I actually used,
have you read God and Anatomy by Francesca Stavrakopoulou?
I'm going to give you a source right now.
Have you read God and Anatomy by Francesca Stavrakopoulou?
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me.
Time out.
I have one question. Have you read the current scholarship?
You don't know.
Have you read the current scholarship, God and Anatomy?
I've read God and Anatomy. I've used the sources in my debate, and I'll show you where you can go to it.
So
I did a
you
debate.
disagree with her?
Oh my God!
I'm speaking now, sir. I'm asking questions. I just need a quick answer.
I absolutely disagree. 1,000%.
So we have fundamental differences on how we're observing this material, right?
Agree.
Okay, so there's no pass, there's no compass that we're going to be able to pass, and who's going to agree and who's going to disagree here. Your interpretation is this is just anthropomorphic metaphorical language. I'm saying this is post-Plato, and you are anachronistically interpreting this material.
Oh no, I'm not.
That's what I'm saying you are. You're saying you're not.
I'm telling you I'm not.
The ancient Near Eastern experts that actually read this material disagree with you.
That is wholly incorrect. And I'll prove it to you right now again. I wait till he's done. I'll prove it to you right now that is not what they say. That is not the consensus. Because I can tell you, if you go into the book of Genesis, hold on, I'm going to give him what he's asking for. If you go into the book of Genesis, there is a reference to the Holy Spirit. They're referred to it as the Ruach Elohim. That is, or the Ruach HaKodesh. Kodesh is the ancient Near Eastern colloquialism or ancient Near Eastern usage of the female deity Katesh.
Okay.
That describes the Holy Spirit. Hold on. That describes the spirit or the spirit of the Most High God in a feminine way. Look it up. It's called Katesh. It's the same thing that you see borrowed in the Hebrew text. Hey, brother, in this vision, I'm telling you right now, if you was in the same seat,
I got one more question for you.
If you were in the same seat as Billy Carson,
I got one more question for you, sir. One more question, sir. Do you think that the gods of Egypt, Mesopotamia, Ugarit are all male and female, or do you think that they're also spirit in anthropomorphic metaphorical language?
Got him. Now you out the game.
They're all spirit and anthropomorphic.
So there's no male gods, no male and female gods.
Listen, can I speak, bro?
I'm asking.
If you go into if you go into each one of those pantheons that you talk about, they both have a feminine and a male aspect.
So none of them are male or female.
None of them.
They're just
have a
all
male and a female aspect.
I don't even need to keep continuing because I know at this point that's bullshit.
No, you don't know what you're talking about, and I guarantee you, God,
you're dead, y'all.
Put this pseudo on the clock with me, and I'll show him in 5 minutes.
Time out, guys. Everybody.
Yeah, y'all was stressed out. He didn't stress them out. Memphis didn't stress them out.
I'm just going to stick with what critical scholars say, not apologetics. That's all I'm doing.
I don't do apologetics.
That's what I hear you're doing.
I don't do apologetics.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
Fact check me.
Hey, time out, man. Let me get this video out. This is a short video right here. Let me get this video out.
Hey, Garfield, can I speak to everybody first?
Hold on, brother. You know what? Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I want to say what's going on to Garfield. I want to say what's up to Kyle. I want to say what's up to the pseudo killers. What's good with you, Cedric? And I would like to say what's going on to Myth Vision. Right? I thought I was the only one out here that had the heart to stand up against the foolery. So I'm glad Garfield's doing the show. And then the religious one, Mr. Yara. How you doing, brother?
Hey, you know me very well.
Wow. I just want to say one thing and let him play the video. I'm saying I don't gotta know the text. I understand physics.
Plain as.
That's
End
it.
of the discussion.
End of discussion. Next, please. Go ahead, Garfield.
Garfield, I gotta get in the gym, brother.
I understand quantum physics as well.
Hold on.
Obviously not.
I gotta get in the gym. I was just calling you guys real quick to kind of give my little 2 cents about Billy.
All right, cool. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. We talk later.
You too, brother.
Smith Vision.
Right.
Peace to you, man.
Peace out, y'all.
All right, check this out, family.
Of this one.
Oh, shit.
Let's start by asking the question, how do we know that anyone in history really existed? Well, the best evidence would be, of course, to find a person's physical remains. So take, for example, King Richard III of England. According to the historical record, he died in 1485 during the Battle of Bosworth Field, after which he was supposedly buried at a small church in the nearby town of Leicester. However, over time, the exact location was forgotten and thus became unknown. That is, until 2012, when researchers found his skeleton under a parking lot. Using radiocarbon dating, DNA tests, and other forms of analysis, scientists were able to conclude beyond any reasonable doubt that the bones were in fact those of Richard III. But what about someone from much further back? Say, for example, Alexander the Great, who supposedly died in 323 BCE. Unfortunately, the exact location of Alexander's tomb has become lost to history, and therefore we do not have his physical remains. However, in the case of Alexander, we have the next best thing, which is solid archaeological evidence for his existence. For example, we have many sculptures of his face, some of which date very close to his lifetime or are exact copies of now lost originals that were made when he was still alive. We also have coins with his face on them, which were minted during his lifetime. We also have inscriptions, like this one from the Temple of Athena in Priene, Greece, that dates from when he visited the location. It reads, King Alexander dedicated this to Athenia Polias. We even have foreign sources, like this one written in Babylonian cuneiform and dated to his lifetime, which records Alexander's victory over the Persian king Darius III. So even though we do not have the physical remains of Alexander the Great, we can still say beyond any reasonable doubt that he did in fact exist. But what about cases where we don't have any archaeological evidence dating from when the person was still alive? All three of the religious figures in this series, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, fall into this category. In these cases, we have to rely entirely on textual sources. And by textual sources, I don't mean a few words carved into stone. I mean lengthy works of literature, usually written first on parchment and then later copied onto paper and made into books. This is where things get a bit tricky because when it comes to ancient history, we often get textual sources that differ from one another when it comes to what actually happened. This leads some people to conclude that there's no way of knowing the truth and that it's just a matter of arbitrarily choosing who you want to believe. But this is not the case. Scholars have developed a method called the historical method for determining which sources are more likely than others to be true. Here are some of the things that they consider. First, does the source match the archaeological record? So, for example, if a text claims that King so-and-so had an army with 1 million soldiers, but archaeologists dig up that king's main cities and discover that they were much too small to support a number that large, the accuracy of that textual source is definitely going to come into question. 2, are there multiple sources that all tell the same story? Say we have 10 different sources that all state that the Greeks beat the Persians in a particular battle, but only one source that states that the Persians beat the Greeks. In a case like this, it's probably safe to assume that the 10 are right and the 1 is wrong. 3, is there any chance that the source is biased? It's quite obvious from ancient sources that rulers liked to boast about their accomplishments and often exaggerated things. So if we happen to have an account written by a neutral third party who just happened to be living nearby, there's a greater chance that their account is going to be more accurate. 4, how much time passed between the event and the written account of the event? This one's easy. Basically, if a text was written very close to an event, it's far more likely to be accurate than a text that was written many centuries later. Finally, number 5, what genre of writing was used? Another assumption that a lot of people make, but are wrong in making, is that all ancient people wrote history in the same way that we write it today. Nowadays, history falls very clearly into the category of non-fiction and tends to be written in a very straightforward, linear fashion, focusing on facts and figures with utmost accuracy. But history was not always written like this. The further back in time you go, you'll find that for ancient people, history was more of a story, and the main point of the story was far more important to them than all the nitty-gritty details. If we come across a text that clearly uses literary tropes that were common at the time, we need to consider whether or not the details in that text should be considered in a literal or a figurative way. Let's now turn our attention to Moses and go through these 5 questions again, this time with Moses in mind. But first, I'd like to take this opportunity.
Hey, before we go any further, share the show or text 10 of your friends right now. Let's make this a big show today. We got 250 people in the audience. Let's make this huge. We're going to run through a lot of stuff that Billy should have said, and we're going to point out where Billy's wrong too. But I'm defending, in a sense, I'm kind of semi-defending him today. All right, let's go.
To point out that in addition to being a history educator, I also happen to be Jewish. So if you don't like my conclusions, please don't assume that I came to these conclusions simply because I'm anti-religious, because, well, I'm not. Anyway, the oldest source we have for the life of Moses is, as you might have guessed, the Bible. In particular, the Torah, which refers to the first 5 books of the Bible. According to the Torah, Moses was born in Egypt during a time when his people, the Israelites, were slaves there. As a baby, Moses was placed in a basket in the Nile River, where he was then found by one of Pharaoh's daughters. After growing up in the royal palace, Moses then commits murder as an adult and has to escape to the land of Midian, where he then has a spiritual experience in which God speaks to him in the form of a burning bush. There, God instructs Moses to return to Egypt and to lead his enslaved people out of that country and into Canaan, the promised land, which he then does after God sends a series of 10 plagues on Egypt. From there, we get the famous parting of the Red Sea story, the receiving of the 10 Commandments, and the Israelites wandering in the desert for 40 years. At the end of the biblical account, Moses is not allowed to enter the promised land. So it is his successor Joshua that takes over and conquers most of the land of Canaan in a very dramatic fashion. Okay, so let's first consider whether or not this account lines up with the archaeological record. According to the Bible, the number of male slaves who left Egypt with Moses was 600,000. Meaning that the total number of Israelites, counting women and children, was likely around 2 million. Also, according to the Bible, Moses would have lived somewhere between 1500 and 1200 BCE. The exact date depends on one's interpretation of the chronological data, and there are a lot of conflicting theories on that I won't go into. Suffice to say, it was somewhere around 1500 to 1200 BCE. Well, there is nothing in the archaeological record for that time period, or any other time period for that matter, to suggest a sudden population drop of 2 million people within Egypt, nor 2 million people traveling through the Sinai Peninsula, nor 2 million people suddenly arriving in Canaan and replacing the existing population there. Even if the Egyptians tried to cover up their embarrassing defeat in their records and monuments, there would have been no way to cover up all the physical evidence that would have resulted from the movement of that many people. However, this doesn't prove that there was never a guy named Moses that left Egypt. It simply indicates that he didn't leave Egypt with 2 million people. There's still the possibility that there might have been some sort of exodus, led by some sort of Moses-like figure, but that it was simply on a much smaller scale. This is what Hebrew scholar Richard Friedman suggests in his book, The Exodus. He points out that members of the tribe of Levi often had Egyptian-sounding names, but that other Israelites did not. Names like Hophni and Phinehas, and even Moses. All of these Levite names have Egyptian origins. So maybe out of the 12 tribes, it was only the tribe of Levi that came from Egypt. As I mentioned earlier, the Moses story is also closely associated with a place called Midian. And according to the archaeological record, we know that there was a people group living in that area around that time called the Shasu, who happened to have been sometimes enslaved by the Egyptians, and who happened to have worshipped a god with a very similar name to the god that the Israelites ended up worshipping. So there's also the possibility that Moses was actually a Midianite, or a member of the Shasu, and that he became an important figure in Israelite history because he was the one who introduced them to Hashem. Moving on, let's now consider the second question. How does the source, in this case the Bible, compare to other textual sources? Well, you might be surprised to find out that there were actually many different versions of the Moses story floating about in the ancient world. For example, in some Hellenistic versions, he's mostly remembered for building a city or establishing a temple, often within Egypt itself, not in Israel. In others, he's the one who invented the alphabet through the guidance of Thoth, or the one who first introduced the Egyptians to the idea of written laws. According to the famous Roman historian Tacitus, Moses did leave Egypt to colonize Canaan, but according to that version, the Israelites were in the desert for only 6 days, arriving in Canaan with Moses on the 7th. But perhaps the most interesting variant is the one written by Manetho, who was an Egyptian priest and historian living in the Ptolemaic period. It is primarily from Manetho that we learn about an Asiatic people called the Hyksos, who temporarily ruled Lower Egypt just prior to the time of Moses, before getting kicked out and forced back to Canaan. However, Manetho also tells a story about an Egyptian priest named Osarseph, who lived just after the Hyksos period. In this story, the pharaoh enslaves a group of lepers, but then Osarseph unites the lepers with the help of the Hyksos and forms an army, defeating the pharaoh. Osarseph then goes on to rule Egypt for 13 years, destroying all other temples except his own, before finally being defeated by the returning pharaoh and forced out of the country. At this point, Osarseph changes his name to Moses. Obviously, this story about Moses has some parallels to the biblical story about Moses, but it also has some major differences. On top of this, Manetho's account and the biblical account both seem to have parallels to the reign of a historically verified pharaoh named Akhenaten, who lived around the same time as Moses and is mostly remembered for having promoted an early type of monotheism. But the bottom line is this. There are many different versions of the Moses story out there in the historical record, but none of them seem to line up nicely. The only common thread seems to be that he was some sort of renegade leader who introduced some bold ideas. In other words, based on other textual sources, there is nothing available that could be used to demonstrate that the details given in the Bible about Moses' life are historical. The third thing we need to consider is the possibility of bias in our various sources. And here, unfortunately, I think it is fair to say that no unbiased sources of Moses' life exist. The biblical account is obviously biased because the main point of the Bible is to promote a particular religious worldview. However, the non-biblical accounts are just as biased. Most of them were written during the Hellenistic period, a time when anti-Jewish propaganda was common. So it's quite possible that the non-biblical versions of the Moses story were deliberately crafted to put some sort of a political twist on the Jewish version of the Moses story. What about the time difference for the various sources? As Al-Muqaddimah points out in his video about Muhammad, the amount of time between the death of Muhammad and the first mention of his name in a non-Islamic source is 8 years. And as Let's Talk Religion points out in his video about Jesus, The amount of time between the death of Jesus and the first mention of his name in a non-Christian source is 63 years. For Moses, it's a completely different story. Using round numbers, the amount of time between the death of Moses and the first mention of his name in a non-Jewish source is approximately 1,000 years. And even the time difference between the death of Moses and the earliest stage of the Torah's development is around 750 years. So considering the fact that the archaeological evidence contradicts the biblical account of Moses, and that there are numerous conflicting accounts of Moses' life in the various other textual sources, and that all of these textual sources are likely biased and were written many, many centuries after he supposedly lived, I think the only conclusion we can come to is that Moses is more of a legendary figure than a historical one. Now, this doesn't mean that he for sure didn't exist. It simply means that the information we have about him is probably a mix of truth and fiction. And we have no way of knowing how much is truth and how much is fiction, unless, of course, we rely solely on religious faith. But there's one more question that we haven't yet considered, and that is, what genre of writing was used in the biblical account of Moses? Like I said, ancient people did not always write history in the way that we write it today. For them, historical accounts were often far more literary in nature, and they mixed facts with embellishments in order to craft an overall story that made an important point, not one that simply recorded exactly what happened and when. There are many clear examples of literary tropes in the biblical story of Moses. For example, although he was born into a low-class family, he ended up being adopted into royalty. This is a common theme found in many ancient stories, as well as several modern ones. Even the fact that he was placed into a basket in a river was a common theme. One legend, a source for which is older than the Torah, states the following about Sargon of Akkad, who lived over 1,000 years before Moses and is well attested in the historical record.
My mother, the high priestess, conceived. In secret she bore me. She set me in a basket of rushes. With bitumen she sealed my lid. She cast me into the river which rose over me.
Then there's the familiar trope of the prince or princess who wanders out of the palace one day, only to discover how hard life is for the everyday folk. Or the hero who has to go on the run, only to come back and accomplish some major feat at some later point. Even the parting of the Red Sea has much in common with ancient hero stories. Long before the Bible started to be written, crossing an important body of water was often used as a metaphor for leaving behind an old life and beginning a new one. I could go on, but my point is this. The biblical story of Moses is a beautifully crafted work of literature that took common themes and images used at the time and wove them together to create a new story, one that explained Israel's origins and defended their most deeply held beliefs. Think of it this way. There are many Americans today whose ancestors were not at Plymouth Rock or around during the American Revolution, but they still celebrate Thanksgiving and the 4th of July. Likewise, even if the ancestors of most ancient Israelites weren't involved in a major exodus from Egypt, or even if the exodus never happened at all, the point is that the story and what it symbolized to them became an important part of their national identity. And not only that, the story of Moses also went on to inspire people in other parts of the world as well. So, in my view, the fact that it is not 100% historical doesn't lessen its value at all. For well over 2,000 years, the story of Moses has both inspired those who have been oppressed and instructed those with power not to do the oppressing. A common theme found throughout the Torah is this one: you shall not wrong a stranger or oppress him, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. Considering the fact that racism and xenophobia are still major problems in the world today, I think a more important question than did Moses exist is, are we going to take to heart the main lesson from his story? As a reminder, be sure to check out the videos on Jesus and Muhammad as well. You can find the links.
All right, before we go, I got a 2-minute clip I just need to play, which adds to the conversation real small. It's a short from Dr. Mcclenan. This is the person asked him, did Moses exist? Something I've never really thought about before, but check it out.
Question: the preponderance of evidence does not support the historicity of a figure named Moses, certainly not as represented in the Exodus. Doesn't align with the archaeological data, clearly incorporates much earlier and much later traditions. However, there is one piece of evidence some scholars point to suggest it may be rooted in some kind of historical memory from a small group of slaves that may have escaped Egypt and made their way into the northern hill country and brought this tradition with them that later accreted all these other details. And that piece of evidence is the name Moses, which probably doesn't come from the Hebrew word to draw out, but is probably based on the Egyptian word born of or son of. And we see this in names like Ramses, which means born of Ra, but the name usually has a theophoric element, a divine name, born of a deity. And the theory goes, Moses originally would have had an Egyptian deity associated with his name, but on incorporation into the Israelite tradition, they would have abandoned it in favor of just Moses. Hey, thanks for a great question. The preponderance of evidence.
The floor is yours. Go ahead, You could go first. We're going to get to the bitumen in a minute, but go ahead.
Ladies and bitumen. Oh, man. I'm glad you're doing the show, bro.
We got a long way to go. We got 3 more hours, and I'm going to be dropping some crazy stuff today for people to go back. You see, all Billy had to say is that your main character, Moses, he didn't exist. And all he had to say is, Wes, show and prove he exists in the hood scholarship perspective. Show and prove Moses existed.
So I actually never needed Billy to do any of this, right? I needed him to be just as pseudo as he was. But the conversation showed that the Christians are also pseudo. I want to make this point right here. So we got people in the chat talking reckless, saying, I can't believe a pseudo killer, right, believes that or understands that Jesus Christ is a historical figure, right? So I'm going to bring you to this. If you go to the list of pseudoscientific claims, right, guess what pops in there? All right, pull it up for you. I ain't gonna put it on the screen. I don't want to slow the show down, but I want to make this point very, very clear. All right, I want y'all to go to list of topics characterized as pseudoscience. When you go here, I want you to pull up social science. Now watch this. It says Christ myth theories. That's on this list. It says it's a friend's theory that poses that the historical Jesus did not exist in any capacity whatsoever. While the divinity of Jesus is disputed, Christians and non-Christian scholars of antiquity universally agree that Jesus of Nazareth was a Galilean Jew who lived in the 1st century, was baptized and later crucified by the Roman authorities. This is based on sources written in histories, scholars, and politicians who lived during the time of Christ. So this is why I agree that Jesus was a historical person. What you don't hear it say is that he resurrected from the dead. Now, this is where your man Wes is straight pseudo. And let me tell you why he's straight pseudo. He's pseudo because I'm gonna read this to you. Watch this. This is why he's pseudo. So although I want to let you know, Wes, he tried to live within the realm of theological truth. Okay, and I'm sure, especially on this channel, we're all familiar with what a theological truth is. But when a person tries to say that Jesus Christ rise from the dead is a fact or a scientific fact, I want to let you know that's pseudo. Okay, and so he emphatically says that there is evidence that Jesus resurrected from the dead. That's when the man went pseudo, just like Billy Carson did. So you can't move from a theological truth, right, to a scientific fact. Can't do it. He can't come on there and say that what he has to say is, if he's going to be in true fashion and true honor and honesty as he claims to be, right, he got to say it's a theological truth that Jesus resurrected, and then I don't have no problems with it. In my case right there. So you're seeing two pseudos fighting against each other. One had a high level elevated status, right? And one we just know is Billy.
I keep saying it, you can't have it two ways. The moment you render Jesus a historical character, that means he falls within the realm of real history, and he falls within the realm of methodological naturalism. The conversation ends with his crucifixion. That's it. You can't have more than that. And you can't make the claim to more than that. Then you become pseudo. Then you're jumping from imperialism to theological truth and back and forth. And that's when you become pseudo. When you start to actually quantify Noah's Ark and the flood, you become pseudo.
Yeah, because in other words, Cedric, when we having this conversation, we gotta separate what we know as historical versus theological. And if somebody want to believe he came back to life as resurrected, that's your own personal choice from a theological perspective.
Yep, that's your theology. To be a member of a particular theological framework, right? It goes with certain tenets, right? So Jesus needs to have resurrected. He needs to, quote unquote, in some instances, be born of a virgin, which equates him in that sense to Greek mythology, because his father is divine and his mother is earthly, creating a supernatural human being, a demigod, which allows him to do the miracles that he's doing. However, that is within the realm of your theology. The moment you try to impose your theological references on reality, you're going to hit a stumbling block, which is called methodological naturalism. Even within the realm of the historical text, it is only things within the natural realm that we accept, even from historical characters. So now they can have a claim that Alexander the Great flew over Egypt and dropped bombs. But we know for a fact that aspect of him cannot be real, and that aspect of the discussion is discredited and not taken into account from a historical perspective.
All right.
Yeah,
Sabio, hold on. I'm gonna get to you, Yara. Sabio, you want to say something? All right, going once, going twice. Sabio, all right, go ahead, Yara.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean about, certain aspects of why these types of discussions are necessary and important, because not everyone thinks, I can make a claim that Jesus resurrected. Would that be pseudo? No. Why? Because I can say I don't believe that he died, that he rose from a physical resurrection or from a physical death, but a mental or a conscious one. How do you argue against that? You cannot. Bringing people from one low level of consciousness to a higher level of consciousness or a state of enlightenment. That was also considered resurrection. Now, if you have people in different belief systems and different doctrines that argue against an actual physical resurrection, that's a different statement. So oftentimes what we do is that we try to look at the biblical text, because of the way it's been disseminated by a lot of different people throughout the centuries, that it only says this one thing. Part of the victimization of Black people with Christianity or the belief in the Bible is that they've only gotten their narrative from one direct line of teaching, right?
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
So what I'm saying to you is,
are you saying this is scientific facts? Is your religion based off scientific facts with this theological truth.
Yeah, the scientific facts. That
No,
Jesus was the
stop.
act.
No.
Hold on,
See, I
can I
can't.
speak,
No,
bro?
no.
Before you get your
No,
stuff
come
in the
on, bro.
bunch.
I'm
There's
not.
a
Come on, bro.
scientific fact
No,
that you
it's
just
not.
read that Jesus actually was a historical person, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
That.
I believe I agree with you on that point,
Okay. All
right?
right. Okay.
There's also can be made an argument that if you talk about in the realm of resurrection, what the writers actually saying, do you take them literally that there was a literal resurrection, or can you argue for a fact that he brought as a teacher in a sense of enlightenment, taking someone from a lower state of consciousness to a higher state of consciousness is a form of resurrection?
Yeah, I know you got the new age. That's new age religion now. Now you're doing new age.
It's not new age religion. Hold on,
you
stop.
doing that. You got.
That's not new age religion.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Within the realm
Actually,
of
that's not new age
theological
religion,
concepts.
and that's the problem. That's not new age
It
religion.
is. It actually is the Christ consciousness and all that, bro.
Christ, I'm not talking about Christ consciousness. That's not Christ consciousness. What I'm talking about is
was the realm of
hey, Cedric. Hey, Cedric. You're arguing Catholicism. Cedric, you're arguing Christianity.
Time out.
Yeah.
Let this conversation go for one more minute, then I'm gonna go to the next video because I want to run through all these videos.
Yeah,
I ain't worried about y'all. Y'all ain't the experts. I ain't worried about y'all. Go ahead.
And neither are you, Garfield. That's why we have these arguments.
I'm not an expert.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. We don't have to see. I don't see people. They get afraid when you guys claim something is pseudo. From my understanding, even when you say pseudo, it's something that can't be proven scientifically. There are many things in the Bible that we don't have.
Bro.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You don't have science. You don't have scientific evidence for.
No, that's not what
You're making that up, bro.
I'm not making that up. So you
can have a religion, yo, and it be valid.
Hey, can I speak to one person at a time, bro?
Everybody stop. Yara,
yeah.
Do you believe the resurrection happened historically?
I don't have any evidence of that. No.
All right, then. There you go.
Thank you,
my man.
You don't need to say no
grand.
This video. Let me play this video. Let me play this video real quick. Thank you, Yara. You see, Yara is honest.
What the hell is he doing then?
But I'm telling you, but people understanding of resurrection has not always is not monolithic.
The Christian gonna come for you next. Keep it up, Yara. They gonna come for you.
Get you next, bro.
I've always taught, and hey, they're just gonna have to prove it. Now there are some attestations of people saying written, recorded history that they interview witnesses of those people who actually rose from the grave. I brought this out in the debate from Jabari.
They were smoking weed, yeah.
But whatever you want to say, there are attestations.
Let me play the video.
Nearly 700 years ago, it was just common knowledge that Moses wrote the Torah. Everyone studying the Bible knew it. Moses wrote every word of the book, and scribes had passed it down perfectly. Even as far back as the 1st century, Josephus claims in Against Appian that there is no discrepancy in what is written, when referring to the Jewish canon. There were, after all, plenty of places in the Torah in which Moses can be seen writing, and many more places that refer to the book of the law of Moses. Eventually, however, problems began to arise, and this perfect view of a Torah written by Moses would soon fall apart. So today, we will be exploring the claim that Moses wrote the Torah. In Jewish tradition, when the Torah is raised, the phrase, "This is the Torah that Moses set before the people of Israel, by the mouth of God, through the hand of Moses," is spoken. The reason for this is a combination of two verses that,
if you were selling life insurance and you're not doing this, you are absolutely insane. The biggest opportunity in the insurance
together, show that Moses did, in fact, write the Torah. Deuteronomy 4:44, "This is the law Moses set before the Israelites," and Numbers 9:23, "At the commandment of the Lord they rested in the tents, and at the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. They kept the charge of the Lord at the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses." Of course, not the entire Torah could be from the hand of Moses, though. And even the most fundamentalist believers realize this. The last 8 verses of Deuteronomy 34, which feature the death and burial of Moses, certainly couldn't be from Moses himself. So traditionally, the whole Torah is written by Moses except the last 8 verses. Most rabbis think that the last 8 verses were written by Joshua, the son of Nun, and the successor of Moses. An alternative explanation was that Moses wrote it down in tears while receiving this information from God. But that view is much less popular. Mosaic authorship is usually defended on the grounds of just a few verses. The book of Exodus explicitly claims Mosaic authorship when God commanded Moses to write the events of Joshua's military encounter with the Amalekites in Exodus 17:14. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this on a scroll as something to be remembered and make sure that Joshua hears it, because I will completely blot out the name of Amalek from under heaven." In Exodus 24, Moses told the people God's laws, and they shouted, "Everything the Lord has said we will do." We are then told, Moses then wrote down everything the Lord had said. Just a few verses later, Moses took the book of the covenant and read it to the people. They replied saying, "We will do everything the Lord has said." Even outside of Exodus, there are verses supporting the traditional view of Mosaic authorship. According to Deuteronomy 31:9, Moses wrote down this law for the priests. Deuteronomy 31:24 states that Moses finished writing in a book the words of this law from beginning to end. It seems the conclusion is undeniable. The authorial claim of the Torah is that it is from the hand of Moses. Why then do most scholars today not accept Mosaic authorship? Over time, the consensus shifted from Mosaic authorship to the view that the Torah is a composite work written by many authors over many years. Some of the authors took from many sources. The Torah itself even lists some of its sources. For example, Genesis 5:1. This is the scroll of the generations of Adam. The scroll itself may have come from a book of generations, which held the genealogies of the ancestors of Israel. Other genealogies in the Torah may have been copied from this source. There also may have been a scroll containing accounts of the wars as indicated by Numbers 21:14, when Moses introduces a poem. That is why the Book of the Wars of the Lord says. The journey to where we are now begins in the 11th century, when Isaac ibn Yashush noticed that the list of Edomite kings in Genesis 36 included kings that existed after the life of Moses. This meant Moses would have no way of putting them into his list of Edomite kings. Following this line of thought, Ibn Yashush reasoned that this section could not have been written by Moses, making this a later addition. For example, the Hadad of Genesis 36:35 would be identical to Hadad the Edomite in 1 Kings 11:14, and Ebal from Genesis 36:39 would be the sister of Taphanes of 1 Kings 11:19. Moses would have no access to this information. The response was exactly what you'd expect. People mocked him and ignored his very real concern. Ibn Yashush suggested that these verses were put in at a later time, and for this he was called a blunderer. The person who gave him that wonderful nickname would be a founding father in this non-Mosaic authorship view, however.
Stop smashing Amazon's buy button and start getting Amazon to pay you instead.
It was Abraham ibn Ezra. He wrote detailed commentaries on the Bible. Abraham ibn Ezra was actually the first one to suggest the death scene of Moses was not written by Moses, and proposed that it was Joshua who authored the text. There was one major problem with Ibn Ezra's view, however. The writing style of the narrative matched the writing style of the verses preceding it, meaning it was written by the same person. Ibn Ezra did see the problems with Mosaic authorship in the traditional view, but told people not to speak on it and keep silent. A later 14th century scholar, Joseph Bonfils, didn't take Ibn Ezra's advice and noted some key passages that posed problems with Mosaic authorship. These were the verses Ibn Ezra suggested people keep silent about. He mentioned 6 verses, but I will only point out 2 of them for the sake of brevity. Og, king of Bashan, was the last of the Rephaites. His bed was decorated with iron and more than 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. It is still in Rabbah of the Ammonites. Deuteronomy 3:11. Here we are told about the bed of King Og. If the author was Moses, he could not have known about Og's bed, since the city would have only been taken during the reign of David, a king who would have lived centuries after the death of Moses. Deuteronomy 1:1 tells us that God spoke to Moses across the Jordan. This implies that the writer wrote from the eastern side of the Jordan, a place Moses was never allowed to go. The verse, then, would have been written by someone in Israel, on the west side of the Jordan, referring to what Moses did on the east side of the Jordan. Evidence against Mosaic authorship kept being piled on until the 17th century. It was only after about 500 years of investigation that people began to accept that the majority of the Torah was not written by Moses. There were many things that simply made Mosaic authorship implausible or impossible. The Jews and Christians still held to the traditional view for a long time, however. It was only in the 19th century that the tables finally turned. Enter Julius Wellhausen. He is known as one of the originators of the documentary hypothesis. He took all the evidence discussed, along with the different names used for God in the Torah, and came up with something very revolutionary. Keep in mind what follows is a brief overview. He noticed that Deuteronomy shared many similar themes and language with the next 6 books that followed, excluding Ruth, the Deuteronomistic history. He also noted that the history seemed to be split in 2. Sometimes the text would say something would last forever and later clarify it as conditional. This led to his thought that there were 2 versions of this history, DTR1 and DTR2, as they were labeled. He also split the authorship of the rest of the Torah into 3 different authors, J, E, and P, a Yahwist, Elohist, and priestly source, none of which, he argued, were written by Moses. This view would be the consensus for the next century, but it has lost a lot of traction over the last few decades. In those decades, there have been many other proposed ideas, many of which are incredibly nuanced. Perhaps I'll make a video in the future delving deeper into the topic, but the validity of the documentary hypothesis is not important to this video. Today, we are only exploring whether or not Moses wrote the Torah. There are many other things that simply make Mosaic authorship impossible. Certain parts of the Torah use words for places and things that are different from other parts. For instance, some stories used Horeb as the name of the mountain where Moses receives the law, while other parts of the story use the name Sinai. Some stories throughout use the name Amorites for the original dwellers of Canaan, while others use the word Canaanites. Moses' father-in-law is named as Jethro in most stories, but in others he is named Ruel. These contradictions and linguistic anomalies aren't all, though. Numbers 34 speaks of the boundaries to be set in the Promised Land. Most of the areas listed are things Moses would not have known about. Of course, this can be thrown away because it was the words God was speaking to Moses, but that's not how history is done. Historians can't access revelatory or miracle claims. From the view of history, Moses could not have known the names of these places. Statements such as, before any king ruled over the Israelites, in Genesis 36:31, implies a time in the writer's mind when kings had ruled over the Israelites, but none ever did in Moses' lifetime. The text says, at that time the Canaanites were in the land, in Genesis 12:6, which implies the author was writing in a time when they weren't there anymore. But the Canaanites were obviously still there when Joshua led his conquest, and that was after the death of Moses. There's a good reason scholars no longer hold to the view that Moses wrote the Torah. After so many centuries of problematic passages being pointed out, and so many centuries of excommunication and mockery, the view finally dropped away from the mainstream. The problems were simply too numerous to keep ignoring. Moses didn't write the Torah. In fact, modern scholars don't even think Moses existed at all. Over the course of a millennium, scholars have went from Moses wrote the entire Torah to Moses probably didn't exist at all. Thanks for watching. If you haven't yet, be sure to like and subscribe. If you enjoy our content and want to help support this channel.
All right, Billy Carson, what do you got to say? They're saying that Moses don't exist. He didn't write the Torah. Why didn't you bring this stuff up? But go ahead, Unc and Sabia. What y'all got to say to this?
I'm 100%. I mean, I knew that. That's why I said you had 2 pseudos fighting. The way that man played that game, and the way the Christians stick their chests out these days, man, is wild to me. Everybody just calm down, man. That's your belief. And, I'm not the Christian belief, Islamic belief, Jewish belief is just as valid as the Fon people that worship the deity voodoo, the same as the Zulus, right? They worship deity like Unlunk, just as valid as the Native Americans and all their totems, indigenous tribes. It's all in the game, man, and they're all cultural containers. I say it all the time, Garfield. It contains the embodiment of understanding that these particular tribes and clans embody in their daily lives, man. It's their morality, their code of conduct. It identifies their enemies, they foe. You know what I'm saying? It identifies their friends. It identifies how they're supposed to be married. It's a social cultural system right there, man. And so the Christians are pseudo because they claim that is the way to doing everything, right? And that causes division amongst human populations, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like the lay down or get down or lay down, right? And they presuppose that they got the God. It's not true. They have a Christian God based off. Matter of fact, I always said they ain't even got a God. The Hebrews got the God. They ball the Hebrews God. So man, come on, bro. Right? They break the rules. The rules say God don't got no partners in the Torah, in the book of Isaiah. He said, "There's me." You got that one to say, "There's no one beside me." So yeah, man, the Christians break all the rules and then they stick their chests out when they catch. I don't want to make it a black-white thing, but it's very interesting.
Hey, Cedric, if you want to say something, go ahead. But this gentleman here that I'm about to play is Dr. Joel Baden. For those who don't know, he's a professor, works in the field of the Hebrew Bible, and he actually teaches at Harvard Divinity. So a lot of these people who are becoming Christians and pastors and all that stuff is dealing with this guy who comes from Yale Divinity School. There's a video on Myth Vision where he talks about the Canaanites were Israelites and there was no Exodus. This is not Garfield saying this now. This is not no conspiracy theory with Garfield. This is Joel Baden talking about what's going on in modern day scholarship. This was, I think, 3 years ago. This is a very interesting video. Let's take a listen to what Dr. Joel Baden is saying here and check it out.
Moved away from Canaan into a different part of the place. So I think that there is genetic evidence linking present day Jews and ancient Canaanites in a way that is logical to me. I don't think it's more. I don't think there's more than that beyond that in terms of like other ancient Near Eastern peoples. I just don't know that anyone's done those studies or why they'd care to.
Yeah, and there's some people in this vein of this conversation here who want to say they have this crazy. I think it's a conspiracy theory that there's no modern Jews, or they try to argue against the idea. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, anti-Semitic freak shows. Yeah, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
like. You like keep your anti-Semitism like out of my timeline. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing. They'll act like oh goodness, this I don't want to get. The point is they'll say like there's just 1% rule in the world, and like they're trying to get us with this crazy stuff. I don't know.
Anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's super unoriginal, right? Like anti-Semitic style. Right? They
walks like a duck and it talks like
yeah, right. It's all pretty.
Number 7 here. Why do mainstream scholars believe Ruth, Esther, and Jonah are examples of Jewish fiction?
Why do you think they're examples of Jewish fiction? Well, I don't know if you try. I think it's all fiction, right? Like, the better question is, why does anyone think that anything isn't fiction in the Bible, right? Like,
that doesn't mean there's not history there, like
sure,
kernels.
Sure, but it's certainly Ruth. Certainly, the book of Ruth is not like what we couldn't possibly get at the history there. It's a story about like individuals and a family. Like, we're never gonna.
Hey, Billy, take notes, Billy. Take notes. This is Joel Baden, a professor at Harvard Divinity School, saying that why does anybody think that the Bible is not fiction? So what you're saying, scholars are actually saying this. You're not saying anything bad, Billy.
Yeah,
all you got to do is just play this video. Play the video. It's on Myth Vision. It's 1, 2, 3.
Well, I don't know if you try. I think it's all fiction, right? Like, the better question is, why does anyone think that anything isn't fiction in the Bible, right? Like,
that doesn't mean there's not history there, like
sure,
kernels.
Sure, but it's certainly Ruth. Certainly, the book of Ruth is not like what we couldn't possibly get at the history there. It's a story about like individuals and a family. Like, we're never gonna. Like, you're never going to get like historical evidence for something like that, right? It's got all the marks of a fiction, of a novel, right? It's a novelette, right? It's just a small story that, again, it's not about national things, right? We can't historically give credence to anything that's just like a story about individuals doing stuff. But for the most part, these are small tales that have often morals or like, clear, like, I know why we're doing this, like payoffs, right? Ruth is a nice story about belief and about foreigners and becoming part of Israel. And Esther is a story meant to explain how it's meant to explain in part the holiday of Purim. It's also, Esther is clearly comedy, right? Like it's making fun of the Persians. Like that's not really something history does, right? Like that's something, it's historical fiction, right? It's got characters that we know with names that we recognize. And like, so it's, but it's a historical fiction, it's comedy. And Jonah is also super comedy, right? Jonah and Esther are the two funniest books in the Bible, and like Jonah is a satire of prophecy, right? The prophet who didn't want to prophesy, right? Like the dude who's like, God's like, go do this thing, and he's like, I really don't wanna, and like how far he has to run, and so again,
and the people he has to go to, he's not happy about it.
The whole thing, right? He doesn't want all the other people, all the people on the ship, and all the people. Anyway, these aren't, they're. I think that it's less the question of why do we think these are fiction, and why, and rather to reverse the question, why when we read anything in the Bible do we think that it's historically accurate, as opposed to a fictionalized telling of a thing. And again, if you look at the difference between the narrative of any one of the kings, Josiah, and you look at the story of Ruth, they're just not generically the same, right? Like, one refers to annals and talks about historical events and international whatever, and it is clearly an attempt to tell me a history. And Ruth is an attempt to tell me a story. And it's hard to define those things specifically, but we know them when we see them, right? Like when you pick up a novel versus you pick up nonfiction, even if it's a historical fiction, it's fiction, right? It just doesn't read the same as like a biography. So that's my brief answer to that.
Wow. He just said some outrageous stuff, man. Put on Billy's face on that. They'd be going crazy. Why you not crazy when Joel Baden said it?
They don't attack him though.
Not that we're appealing to authority, but the folks who are legitimized scholars in the field are saying these things, and that's what the consensus is saying. It's not like it's a minority of people saying Moses didn't exist. It's the consensus of scholarship saying it. They say that the narrative is not true. The consensus of scholarship is saying it. So I don't know. I mean, we're going to get into the 12 tribes next, but I'm saying to myself, Billy, you got to do a little more research, buddy. You got people who are repeating what you're saying, and they have the credentials to back it up, and they're not going to challenge them because most scholars don't have a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers. So that's the problem. So they feel, so now when you have a Kip Davis, a Josh Bowen, all these different guys, Joel Baden going on Miss Vision, and they're getting all this popularity. They don't like that because now they're repeating what the consensus of scholarship is saying. And what are you going to do about it? You can't do nothing about it because we are considered, I'm an amateur at this, I'm our autodidact, but the experts, I'm just regurgitating what the experts are saying. They've done the research. So Billy, all you got to do is just pay attention to what I'm doing. This is simple, easy work. This is easy work. There's no way these people, they can't prove half the stuff that they say. They can't prove it. They can't prove half the stuff that they're saying. But go ahead, you want to say something?
I thought it was clear. Like I said, this show is very important. And they put like an extra little oomph on it when they come to Billy. You know what I'm saying? Look, so I'm thinking if you're a Christian, you're supposed to be an example. So there were some things that Billy said that was crazy, like he's the foremost authority. And so as a Christian, right, you ain't actually supposed to mock that. You're supposed to go ahead and teach him that. You proselytizing, you're trying to bring him to the faith, right? There's a code that they're supposed to have as Christians, right? Because Christ is love. He said it. So get that man some love, correct him. But the way that the overall mockery and the foolery and the disrespect of other ancient cultures and that whole debate was wild to me. See, I was listening for something different. I already knew he wouldn't have the package to say you was having. So like we had a conversation last night, and I felt like you would have done a great job in that conversation, Garfield. On my channel, we talked about that, right?
Yeah.
And even though you're not an expert, you would have been in the game. Meaning he couldn't have just ran over you like that. Now, if you start talking in super Jamaican, you might have had a problem, Garfield. But if you'd have kept it like you keep it, right, you'd have had a great conversation with him. And that, since it wasn't a formalized debate, that's another lie they planted. It was in a debate format style, meaning that I'll go, then you'll talk, right? You won't interrupt. That's all it really is. So the whole narrative of it being a debate, right? The whole narrative of he just washed them up, that's not true. So I felt like you would have did a great job in that conversation, bro. Yeah, you should get him over here, had that conversation with him, bro.
Yeah, and it would have been respectful. I wouldn't have mind what he's saying. And go ahead, Cedric.
I want to say that the difference between a historian who's actually engaging with the document from a literary perspective versus an apologist is what you will get when you ever have a conversation with West. West is an apologist, so the conversation you would be having with him would still end up being one of reality versus fiction. The way West was communicating is based on his acceptance of the biblical narrative as true. So it would be again a theological truth conversation versus an imperial based conversation, and he will get beat up.
Yeah, by the way, upcoming, we're going to talk about the origins of the 12 tribes. We're going to play another Matt Baker video. And we're going to talk about a contradiction, how two different stories in the Bible. We're going to talk about Ephraim that never went into Egypt. I'm going to play Dr. David Fawkes. He's a Christian apologist, a guy that I respect. I had we had a conversation off the record where I had like a, what do you call it? Like a little one-on-one with him. You know,
a debate.
We had a one-on-one off the air.
No, it was a debate off the air. See, that's how you used to make anything a debate now.
And then we're going to talk about if Joseph, Saul, David, Solomon existed. We're going to get into the meats and potatoes as far as Christians. It's prophecy. We're going to talk about false prophecies with Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Daniel. This is when it's going to get nice. Then we're going to get into the Cyrus Cylinder. We're going to get back into some of Billy's statements. We're going to talk about Mount Ebal. And they claimed about Mount Ebal. Then we're going to get into the New Testament for a little bit. Who wrote the four Gospels? And Westhoff, we're going to show you how we would approach what Westhoff is saying. And we got to stop talking like, just because, by the way, Christianity has the best game in town. And notice I said best game in town. If you die, you're going to go to heaven and you're going to get to do what you got to do. The Muslims try to counteract it, in my opinion, with this whole 77 virgin rumors. You're going to get 77 virgins. So, a lot of men started joining Islam because they wanted the 77 virgins. So, go ahead, beloved.
I remember something from last night. Shout out to Pastor Bennett. You saw how you claimed that Moses wrote the 5 books of the Torah was debunked online here, right? You was scalloping so much yesterday that I forgot to respond to that claim. But I'm glad the video was played now. So you realize that the idea or the claim that Moses wrote those 5 books is a complete falsehood, right, Pastor Bennett? That's done. Shout out to Pastor Bennett.
All right.
Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny.
That's my pastor right here. Shout out to Pastor Bennett. All right, let's check this out.
Today, I'm going to discuss the real origin of the 12 tribes of Israel. And by real, I mean the historical origin, according to secular academia, as opposed to the origin that's described in the Bible. Because, according to a literal reading of the Bible, the origin is simple. Abraham had Isaac, Isaac had Jacob, and then Jacob had 12 sons, whose descendants went on to become the 12 tribes of Israel. However, if you're familiar with this channel, you'll know that I, like most historians, view the characters described in Genesis and Exodus as being more mythological or legendary than historical. So the question comes up, if the Jacob described in the Bible wasn't a real person, and if he didn't really have 12 children, then where did the 12 tribes come from? Well, that's exactly what we'll be exploring today. But first, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Speakly. Have you ever wanted to learn German, or perhaps French, Italian, Spanish, or Russian? Or maybe you want to improve your English. Well, Speakly can help. Speakly was created after its founders spent 6 years studying thousands of language learners. The result was an app that lets you learn languages 5 times faster than usual. With just 30 minutes of practice per day, you'll be able to get along well in real-life situations within just a few months. And the great thing about Speak, the link in the description or pinned comment to get a free 7-day trial followed by 60% off if you choose to get the annual subscription.
HoneyBook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer and independent business. It's a fact.
All right, back to the 12 tribes of Israel. Let me start by making 2 important points about the Bible that unfortunately a lot of people don't seem to know or understand. The first is that the Bible began to be written in the Iron Age, not the Bronze Age. This is something that not only do biblical literalists get wrong, but many non-religious people as well. This is because a famous atheist once joked that the Bible was written by a bunch of Bronze Age goat herders. Unfortunately, the phrase stuck, and it ended up becoming a meme. But here's the thing. The Bible wasn't written by Bronze Age goat herders.
Hey, yo, that's the funny one right there, yo. That's
It
definitely
was
the funny.
written by Iron Age city dwellers. Now, you might be thinking, Bronze Age, Iron Age, what's the difference? They're both a really long time ago. Well, if you want to understand anything at all about the history of the ancient Near East, and in particular how the Bible fits into it, the difference between the Bronze Age and the Iron Age is actually quite important. Let me explain by briefly comparing the biblical account of things with what really happened. The Bible's story begins approximately 4000 BCE with Adam and Eve. We then get Noah and the flood around 2500, the 3 patriarchs around 2000, and the Exodus around 1450, although some date it later to around 1250. This is then followed by King David around 1000 and the divided monarchy starting around 900. Okay, let's now compare that to what really happened. The secular account dates the Earth to around 4.5 billion years ago, and the emergence of Homo sapiens to around 200,000 years ago. However, when it comes to history, we usually say that began around the year 3300 BCE, because that's when the very first written records were made. 3300 also marks the beginning of the Bronze Age, which is when we get the earliest civilizations in places like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Over the next 2,000 years, these civilizations grew larger, more advanced, and increasingly interconnected, so that by the year 1250 BCE, the ancient Near East looked something like this. Of major note is the fact that Canaan was actually controlled by Egypt at this point. So why would the Israelites escape Egypt only to run into Egyptians again in Canaan? Around 1200 BCE, something very important happened, something that is not mentioned in the Bible. It's called the Bronze Age collapse, and it was probably far more earth-shattering than the fall of Rome. Most likely, a series of large-scale natural disasters led to drought, and then migrations and war, causing every major civilization in the Near East, including the Egyptians and the Mycenaean Greeks, to suddenly decline. In Canaan, a group simply called the Sea Peoples started to attack the coast, destroying most of the big cities. For the people living at the time, it would have felt like an apocalypse, and from that point forward, people would have thought about history in terms of the before times and the after times. And this is why the Bronze Age collapse and the Iron Age that followed it are so important for understanding the Bible. Basically, the Bronze Age collapse explains the origin of the Israelites. I'll be talking about each individual tribe a bit later, but for now, we can say that the origin of the Israelites as a whole is directly connected to this ancient apocalyptic event. Historians and archaeologists are still working out the details, but what happened is something like this. The Sea Peoples wiped out the coastal Canaanites, but the inland Canaanites who lived in the hill country managed to survive. There, they were likely joined by other groups, such as the Habaru, who were previously seen as being rebels or outlaws, and maybe even by former slaves, who either escaped from Egypt itself or from Egyptian-controlled cities in Canaan. Another group who may have wound up in Canaan at this point is the Shasu, who originally came from the area that the Bible calls Midian. Because of this inscription, they are thought by some to have been the original worshippers of the god YHWH.
If you own a home in Westchester County or upstate New York, you could get the latest solar panels installed at no.
Anyhow, once all these people ended up in the hill country, what seems to have happened is that this ragtag group of tribes decided to join together and form a confederacy called Israel. The name Israel was likely used by at least one of the groups prior to the Bronze Age collapse, as evidenced by the Merneptah stele, but afterwards it referred to the entire confederacy, a confederacy that eventually evolved into a kingdom, probably around 900 BCE, which is when the Bible and the archaeological record start to line up quite nicely. Which is why the biblical story cannot be simply accepted or rejected as a whole, which is a mistake that both literalists as well as some atheists make. On one hand, the literalists assume that the entire Bible is real history, and on the other hand, some atheists assume that the entire Bible is fairy tales. But the truth is that it's actually a bit of both, which is why knowing the difference between the Bronze Age parts and the Iron Age parts is so important. To drive this point home, let me show you something that I showed in a previous video. Here is my biblical family tree chart, the one that we sell over at usefulcharts.com. This part corresponds to the Bronze Age, and this part to the Iron Age. Let me now put a check mark over every character from the Hebrew Bible for whom we have evidence for in the archaeological record. What do you notice? They're all from the Iron Age, because that's when the earliest authors of the Bible were living. Obviously, they were fairly well acquainted with their own time period, but when it came to the before times, meaning before the Bronze Age collapse, they could only rely on myth and legend. Now, of course, there are some traces of real history in those myths and legends, such as a memory of some sort of flood, a memory of life as nomadic shepherds, a memory of Egyptian oppression, and a memory that their god was originally connected to the land of Midian. But the bottom line is that these distant memories from earlier times were turned into literature meant to teach, not a history book meant to record literal events. Okay, it's now time for my second point, and that is that the Bible was written by the Judahites, not by the Israelites. To explain, let's once again compare the biblical story with what actually happened. According to the Bible, Kings David and Solomon, both from the tribe of Judah, reigned over a unified Israelite kingdom consisting of 12 tribes. Then, only after Solomon's death, was the land split into two separate kingdoms, Israel in the north, consisting of 10 tribes, and Judah in the south, consisting of 2 tribes. Israel lasted until 722 BCE, when it was destroyed by Assyria, and Judah until 586, when it was destroyed by Babylon. According to the biblical account, most of the surviving Israelites were carried off, never to be seen again, whereas the surviving Judahites, who were also carried off, were able to return. This is where the idea of the lost 10 tribes comes from, which I'll come back to later. It's also the reason why, from this point forward, the people in the Bible are called Jews, because they were mostly from the tribe of Judah. Okay, let's now look at what really happened. Although there is still some debate about this, many scholars now lean toward the position that a unified Israelite kingdom under David and Solomon never actually existed. This is because the archaeological record indicates that prior to 900 BCE, the population in the region was much too small and mostly rural. However, after 900, we get lots of evidence for a large wealthy kingdom called Israel, centered at Samaria and ruled by kings such as Omri, Ahab, and Jehu. We also get evidence for a kingdom centered at Jerusalem, associated with a person named David, but it's relatively quite small. Known as the Kingdom of Judah, it doesn't really flourish until after the Kingdom of Israel is destroyed. When that happens, Jerusalem grows exponentially, presumably because many of the Israelites from the north survived by moving south.
Did you know that you can make between 5 and 25% on your money per month passively without predicting the market?
To join Judah. Now, in a previous video, I talked about the documentary hypothesis, which posits that the first 5 books of the Bible were written not by Moses, but by 4 distinct authors, or groups of authors. According to the original version of the hypothesis, J and E were both written before 722 BCE, and D and P were written after. In fact, E was assumed to have been written by someone living in the northern kingdom of Israel. If this is true, at least part of the Bible was written by the Israelites. But this is no longer the view found in the most recent scholarship. The leading hypothesis nowadays is that everything was written, or at least heavily edited, after 722 BCE, and therefore it was all done by scribes from the southern kingdom of Judah. In fact, the idea of 4 distinct layers has pretty much been abandoned as well. The D part still stands out. We know that it was made by the same group of scribes that wrote Joshua through Kings, although this is now thought to have occurred in several stages, the first being completed before the captivity and the rest being completed during or after the captivity. But when it comes to Genesis through Numbers, the only layer that really stands out as being unique is P, which almost certainly was created after the captivity by Second Temple priests, which is why it's called P. J and E, however, have mostly been abandoned, or at least combined as JE. But even this is a bit misleading because it appears that the JE parts contain lots of different layers and edits, something I'll come back to later. What a lot of scholars are now suggesting is that the Israelites and Judahites originally had 2 or maybe even 3 or more different origin stories. The 2 main ones seem to be the one involving Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in Genesis, and the one involving Moses in Exodus. In a previous video, I suggested that the 3 patriarchs story may have come from Judah and the Moses story from Israel, but keep in mind that this is still highly speculative. I've seen other scholars suggest that both origin stories came from Israel, and others who suggest that maybe the 3 patriarchs story can be broken down further into independent traditions, and that maybe only Abraham and Isaac were from Judah, and Jacob was from Israel. But regardless of how it all breaks down, what a lot of scholars are now concluding is that it was P who stitched everything together for the very first time. And remember, P was writing after the captivity. So the conclusion is that the entire Torah, or Pentateuch, as well as Judges through Kings, was done by southern Judahites. In fact, these 9 books, 11 in the Old Testament, were probably at some point considered to be a single work, one that explained the entire history of the Jewish people, all the way from Adam and Eve to the Babylonian captivity. Now, within this grand narrative, there might be a few fragments here and there that can be traced back to the northern Israelites. But even in these cases, they've been heavily edited and carefully placed alongside supplementary material in a way that clearly shows a Judahite spin. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, well, what does it matter? Weren't the Judahites just a subset of the Israelites? Well, that used to be the thinking, even in secular circles, but nowadays a lot of scholars are leaning toward a new idea. But before I introduce it, let me point out that I've put a big list of sources in the description. So if you're wondering who I'm referring to whenever I say scholars, just take a look there. One book in particular that I'd like to highlight is this recent one, Why the Bible Began by Jacob L. Wright. It provides more detail on just about everything that I'm covering in this video. So here's the idea. Judah was most likely not a part of the original Israelite confederacy. In fact, it likely had no association with Israel at all until after the fall of the northern kingdom. To help you understand what this means, let me give you an analogy. I happen to live in Canada, which is right next door to the United States. Of these 2 countries, the US is by far the more dominant one, with a much larger population and a much larger impact on global culture. Both countries are a part of North America, but only people in the US call themselves Americans. In Canada, we would never call ourselves American. We are Canadians. Okay, but let's now imagine the following scenario. There is some sort of global catastrophe or war that leaves America in ruins, but Canada intact. At this point, Canada is flooded with American refugees, and after about 100 years, the words Canadian and American become synonymous. In fact, after another 100 years or so, Canadian history books start saying that Canada had actually started out as one of the 51 states of America. Now, of course, the truth of the matter is that America has never had 51 states. We all know that it currently has only 50.
Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe, you can launch targeted TV and streaming ad campaigns using our powerful platform that combines simplicity with deep market insight. Not only can you choose from over 500 channels and apps, but you can also tailor your reach from nationwide audiences to local viewers with precision. Getting started with Vibe is incredibly easy. Just log in, set up your campaign by selecting your audience demographics, and decide where you want your ads to appear. Tell us your budget and watch as Vibe crafts a campaign that resonates with your audience and fits your financial plan. Spend your first 500.
Well, what if there never actually were 12 tribes of Israel? What if the whole thing was made up later in order to insert Judah into Israel's history? Well, that's the idea that I'm now going to explore. And take note that for this part, I'll be relying heavily on the work of Andrew Tobolowsky. Again, you can find the complete list of sources in the description. Let me start by going over the names and locations of the 12 tribes. Remember, according to the Bible, the 12 tribes descended from the 12 sons of Jacob. Jacob's first 4 sons were Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, all born to Jacob's first wife, Leah. In terms of geography, all 4 of these tribes ended up living in the south, although take note that the tribe of Levi was not actually allotted any land, because they were instead tasked with religious duties. Although they were originally spread out throughout the land, eventually most ended up in Jerusalem, where the temple was located. The next 4 children were Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. These children were not born to either one of Jacob's wives, but rather to his wives' servants, Bilhah and Zilpah. Note that these 4 tribes all inherited land on the periphery. Next came Issachar and Zebulun, again from Leah. They were given land here. Finally, we get Joseph and Benjamin, the 2 children of Rachel, Jacob's favorite wife. Their land corresponds to the core regions of Israel. Although, take note that the descendants of Joseph eventually get split into 2 tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This means that there were actually 13 tribes, not 12. This is usually resolved by leaving out Levi or by combining Ephraim and Manasseh into Joseph. Okay, now that you're familiar with who's who, let me show you why some scholars think that the whole 12-tribe concept was a late Judahite invention. As I mentioned earlier, the first 9 books in the Hebrew Bible, or 11 in the Old Testament if you remove Ruth, were likely originally meant to be a single work. It was created sometime during the Second Temple period by stitching together a bunch of older texts and inserting new material in between. And here's what's interesting. In this entire grand narrative, the 12 tribes are listed by name only 18 times. 10 of these are in sections that are pretty much universally attributed to P, meaning that they were added very late. An additional 2 are usually attributed to an even later redactor, sometimes called R. Now, the original documentary hypothesis only applied to the Pentateuch, and thus Joshua through Kings is usually just labeled as D due to their association with Deuteronomy. But nowadays it's thought that there might be some P sections in these books as well. These 2 are strong candidates for that, which leaves us with just 4 references to the 12 tribes that might predate the Second Temple period. Let's now look at them one by one, starting with a list found in Judges 5. This chapter is known as the Song of Deborah, and it stands out from the material before and after it, both in terms of style and language. It appears to be a very old hymn that the Deuteronomists inserted into the narrative. In fact, some scholars believe that this chapter might be the oldest bit of text in the entire Bible, and one of the very few that was written in the north before 722 BCE, which means that this is quite likely the oldest list we have of the Israelite tribes. So let's take a look. First off, you need to know that this hymn is about a famous battle, and it talks about the tribes who participated and the tribes who did not. So the participating tribes are listed as Ephraim, Benjamin, Machir, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali, whereas the non-participating tribes are listed as Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher. So first of all, that's only 10 tribes, not 12. Second, there are two unfamiliar names, Machir and Gilead. Elsewhere in the Bible, Machir is said to have been the son of Manasseh. So the assumption is that the tribe of Machir is probably Manasseh. Likewise, Gilead is where the tribe of Gad was located. So again, the assumption is that Gilead is probably Gad. So who's missing then? Interestingly, it's Judah, Simeon, and Levi, the three tribes who made up the southern kingdom of Judah. However, in the flow of the narrative, the north and the south had not yet been divided. So why were these three tribes not mentioned? It can't simply be because they didn't participate in the battle, because the hymn specifically goes out of its way to reprimand those who didn't. So the conclusion is that maybe in the original Confederacy, there were only ever 10 tribes of Israel, not 12. The next oldest tribal list is found in Deuteronomy chapter 33. It's known as the Blessing of Moses because it contains separate blessings given by Moses for each tribe. This time, Judah and Levi are mentioned, but again,
I don't think people are following what that means.
They're going over a lot of people's head because
the Song of Deborah, ladies and gentlemen, didn't have Judah, didn't have Simeon, didn't have Levi. That's called the Southern Kingdom. What's up, Thunder? Big up, Thunder in the building. Those tribes make up the southern tribes. They are not mentioned in the story, and this is considered the oldest story in the Bible. Why is Judah not mentioned? You can't say because the story they didn't participate. It talked about which tribes participated and which tribes did not show up. Judah, Levi, and Simeon were not mentioned. That's key. Why not? Because Judah did not exist at the time. They couldn't be a part of the story. So that means historically, what was going on in Judah at the time? It was sparsely populated according to the archaeological record. It wasn't significant because, you know, Judah, that area was known. First time it's mentioned is by the Assyrians in the 8th century. Ahaz, the king called Ahaz. So what it does, it kills the whole argument of Judah and Israel being united, northern and southern kingdom. And the reason is we found evidence in the 8th century in the northern kingdom of there being intelligent Israelites who actually could read the ancient hieroglyphs and write the ancient hieroglyphs as the hieratic script. So we have evidence of that in the northern kingdom. But in the southern kingdom, they were like the dumbed down version of them. So what happened is when Assyrians invaded the north, some of the people, 40% of the people in the northern kingdom ran to the southern kingdom, and that's why they started to rewrite the Israelite story from the southern kingdom. That's basically what he just said. It went over a lot of people said that's some yo. If Billy Carson knew this, he would have ran Westhoff out the building because Westhoff couldn't say, well, the majority. No, he's going by the evidence of archaeology and what history says, and that's all Billy Carson had to do. He had to go to no pseudo information.
Oh, I can't help it.
Simeon. However, when you look at the original Hebrew, the first two blessings for Reuben and Judah stand out as being quite different, which indicates that this part may have been inserted at a later date. In addition to this, Ephraim and Manasseh are combined into a single blessing, as are Zebulun and Issachar. And therefore, the conclusion is that the original poem likely had only 8 blessings. When you put this next to the list in Judges 5, what it shows is that even in the north, the total number of tribes, as well as their names, likely changed over time. For example, it appears that Reuben may have dwindled and eventually disappeared. The blessing for Reuben, given in verse 5, seems to hint at this because it says, "Let Reuben live and not die, nor his people be few."
Another important part with Deuteronomy 33, the blessing of Moses, is that Simeon is not even on the list. And also, how could Simeon be a northern tribe if he's below the line of Benjamin and Judah? He's within the confinement, geographically speaking, of Judah. How is it that he's taken as a northern tribe? It's crazy. If Billy knew this again, he would have held his own. Let me put it that way.
Also, it appears that Levi may have been added later. Interestingly, the name Levi actually means joined. And according to Richard Friedman's book, The Exodus, the tribe of Levi may have been the only tribe to have experienced some sort of literal exodus from Egypt. One of his main arguments is the fact that all of the personal names for individual Levites found in the Bible are names that have Egyptian origins, whereas most of the other names have Canaanite origins. Others have suggested that maybe the Levites had been priests in Egypt, perhaps even the leading priests under Akhenaten. So maybe it was this new tribe that introduced the idea of monotheism to the Israelites. Let's now look at Genesis chapter 49, which also contains a blessing for each tribe, this time given by Jacob. But once again, the text appears to have an original core that was then added to at a later date. All 12 tribes are mentioned, but the first 4 blessings stand out because they're written in the first person, whereas the other 8 are written in the third person. So yet again, it looks like the Judahites have inserted themselves into a much older text, making it look like they were there all along, which is why there ends up being some confusion over which son of Jacob was his heir. On one hand, it would appear that Joseph was his heir because he was Jacob's favorite son and was given a double inheritance. However, on the other hand, it also appears that
I don't think people are listening to what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, Judah, Simeon, and Levi seems to have been added to all these texts. But check this out. If you read Genesis 49, it's written in the third person, I think, and the second person, or the first person, where the person Jacob is saying, I or I will. But when it comes to other tribal members, Genesis 49, I think verse 17, 18, I think, he's talking in the third person. 2 different writers. Somebody added these tribes later on to the Genesis 49 text. It didn't include Judah. Because now in Genesis 49, Judah is the scepter. This is why everybody all over the world always want to claim Judah. Because of Genesis 49. But this was an edited version. And by the way, he's taking this from Andrew Tobolowsky's book. And I interviewed Andrew Tobolowsky before he came out with this book. He told me he was going to write this book. He told me during the interview. So we have the scholarship on deck. Billy, you got to check out my channel, bro.
Judah was his heir.
You got to check out my channel.
In verse 10, it says, "The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet," which is a foreshadowing of the ruling house of David. The argument is that Reuben, the firstborn, was disqualified because he slept with his father's concubine, Bilhah, and that the next 2 sons, Simeon and Levi, were also disqualified because they were too violent, meaning that Judah, the 4th-born son, is the heir. Let's now jump to Genesis 29 to 35, which is where the birth order is explained. Like I said earlier, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah were all born to Leah, Jacob's first, but not his favorite, wife. Now, if, as I've been suggesting, Judah was not an original member of the Israelite Confederacy, but was rather inserted into the story later, why then would they decide to place their tribe 4th in the birth order and not 1st? Especially if they wanted to promote the idea that their tribe was the most important. This is, in fact, what they did elsewhere in both Numbers and Joshua. Well, as we've already seen, the tribe of Reuben was most likely extinct by the time that Judah rose to prominence. So they weren't any sort of threat. Some have even suggested that Reuben might have been the Shasu. So maybe they were given the ceremonial top spot because they were the first to worship YHWH. When it comes to Simeon, although they were once seen as being a separate southern tribe, by the time this was written, Simeon had been fully integrated into Judah, so they too were not a threat. The Levites, of course, were religious leaders, not political leaders, so they weren't a threat either. Therefore, Judah was able to place themselves fourth, making the insertion look less obvious. Note, however, that they very diplomatically made Joseph and Benjamin the sons of Jacob's favorite wife, Rachel, but placed them at the bottom of the birth order. This is because these tribes were still a threat in the present. The two Joseph tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh, had been the core part of the kingdom of Israel, and some of them had likely fled south, where they maintained their tribal identity long into the Second Temple period. Likewise, the kingdom of Judah eventually stretched to contain the former territory of Benjamin, so there were a lot of Benjamites still around too. Note that the name Benjamin literally means son of the south, indicating that in the original Confederacy, Benjamin was the southernmost tribe, not Judah. This leaves us with 6 more tribes, the 4 born to Bilhah and Zilpah, and the 2 later children of Leah. As I mentioned earlier, the 4 born to Bilhah and Zilpah all received land on the periphery of the kingdom of Israel. Note that Dan was located just north of the Philistines. It has long been suggested that the Philistines might have been one of the sea peoples who destroyed and then settled some of the coastal Canaanite cities. Well, it has also been suggested that Dan might have originated as one of the sea peoples too. However, unlike the Philistines, they opted to join the new Israelite Confederacy. One of the main arguments for this hypothesis is the fact that Dan is often associated with boats. There's also the fact that the main hero from the tribe of Dan, Samson, is a lot like the Greek hero Hercules. So maybe this legend came with the sea peoples and got passed on to Israel via Dan. I'd also like to point.
Hold on. What he just said is important because there is a tradition of Hercules being swallowed by a big fish and was in there for 3 days and 3 nights. The Jonah swallowed by a big fish, 3 days and 3 nights. It's happened in the same town, Joppa. That's actually in the Bible. The same story, it's the same place. It happened in the same area.
Hercules tumbles the temple as well by pushing down the 2 pillars, the same way as is depicted with Samson in his last battle. Those are overlapping as well.
Yep.
And of course, his strength was also bound, was of a supernatural nature.
Point out that both Asher and Gad are named after Canaanite gods, which is further evidence that at least some of the Israelite tribes had been Canaanites all along. So I think we're ready to make some conclusions. When it comes to the origin of the 12 tribes of Israel, the first thing that we can say is that the idea of 12 tribes, specifically, as opposed to 10 or 8 or some other number, originated with Judah long after Israel even existed. They probably chose 12 simply because it's a nice round number and therefore symbolic. In reality, there very likely never were exactly 12 tribes of Israel. However, the second thing we can say is that at some point before Judah inserted themselves into the story, there was indeed a group of Israelite tribes, although the exact number probably fluctuated. When it comes to these tribes, there was not a single origin. Reuben might have come from the Shasu. Levi might have come from Egypt. Dan might have come from the Sea peoples. Asher, Naphtali, and Gad might have been former Canaanites. As for the rest, Zebulun, Issachar, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, they might have been Canaanites as well, in particular, hill country Canaanites. Or maybe they were the Habaru, which might explain where the name Hebrew comes from. Now, before I go, I have to address the question, where are the Israelite tribes located today? Because even if there were never exactly 12 of them, there were in fact Israelite tribes at some point. Well, like I said earlier, a lot of them ended up moving south, where they integrated into the kingdom of Judah. meaning that they eventually became Jews. And those who were carried off, well, most of them likely integrated into other Middle Eastern societies. But what about all those various groups around the world who claim to be members of the so-called Lost 10 Tribes? Well, I might do a future video on that topic, but for now, I'll just say that if there are any legitimate Israel groups out there, they almost certainly trace their lineage from Second Temple Judaism, not directly from the Northern Kingdom of Israel. This includes both the Samaritans as well as Beta Israel from Ethiopia. So to sum up, even though Judah was not one of the original Israelite tribes, it is only through Judah that any notion of Israel has survived. You see, by creating a story about 12 tribes who dedicated themselves to one God, they gave themselves something they could cling to. So instead of needing to be citizens of a specific state, they were able to become a people called Jews who could survive anywhere. And survive they did. And not only did they survive, their story went on to inspire others, and various different understandings of it led to the creation of the world's two largest religions, Christianity and Islam. Okay, so that was a look at the origin of the 12.
Yeah, let me add something to the mix of that. And people are like, why the number 12? Because in the tradition of the ancient Near East, you had the Greeks who had the monument of the eponymous heroes located in the ancient Agora of Athens, Greece. And what they did was, you see these brick structures right here at the bottom? Those represent the 10 tribes and the 12 tribes. So other cultures had this concept. This is not something that was originated with them. So even in 508 BC to 307 BC, we find different tribes of 12. That's all over the ancient Near East with an eponymous hero. So Antiochus, he was the son of Hercules. We know that person don't exist. So people are writing the son of Dionysus. We know Dionysus don't exist, but they're writing them like their actual history. So this is how you get the whole eponymous ancestor of Jacob and the 12, and the writing style change, similar to how the Greeks wrote it. That's why a lot of writings like the flood story, people always compare it to Sumeria, but the flood story that's actual in the Bible, the closest relative of it is the Greek version of the flood story. So you see that the writers are changing the stories over time, but this is where you see that there are also other cultures who are doing the same thing with people who are not real. They're just simply just not real. All right. But anyway, it's just a story. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this out of the way. All right. And it's important now that we talk about something that Dr. David Falk, who is a Christian, who is a believer, he had to defend something that I've been teaching. It's actually also in my book. So he was debunking something that people argue about all the time. And what it is Ephraim in the First Chronicles 7, the same person as Ephraim in the Joseph in the Bible. All right. Let me also bring up the scripture so that people could see it. First Chronicles 7. I'm going to put it on the screen so people could see what he's talking about, because people might not be aware of it. What I'm saying with this is that the person who is in First Chronicles 7 is the Ephraim, who is Joseph's son, and that never went into Egypt. That's what I feel based off the biblical. This is purely a biblical text conversation. This has nothing to do with outside the Bible. Nothing at all outside the Bible. And I'm going to ask everybody who's watching now, before I play the video, is this First Chronicles 7? Where my Hebrew Israelites brothers at? First Chronicles 7 is Issachar here, the Issachar that's a part of the 12 sons. What about Benjamin here? Is this a part of the 12 tribes? What about Naphtali right here? Is this a part of the 12 tribes? What about Manasseh? Is Manasseh here a part of the 12 tribes? Let's scroll down some more. Is Ephraim, this is the Ephraim we're going to be talking about, is he a part of the 12 tribes? Let's go down some more. Let's go down a little bit further. Asher right here. Is this the Asher that's a part of the 12 tribes? All right, so we're going to have a conversation based off of this right now. So let's check out the video. I am saying, like I said in my book, that this is Ephraim, because this Ephraim is a problem. If this is Ephraim, Joseph's son, he never went into Egypt. He didn't go to the Exodus. It's impossible. But I'm going to break that down shortly. But I just want to give you all a prerequisite before I show the video of what we're about to talk about, because this is very important. Let me ask Mr. 707, is that First Chronicles chapter 7, and this is for my Christian family right now, is that Ephraim that's a part of the Bible? Because look at the explanation that they some of these Christians, man, I just laugh when they talk, bro. They so ridiculous, it's crazy. I love Dr. Falk. I had a one-to-one consultation with him. He's a great mind. But on this issue, I'm going to tell y'all up front, I disagree totally. Let's go.
Skeptics claim that Ephraim, son of Joseph, is the same Ephraim mentioned in 1 Chronicles 7. And that's what we're going to talk about today on this episode of Ancient Egypt and the Bible. In 1 Chronicles 7, verses 20 to 27, there is a mention of an Ephraim who is living in the land of Canaan. Now, the assertion is made by skeptics that this is the same Ephraim that was born to Joseph, who supposedly died in Egypt hundreds of years earlier. Now, this should be a self-answering question, but being a skeptic these days apparently means that you don't make your first appeal to common sense. So we're going to flesh this out and explain what's going on here in 1 Chronicles 7. And this was precipitated by a certain question. Quote, do you happen to have any thoughts on 1 Chronicles 7, 20 to 27, which seems to depict Ephraim and his sons being in Canaan when they should have been living in Egypt at that time, end quote. Okay, the first thing we should do here is read the passage. So we're going to read from 1 Chronicles 7, verses 20 to 27. Quote, and the sons of Ephraim were Shuthelah and Bered his son, Tahath his son, Eliada his son, Tahath his son, Zabad his son.
Let me pause for 1 second. My brother, Mr. 707, said Garfield, descendants Garfield, what the F, dude? Laugh out loud. The tribe of Ephraim descendants. Now, look at what he says. Look at what he says.
Shethelah his son, and Ezer and Eliad, whom the men of Gath, who were born in the land, killed, because they came down to take their livestock. And their father Ephraim mourned many days, and his relatives came to comfort him. Then he went to his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Beriah, because misfortune had come upon his house. And his daughter was Shirah, who built Lower and Upper Beit Horon, and Uzan Sherah. And Rapha was his son, along with Resheph, Telah his son, Tahan his son, Laden his son, Amihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, and Joshua his son. End quote. Okay, now, prima facie from the account here in 1 Chronicles 7, we can see that this is not the same Ephraim. However, we in the West frequently succumb to a certain literary fallacy. In Western fiction, there is a one-person, one-name rule. So in a fictional story, you cannot reuse the same name because it tends to confuse the reader. However, history doesn't work like fiction. The same names are reused throughout history. This is why we have 11 Ramses, 3 King Charles of England, etc. The Ephraim in 1 Chronicles 7 cannot be the Ephraim from Genesis. They are separated by 300 years of context. And scripture tells us that all of that generation, the sons of Jacob, died in Egypt. So what we have here in 1 Chronicles 7 is the namesake of the tribe of Ephraim. In other words, the Ephraim of 1 Chronicles 7 is the tribal chief who inherited the name of the tribe of Ephraim. But the original questioner has some follow-ups. Quote, at the end of the genealogy, it mentions Joshua, son of Nun, who at least seems to be the Joshua that led the Canaanite conquest. So if this is a different Ephraim, how does he manage to have Joshua so late in his lineage, and how would his sons be doing things in Canaan before the time of Joshua? Okay, it's not the same Joshua either, and I can show that it's not. Let's look at the passage. And we'll quote here just from verses 22 to 27. And their father Ephraim mourned a long time. This is after the death of his original sons. And his relatives came to comfort him. And he slept with his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to a son. So he named him Beriah, because there had been misfortune in his home. His daughter was Shira, who built Lower and Upper Beit Horon and Uz and Shira. His son Rephah, his son Resheph, his son Talah, his son Tahan, his son Ladan, his son Amihud, his son Elishama, his son Nun, and his son Joshua.
Be fearless. Change is good. I don't...
Okay. Now, the question is whether this is a list of Iron Age Ephraim's children or a genealogy that extends back from Bronze Age Ephraim. If it is the former, then Joshua and Nun are just sons of the Ephraim that settled in Canaan and were born after the massacre of Gath. If it is the latter, then Joshua and Nun had to have been born prior to the Exodus, and this is just recounting the genealogy that existed prior to the Israelite conquest. However, that latter view is deeply problematic. First, if the latter were true, then you'd have the Ephraimites settling into Canaan and undergoing the massacre of Gath prior to the birth of Joshua or his father, Nun, and prior to the Israelite conquest, since Shira was born after the massacre. Second, verses 24 to 27 cannot be read as a genealogy because of verse 25. If this was a genealogy, then verse 25 should read, her son, not his son, since Rephah would have had to have been a direct descendant of Shira, a woman. As such, verses 24 to 27
and what the fuck? You may have made a very big error a while ago. Let's go back to this right here. He said he slept with his wife and she conceived and gave birth to a son. So he named him Beriah because there had been misfortune in his home. His daughter, Beriah's daughter, was Shira, who built Lord. His son is referring back to Ephraim, Rephah, his son Resheph, his son Taylor, and his son Tahan. His son is referring. This is referring to Ephraim. I think he made an error. Y'all could jump on, man. Jump on the panel. Let's straighten this out. Because I think he made. No. This is very funny right now. I never really took in the video. I really paid attention to it. But listen to what he's saying right here, family.
Of verse 25. If this was a genealogy, then verse 25 should read, her son, not his son, since Rephah would have had to have been a direct descendant of Shira, a woman. As such, verses 24 to 27 are not a genealogy.
Hold on, but if you go to Numbers, though, if you go to the genealogy in Numbers, it shows the name. I'm going to show you all this right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me go to this article. I didn't realize that when it says his son, it is correct. The Bible is correct. It's referring to Ephraim's son. Let me show you. The Ephraimites that never went into Egypt. This is the article from mytorah.com. Ephraim, no Exodus. Let's look at it. The book of Chronicles. That's fair. I never realized that before watching the video. Sometimes it's good to rewatch videos because you might miss something originally and you mess it up. So Dr. Falk, I think you messed up right there. I just realized it. I didn't even realize it before. Not that I'm trying to say I'm right. This is from Professor Rabbi David Frankel, and the article is called The Book of Chronicles and the Ephraimites That Never Went to Egypt. Now, the death of Ephraim's sons. And then he goes on, and by the way, too, he says, note that the name Shutelah is common to both lists. Tehat and Tehan are very similar to one another, and Bered and Betcher are also similar. Clearly, the passage in Chronicles speaks of no other Ephraim than the son of Joseph, brother of Manasseh. So in these dwelt the children of Joseph, the son of Israel. So in the same Chronicles, it says that. But I wanted to point out something that he mentioned, and that's very, very important. Look at it right here. The Ephraimites who entered the land with Joshua were the descendants of Ephraim. Hardly Ephraim himself with his children. This is clear, first of all, because Joshua, son of Nun, who led the conquest, was a descendant of Ephraim. Second, if you notice in Numbers 26:35, cited above concerning the Ephraimites who entered the land, speaks of the families of the Shuthalites, Basharite, and the Tahanites. So those individuals developed into clans. So I'm going to show you where it says it in Numbers. That's what I need to show. Numbers. Where's Numbers at? Numbers. Where is Numbers? Numbers. Okay. This passage begins with a list of Ephraim's offspring in Numbers 26:35. We also see the same names. The families of Shuthelah, Betcher, and of Tahan. And if you go back to the video, look at this right here.
Verses 24 to 27 are not a genealogy, but a list of the Iron Age Ephraim. As such, verses 24 to 27 would have had to have been a direct descendant of Shira, a woman. As such, verses 24, not his son.
His son Repha, his son Resheph, his son Telah, his son Tehan. When it says his, he's talking about Ephraim. This is Ephraim's children. See, because in Numbers 26:35, it tells you who the clans are, the Tahanites, whatever, those are the Ephraimites. They're no longer children, they're more like clan members. So the writing is different in Numbers 26:35, but they're referring to these same sons who are Ephraim's sons. I think when it says his son, it's talking about Ephraim. But anyway, let me continue.
Since Rapha would have had to have been a direct descendant of Shira, a woman. As such, verses 24 to 27 are not a genealogy, but a list of the Iron Age Ephraim's children. Shira, Repha, Resheph, Telah, Tahan, Laden, Amihud, Elishama, Nun, and Joshua. And there's symmetry here. The Gathites killed 9 of Ephraim's sons, verses 20 to 21. And God replaces them with 9 more sons and 1 particularly infamous daughter. Therefore, this Joshua cannot be the same Joshua that led the Israelite conquest, but was a later Joshua and a later Nun who were born after the massacre by the men of Gath. Now, to this came the response, quote, "Thank you for the insight. One further question then. Someone skeptical of that view could say that it seems oddly coincidental, that there just so happens to be an Ephraim, a Nun, and a Joshua that all aren't the ones we're familiar with. Would it be expected that if the tribe of Ephraim had a famous character named Joshua, son of Nun, in its history, that names like Nun and Joshua would be popular names in that tribe later on? End quote. People name their children after famous, successful people, not usually after nobodies and losers. People reuse names all the time. It would be tremendously surprising if they never use the names of famous people later on. In the Bible, there are multiple Josephs, Marys, Ephraims, Judahs, Levis, Adonijahs, Abimelechs, and I could continue on with that list of names.
All right, let me break down what the problem is. All right. What I think is that the story was concocted at a later time. I'm gonna tell you why. I don't think that the story of Egypt is true, because if you look at the Exodus tradition, they're not listed as a tribe. There's no Ephraim tribe. There's no Manasseh tribe in the storyline. So it seemed like somebody added these two stories, because if you look at the Bible, it talks about a Jacob and Esau. Then it talks about Judah's two sons. Then it talks about Manasseh and Ephraim. So there's different traditions that are being pushed forward by different groups, because one of the Exodus traditions is Richard Elliott that says that the Levites are the ones that were whereas the Exodus was about the Levite tribes. Then there's another theory by I forgot what the gentleman's name is right now, but he said that it's really the house of Joseph that came out, which Ephraim came out. So Ephraim and Manasseh would be the big stars that came out of it, and Joseph is no longer the tribe. So, but now watch this. Now the people of Gath, and by the way, in First Chronicles, remember they're talking about all the tribes. They're talking about Benjamin, Issachar, Asher, Naphtali. So all of a sudden, Ephraim is not a tribe now. They're not referring to the tribe. I think this is a major error, and let me point it out to you what the conversation is about. Now the people of Gath who were born in the land killed them because they came down to raid their cattle, and their father Ephraim mourned many days, and his brothers came to comfort him. Ephraim went into his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Beriah because disaster had befallen his house. Ephraim then went on to have another son, Beriah, so named it. Just before getting back to the genealogical details, the short story concludes by telling us that Beriah had a daughter, Shira, and that she was credited with building Lower and Upper Beth Horon. And with that, we're back to the tedium of unrecognizable names, with one exception. The genealogy ends in verse 27 with Joshua, the son of Nun, of Canaanite conquest fame. Why is any of this interesting? It turns out that the short story contradicts everything we're told elsewhere about Israel in Egypt, the Exodus and Israel's conquest of Canaan. The main narrative is Ephraim, the head of the genealogy, was born to Joseph and Asenath in Egypt. He had one brother, Manasseh. Many generations later, Joshua, the son of Nun, came out of Egypt on the Exodus and acted as Moses' right-hand man. In the intervening period, the Israelites were in Egypt. When the Israelites entered Canaan after the Exodus, Joshua on his sojourn campaign chased an Amorite coalition down the valley of Ajalon, passing by Beth Horon. Starting with Shira, who appears only here in the Chronicles record. She's credited with building Upper and Lower Beth Horon, but if she was in Egypt, why was she building cities in the Canaanite highlands, specifically the Ephraimite highlands of Canaan? This is Beth Horon, and that's Goshen, Egypt. In which direction did they go to Gath? This is quite telling. Journeys from Egypt to Canaan in the Hebrew Bible describe the direction as up from Egypt. If the journey is in reverse, then the direction is down to Egypt. So if they went down to Gath, then they can't have come from Egypt. If they had come from Egypt, the text would say such and such, such and such. Hold on. All right, go ahead. All right.
You know what it sounds like to me, Garfield?
Finish, beloved. Let me finish.
All right.
Reading that respects the biblical language of direction, So they're showing that they're going down. finally, who was it who came to comfort Ephraim? It says his brothers, plural. This goes against scripture's main narrative that tells us quite emphatically that Ephraim had only one brother, Manasseh. The ramifications of all this are that 1 Chronicles 7:20-27 give us a picture of the origins of the tribe of Ephraim that don't fit the usual story of Israelite origins. In fact, the two contradict. The Chronicles short story has Ephraim living in the Canaanite highlands and not Egypt, not going on in the Exodus and having no need to conquer the land. They're already living and building in it. I think the problem that this points out and is a very serious problem. But what I'm going to point out to you guys is that the regular story of Ephraim in Egypt is a problem, because if you go to Genesis 49:26, Ephraim and Manasseh have children and grandchildren going into Egypt. How is that possible if they're not even 9 years old yet? So which story is more realistic? Them going into Egypt with sons and grandsons, or the story of them actually being Canaanites who became Israelites? It's logical. You got to make a decision. If you look at the sons that they're having, Manasseh has a son, Mashir, and a grandson, Gilead, and Ephraim has two sons, Putalim and Tam, and a grandson, Eden. How is that possible when they weren't even 9 years old?
And this is a
Damn, you just took my point.
misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding of how gene flow and how ethnic groups come to be developed. If you look in the biblical text, it gives you clues as to why this particular group of people wanted or decided to separate themselves from the rest of the people in that area. It was their spiritual practices, for example, child sacrifice and these type of things. And at a certain point, they can understand people saying, you know what, nah, I mean, down with that, so I separate myself. And there's hints of that in the biblical text, but this doesn't mean that there are a separate people genetically or phenotypically. If we look at the archaeological evidence and the genetic evidence, we see that there's a continuum of gene flow between all these peoples. So to distinguish them or separate them as a unique or separate from their environment is a false narrative. But again, if you understand the biblical text, it is a group of people writing a narrative about themselves. The biggest hint of that in that is that the God has them as the favorite people. That alone says enough.
But you know, Garfield, you just took what I was finna say. That's what it sounds. That's what it. When I continue, as I continue to read it and I listen to it, it seems like they were trying to hide the fact that they were Canaanites already living in the land.
Exactly.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. It matches with the archaeological record. Now, let me say this again for the people who, Dr. Falk, I respect him as an Egyptologist. He's not a weirdo. He's not a wacko. But I disagree with him in this, and I'm going to tell you why. If you look at 1 Chronicles 7, right, it's talking here at the first verse, the sons of Issachar. Which Issachar is this? It's the tribe of Issachar. Then you go down to verse 6, it says the sons of Benjamin. Which Benjamin is this? From the tribe of Benjamin. Then you go down, it says the sons of Naphtali. Which Naphtali is this? From the 12 tribes of Israel. Now it also says the sons of Manasseh. Which Manasseh is this? From the 12 tribes of Israel, because Manasseh has the same problem that Ephraim has. I'll get into that in another show. Then it's up down to verse 20. It talks about Ephraim. Then you go down to verse 30. It talks about the tribe of Asher. So you see all the tribes here listed. He's trying to say that this cannot be him. But look at this though. Let me break it down to you. That's going to show you how incorrect he is. So in reading this, right, it says, and their possessions and habitations were Bethel and the town thereof, and eastward of Naran, and westward Giza, with the town thereof, Shechem also and the town thereof, unto Gaza and the town thereof. Now watch this. And by the borders of the children of Manasseh, Beshin and her towns, Tanash and her town, Megiddo and her towns, Dor and her towns, in these dwelt the children of Joseph, the son of Israel. So what is Manasseh and Ephraim? The sons of Joseph. So that's exactly who he's talking about. They're talking about the Ephraim, who is the sons of Joseph. That's all I needed to see. Well, who are they? It's the wrong Ephraim. No. And then he actually said that people can have children with the same name, and it's not coincidence. Look at the end of the genealogy. Joshua, the son of Nun, who is the same Joshua, the son of Nun, that conquered the Canaanite region. It's not coincidence. It's the same Ephraim. You see, what Christians try to do is they try to rectify what's wrong with the Bible. This is a real history, probably a pre-monarchic history, according to Dr. Rabbi Frankel. He said it's a pre-monarchic history. That's all it is. Why would the person in Chronicles write a history that's totally not including the Exodus? Because some of the people of Ephraim or some of the tribes come from that. If you read Gary's work, he talks about only 6 tribes participating in the Exodus. 6 tribes. And the only reason why it's 12 is when they announced it. Here we have 12 tribes, showing that it was somebody who added it later on. Let me. Billy Carson, there's a lot of information out here, my brother. A lot of information. That's all I'm gonna say right there. All right. Now let me move on to another video. And this video is about if Joseph, Saul, David, Solomon, Cain, Abel, and all of them existed. And this goes back to, again, Dr. Joel Baden, who was on Myth Vision channel a couple years ago, like 3 to 4 years ago. And they interviewed him about you existing and all that stuff. And I'm going to tell you, this video here was a beauty. Did the biblical character
electricity
for tradition or anyway, go ahead.
No, this is wonderful.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show.
Wouldn't have dreamed of saying Abraham didn't exist. It seems like the fringe crazies came out of the woodwork and said, this guy probably didn't exist. And I'm only estimating, I'm just throwing a number out there, that at some point in the distant past, this was not even something entertained, but maybe a minimal understanding of him, but not the guy didn't exist. But now it seems to be that shift in scholarship has happened, and they think most likely Abraham's fictitious. What are your thoughts? I'm going to hip fire like characters. We'll just have like a fictional character video with you, or fictional or historical, and you can give us your like.
Okay, can I start with a caveat?
Please.
There's a difference between didn't exist at all and the biblical accounts of have nothing to do with a person, whether or not that person actually existed. In other words, I can imagine writing an entire novel about George Washington that had no connection at all, with anything true about George Washington. That didn't mean George Washington didn't exist.
Okay.
Right? So there's a world in which a character, a biblical character, is not real. But there's like something in the past that may have given rise to all of the stuff we find in the Bible, all of which is so far removed from reality that it becomes not real.
And
okay?
I think that
I don't know how I'm gonna mark that, whether it's as fact or fiction, but I'll give initial responses and then qualify them.
I would like to also add my own caveat on this, because I think it's important. There are going to be skeptics who might hear your answer, right? And then go, well, I need the physical, he didn't exist if you can't prove that there's this guy who existed, right? And I think that oftentimes skeptics go too far without granting what you're actually suggesting and what you just said as your caveat, because that happens.
Well, and you have to remember, if that were your basis for saying stuff, then we could prove. Who could we prove existed from 3,000 years ago? Like only the people whose bones we've found, because like people weren't leaving. Like we don't have like their tax records, right? We don't have written evidence of 99.9999% of human beings. Like, and if you're going to tell me that the written records we do have don't count, then like what counts as proof that people existed?
Thank you.
At that point, you're like dealing with like, I guess nobody existed, because like someone had to exist, right? There had to be people. So there's a line there. Okay.
thank you for making that point. And I just wanted to clarify too, for the sake of those who are watching this. Did Adam exist?
No.
And you would like
stop. End of conversation.
All right.
The other thing I'll add to this is, like, again, right, we're talking about people existing, and we're going to ask questions about the biblical stories about these people. It's sort of acting as if there's one biblical story about these people. But again, if I tell you that, like, and like Abraham in J and Abraham in P and Abraham in E all have different stories told about them and like different characteristics and come from different places and like live in different spaces, and like, what does it even mean? Is it like real or not? Like at that point, you have to only talk about, like, could there be something in the past that was like a basis for a tradition or a, anyway, go ahead.
No, this is wonderful. This gets us closer to the point, right? And I really do appreciate that, because when I said Adam, you didn't say, well, in maybe possible source here. No, I think that is a mythic.
There's a line, right? Like the idea of like the first dude, I think we can safely set aside.
Right. Cain, Abel?
No.
What do they represent? They're probably nations, right?
No. People like to associate Cain with like this Kenite, a nation of sort of like Cain descendants called the Kenites that live down to the south. I don't particularly care about that. Cain and Abel. It's a mythological story. Like it doesn't have to represent a lot. There's something to do there, maybe with agricultural versus pastoralists. It's like, none of them are convinced. Nothing is convincing me. It's like, oh, the story is really code for whatever, right? Like, there's got a bunch of things going on. It's a myth, right? Myths have different moving parts, right? There's some historical reference, there's some cultural reference, right? You can do it with this Greek myths too, right? Like, what does that Greek myth represent? What is it really? Like, well, yes, it's about agriculture and it's about the seasons, and it's also about these characters that exist in this greater like mythological world, and it's also so it's a lot of things. Anyway, Cain and Abel aren't real.
So Enoch lived 365 years.
Definitely.
Okay.
And every year was a day, and they were all spectacular. No.
Enoch?
No.
Okay.
No, stop. There's like nothing. You can.
You know
going.
what I'm doing.
Noah, nothing.
Right.
Like, nope.
And I figure it's based on Apkallu, possibly Ugaritic text or something with Enoch. I'm just speculating there, but
sure. I mean, you're really heavily into Genesis 1 through 11. We're in the full mythological. Like none of that's going to have a person.
Thank you for clarifying.
An actual living person that we can even get back to at all, right?
So then let's go to the patriarch himself, Abraham. The infamous name Abraham.
Yeah.
Abram, but then Abraham. Yeah.
So this is the first one where it's really easy to say like no, like, and again, this is the easy one. There's absolutely nothing in the biblical account that we can say is true of any human that ever lived. At the same time, what we're looking at in the Abraham and the Isaac and the Jacob stories are traditions that seem to be concentrated around certain areas of ancient Israel. So, right, like, Jacob's traditions are focused around Bethel, right? That's his like home area, and Abraham is around Hebron, and Isaac is around Beersheba, right? Like, their stories take place in these places, which suggests that these are stories that were told by people who lived there. So, right, the Abraham stories probably originally were passed down by people who lived down in the south in the Hebron area, and who were like, yes, we live here, and this is our place, and we are all descended from our ancestor Abraham. And why do we live here? Because God gave the land to our ancestor Abraham, and that's why we're here today, right? And like, none of that is true either. But like, at some point, maybe there was like some tribal ancestor who first settled there. Mm-hmm. They were like, this is my land. Whose name may or may not be Abraham. Like, I claim this land for myself. And then generations of their descendants lived there, and the stories grew, and the myths about their ancestor grew, until we had like whole complexes and stories and international relations and all this and the other. So was Abraham real or not? Not. Can I imagine there having been an ancestral figure for that tribal group in that particular region? That's not the Abraham of the Bible. It's like some dude who planted his flag on a piece of land and was like, I'm going to sit here now. That's the truth of truth that I'm willing to grant.
Right.
I don't know that his name was Abraham. I don't know anything about him. I don't know that that's even true. But that's like as far as I'm willing to go. So like it's right. That's really on the edge of like, you know, fact or fiction. Like the Abraham story is fiction.
Right.
The character of Abraham is fictional.
Right.
I'm not going to give up on the possibility that there is.
Now, Billy Carson never said that. That's Dr. Joel Baden from the Harvard Divinity School is saying that. We can't run around and say, Billy, these are the arguments you could make, beloved. These are the arguments. This is not Billy saying this. This is a scholar that's saying this. The story of Abraham is fiction. Why is he saying the story of Abraham is fiction? Let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. Right now, I'm going to tell you why. Look at this right here. Let me show y'all right now. And I've been saying it. The story and everything about Abraham is fiction. Everything about Abraham is fiction to me. Don't have to be to you. This is why right here. I'm going to show y'all my screen real quick. Everything about Abraham's story is not true. It don't match up with nothing in history, even when he's claiming kings and everything. Right here, I got it in my slides. Problems in Genesis, Dan. Anachronistic. Ur of Chaldees, anachronistic. The kings in Genesis 14, none of them existed. The Philistines being mentioned by Abraham, they didn't come into town until the 13th century BC. Abimelech is a Philistine king, so he couldn't have known him. Camels being domesticated in Israel. Camels were around, but they weren't domesticated in Israel at the time. Hittites never existed during the time of Abraham. They came around 1650. Arameans came around 1300 BC. Sodom and Gomorrah, they claim that they found some place in Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not true, but even if it was Sodom and Gomorrah, it's dated like 400 or 500 years after Abraham. Beersheba, discovered. Archaeology says 1300 BC. Abraham is said to discover it, and also Isaac. There's nothing true about the story. I've been saying that, and now you have a scholar that teaches at Harvard Divinity that's saying the same exact thing. So don't trust Garfield. Let's trust the scholar.
I'm going to sit here now. That's the truth of truth that I'm willing to grant.
Right.
I don't know that his name was Abraham. I don't know anything about him. I don't know that that's even true. But that's like as far as I'm willing to go. So like it's right. That's really on the edge of like, you know, fact or fiction. Like the Abraham story is fiction. Right. The character of Abraham is fictional.
Right.
I'm not going to give up on the possibility that there is some kernel of something back in a tradition somewhere that resembles nothing like what we have now, but was generative for them.
Thank you. So Abraham,
Isaac,
Jacob, and then Joseph. Joseph is a strange.
Are you ready to see your brand on TV? Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe,
guy he's connected into Egypt. You would say that's also kind of in the same vein.
Again, the story has got nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
Right? The story, there's no truth behind the story. But again, Joseph is a name that is tied to a region, right? The region of Ephraim and Manasseh is like labeled like the house of Joseph. Same thing. I assume that we have tribal connections here, right? Is Ephraim real? Is Manasseh real? Not in the way they are in the Bible. Are those probably potentially the names of? Could those be the names of like long ago tribal founders or like prominent people such that we became the people of Ephraim because we live in this territory? Sure. And could those people all be like, and we are the people of Joseph because we live in this territory because like we go back, there's another figure out there? Maybe. But like, again, there's no connection with what we have in the text whatsoever.
Okay. So now that we've gotten past the skin, if you will, maybe there's some meat to the bones on Moses. What are your thoughts on Moses?
Similar, but less. It's a similar answer, but it's a little bit, meatier, to use your word, at the center of it. Again, not a single word in the Bible about Moses can be verified as historically accurate. Nothing. But
Again, this is not Garfield saying this. This is a scholar, Professor Joel Baden. If I was Billy Carson, I would bring all these clips and I say, debunk Joel Baden. Go debate him. I bet you they won't have a conversation with Dr. Joel Baden. I bet you they won't do it.
Shout out to Pastor
claim,
Bennett once again.
all you gotta do is appeal to authority. Go appeal to authority all day.
Shout out to my boy Pastor Bennett. That there's a reason you
the
want
Christians gonna leave. Then they're gonna leave. Because you got people who study the Bible, research it, linguists, all these people are saying the same thing. The consensus is saying the same thing. These people are not real. We don't know where the kernel of the story come from, but nothing in the storyline is real. The dude said everything that Moses said is not real, it's fiction.
So Pastor Bennett, you see, you do not need to be an atheist or have a disbelief in God to articulate and study the text based on the parameters that is set by methodological naturalism. So his belief, whether he believes or not, he doesn't find any evidence to support the claims. So that's why these stories are rendered as what they are, just stories. And my atheism has nothing to play or to do with how you evaluate text. Just saying, just putting that out there.
Not a single word in the Bible about Moses can be verified as historically accurate. Nothing. But the alternative, right, like, then you might say something like, well, then I guess Moses is completely fictionalized, invented character by the Israelites who told this story. And there's some weird things about that. Like, if I'm going to invent a story about, like, my super awesome, like, liberated me from slavery, is our, like, national, one of our great national heroes, dude, I'd probably give him a name that's like my kind of name, like an Israelite name, because he's supposed to be one of my people, instead of giving him like a thoroughly Egyptian name.
Right.
Right. So, and yeah, like there's the story in Exodus 2 about like, why is he named Moses? Right. Because it's found by the Pharaoh's daughter. But like, that's exactly what that story does. Exactly the thing I'm talking about. That story exists to explain why does our Israelite hero have an Egyptian name. Here's why. Like, and this is a whole roundabout story about how he got it. The name for me is something of a giveaway that perhaps there was a real raised in Egypt person who something Bible. You know what I mean? Like who, and it could be a million things, right? Like he could be like, Moses could just be like the guy who helped that one Semitic slave like get his freedom, like, and then like waved him at the border and was like, bye-bye, have a nice life. And like that dude was like, yes, I was freed by Moses, this Egyptian guy. Like, again, all it takes is a tiny kernel for like the whole like narrative, like in traditional world, to explode. So my guess is that, again, nothing in the Bible about Moses is historically verifiable or even remotely plausible or true. Could there have been in history somebody with, name probably wasn't even just Moses, right? Like Moses means son of, right? Like Ramesses is son of Ra, and Tutmosis is son of Thoth. And like, anyway, like it's a, you know, it's a weird thing to name a kid, just like son of, generic, like I mean, like naming your kid. But the Egyptian name of it does make me suspect that like, someone brought with them.
Dan Mcclenan just said,
perhaps a like legit.
Remember the video when he said about the Macy's? He said the same thing. How you gonna
the exact same?
Naming your son Kid. He's a kid. You gonna name him Kid?
Yeah, same thing. The exact same analysis is being done.
Go argue with Dan Mcclenan and go argue with Dr. Joel Baden. Those PhDs, go argue with them. Don't argue with Billy. Go argue with them. You see, this is the problem. Billy don't know this information. He don't know this information. If he knew it, he would have beat them up all day long with factual stuff that the scholars are saying. Just quote the scholars. You say, it's not me. I'm just going to go with what the scholars say. This is what this one has done, and this is what the consensus of scholarship is saying. It's not just Joel Baden saying. This is the consensus of scholars.
Name probably wasn't even just Moses, right? Like Moses means son of, right? Like Ramesses is son of Ra, and Tutmosis is son of Thoth. And like, anyway, like it's a, you know, it's a weird thing to name a kid, just like son of, generic, like I mean, like naming your kid. but the Egyptian name of it does make me suspect that like someone brought with them perhaps a like legit memory of someone who had that name or something like it, and that's the kernel of the whole thing. So pretty far away from what the Bible tells, but a little closer than someone like Abraham.
Right.
Like we're edging ever so slowly closer towards potential historical reality.
So let's kind of do a broader here. In the entire history of Moses in the narrative of biblical or Joshua, are there any encounters with historical people or they themselves potentially having a root that you're aware of? Okay. So let's skip the judges, unless you think there's some judges somewhere that actually have a history.
So the judges is a better one, right? The judges, again, you're just going to keep getting closer. Right? You're not going to get further. You're going to, for the most part, maybe Samson. Like you're not going to get much further, right?
If you own a home in Westchester County or upstate New York, you could get the.
So let's move on to prophecy, because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more videos to play. We're going to deal with the prophets and prophecy, false prophecy. We're going to deal with the Cyrus Cylinder with Dad Mcclenan, a nice 3-minute video. Then we're going to play some more Billy stuff. Then we're going to deal with the Mount Ebal stuff. I'm going to show you how the Christians, those scholars work, who the Christians are. All right. All right. Let me get this video here. This is all right, let me get to the prophecy real quick. This is a nice 10-minute video. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right.
I recently gave an interview on the channel Myth Vision, which is linked in the description below, in which I discussed the failed prophecy of Ezekiel 26 in some depth. Now, this is just a clip of that interview, but to see it in full, click on the link below and subscribe while you're there. He's got some really interesting content.
So this is about Ezekiel 26 and Tyre. So Ezekiel, if we go by Deuteronomy 18 to 22, if you're a false prophet, you say something is from God and it doesn't come true, that means you're a false prophet. When Ariah said that in 2000 the world was going to come to an end and it didn't come through, he's a false prophet. The same guy that made up the so-called 12-tribe chart. All right, let's go. All right, here we go.
So starting in verse 3, therefore, thus says the Lord Yahweh, I am against you, Tyre, and I will bring many nations against you like the sea casting up its waves. They will destroy the walls of Tyre and pull down her towers. I will scrape away her rubble and make her a bare rock. Out in the sea she will become a place to spread fish nets, for I have spoken, declares the sovereign Lord. She will become plunder for the nations, and her settlements on the mainland will be ravaged by the sword. Then they will know that I am the Lord. So things that we all want to pay attention to here, I've highlighted in red, and you'll see why in the next screen. So many nations, it's very important. He's going to bring many nations. He's going to bring, they're going to destroy the walls and pull down the towers. So the walls and the towers. Scrape away her rubble and make her a bare rock. So that's a key phrase. Set of phrases. A place to spread fish nets. Very important. Plunder for the nations. Settlements on the mainland will be ravaged by the sword. So these are, the reason I'm pointing these out is you're going to see them paralleled. And what Daniel Block describes as it's expository. The second section is sort of expository development of it's developing further these general statements in the first section and with more specificity in the second. So if you look at the next section, for thus says the Lord Yahweh. So there's that little, for. So there's the connector, section 1 connected to section 2. Thus says the Lord Yahweh. From the north, I am about to bring against Tyre Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses and chariots, with horsemen and a great army. And in the English, it doesn't really do it justice. It's describing a massive multitude of people that are coming. He will ravage your settlements on the mainland with the sword. He will set up siege works against you, build a ramp up to your walls, and raise his shields against you. He will direct the blows of his battering rams against your walls and demolish your towers with his weapons. His horses will be so many that they will cover you with dust. Your walls will tremble at the noise of the war horses, wagons, and chariots when he enters your gates, as men enter a city whose walls have been broken through. The hoofs of his horses will trample all your streets. He will kill your people with the sword, and your strong pillars will fall to the ground. They will plunder your wealth and loot your merchandise. They will break down your walls and demolish your fine houses and throw your stones, timber, and rubble into the sea. I will put an end to your noisy songs, and the music of your harps will be heard no more. I will make you a bare rock, and you will become a place to spread fish nets. You will never be rebuilt, for I, the Lord, have spoken. What's interesting about it is this language, and people have noted this for as long as people have studied Ezekiel, a lot of this language is not really conducive to going up against besieging an island city, right? And it's sort of stock imagery. There's a way that Ezekiel describes people besieging a city, and we won't go into that detail here, but you see very similar language used for other siege passages about laying siege to a city. So this is sort of the way that he describes this. But the point is, I think I can't remember who made the point, which the idea is he's doing it in such, he's laying siege. Nebuchadnezzar is going to lay siege in such a way that he's going to bring about it as this entry into the city, just as if it was a city on the mainland, right? It's a city on the ground, not out in the water. But the things to notice here, many nations is paralleled here with I'm about to bring against Tyre Nebuchadnezzar. And look at if you look at the amount, the description here, king of Babylon, king of kings, horses, chariots, horsemen. And this is, it's literally like an assembly, a kahal, which is, it can mean like just a regular group of people, or it can be used to describe an entire army. And it says a kahal and an amrav, which is like a whole bunch of people. So so they're taking it as like a hendiadys here, but so like a vast army. It's a whole shit ton of people, right?
Yeah.
That are coming. And if you look at passages like Jeremiah 34:1, the Babylonian army, Nebuchadnezzar's army, is sort of described this way. It's made up of a bunch of different groups of people.
You're not a child, you're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside and get the bearskin.
Just the first nation to come. This is what's being described. It's this massive horde of people. But in the prophets, you see this description where it's not. People are thinking like the nation is just, okay, like we think about the American army, right? Or the Russian army or something. It's just like, that's that nation and that's that nation's army. It's made up of a lot of different people. Particularly as it's described in the prophets, like there's the Assyrians to his army, right? To the people on the horses, people have gone into the city. And anyway, so that's what's going on there. But so to make it very clear, here are the two sections. So here's your many nations in section 1. I guess I should have just done this from the beginning. Sorry. But,
this is so good too. This is for dummies like me. Thank you.
So here's your many nations in blue. This is like the debated thing, right? Sort of, not really.
This is like the only spot, though, out of all the comparisons.
Yeah.
It seems like there's really a debate, if anything.
Yeah. And it's because it has to be, right? You can't have many nations just mean Nebuchadnezzar if, and his multiple components of his army, if he didn't do it, right? If he didn't accomplish it. But if you look here, let's just set aside the blue. They will destroy the walls of Tyre and pull down her towers. Here you go. He will direct the blows of his battering rams against your walls and demolish your towers with his weapons. I will scrape away her rubble. They will break down the walls and demolish your fine houses and throw your stones, timber, and rubble. There's that word, into the sea. Make her a bare rock, out in the sea, into the sea. She will become a place to spread fish nets. I'll make you a bare rock, and you become a place to spread fish nets. And then this one, of course, and her settlements on the mainland will be ravaged by the sword. He will ravage your settlements on the mainland with the sword. So the connections here, I think, are pretty clear. And what's happening, not just the connections, but what's happening is, as Bloch argues, I think very convincingly, that there are sort of general metaphorical statements being made up here about generally what God's going to do. Like if you think about this, I'll bring many nations against you, like the sea casting up its waves. That's pretty general. That's not very specific, right? They will destroy your walls, or the walls of Tyre, and pull down her towers. Well, how? How will they do that? That's what's going on here. So who are the many nations? King of Babylon, King of Kings. This is an interesting phrase that we won't go into here, but with horses, chariots, horsemen, a great army. Destroy the walls of Tyre. How? He will direct the blows of his battering rams against your walls and demolish your towers. His horses will cover you with dust. Actually, back here, he will lay up siege works against you, build a ramp up to your walls and raise the shields. In other words, this is developing a more general statement into greater detail. I'll scrape away the rubble. Well, how will you do that? Break down your walls and demolish your fine houses and throw your stones, timber, and rubble into the sea. So that's sort of what most people see this as. Another example of this can be seen just a couple of chapters later in chapter 32. Now, this one's not as explicit. Well, I guess it is. Yeah.
All right, that's kind of too technical for everybody. Let me just show y'all something real quickly. Let's go to Jeremiah 43. Jeremiah 43. Let's do the King James Version. Jeremiah 43. Let's go to the King James Version. This is for everybody. Let's pay attention. I'm going to share the screen. All right, let's take a look. Jeremiah 43. And if you go to verses 6, even men and women and children and king's daughters and every person that Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had left with Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah the prophet, and Baruch, the son of Neriah. So they came into the land of Egypt, for they obeyed not the voice of the Lord. Thus came they even to Taphanes. Then came the word of the Lord unto Jeremiah and Taphanes, saying, Take great stones in thine hand and hide them in the clay, the Brooklyn, which is at the entry of Pharaoh's house in Taphanes, in the sight of the men of Judah. And say unto them, Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will set his throne upon these stones that I have hid, and he shall spread his royal pavilion over them. And when he cometh, he shall smite the land of Egypt, and deliver such as are for death to death, and such as are for captivity to captivity, and such as are for the sword to the sword. And I will kindle a fire in the houses of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captives, and he shall array himself with the land of Egypt, as a shepherd putteth on his garment, and he shall go forth from thence in peace. He shall break also the images of Beth-Shemesh, that is in the land of Egypt, and the houses of the gods of Egypt shall he burn. Let me get my book right now. The Failure of Biblical Prophecy by Chris Sandoval. Let me get it right now. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me just find this prophecy with Egypt real quick. All right. So y'all just saw me read what's going on here. Let me make this bigger. All right. So I'm reading from this book, The Failure of Biblical by Chris Sandoval. Because of his geographical inaccessibility, Egypt managed to evade conquest by the Babylonians and thereby incurred more than the usual share of the wrath of the Old Testament prophets. This is page 61. In his prophecies calling down divine doom on the nations, Jeremiah 25, 46 to 51, Jeremiah placed Egypt as the head of his list. Jeremiah 25, 19 and 46. Here he predicted that Emperor Nebuchadnezzar of Babylonia would invade and desolate the land. Jeremiah 25, Jeremiah 42, Jeremiah 43, Jeremiah 44, Jeremiah 46, and lead the Egyptians into captivity. In a similar collection of oracles against the nations, Ezekiel devoted only one chapter to Ammon, Moab, Edom, and Philistia combined. 3 chapters to Tyre and 4 to Egypt, Ezekiel 29 to 32. Here the prophet foretold that Nebuchadnezzar would invade, massacre the inhabitants, deport the survivors to Babylon, and leave the land desolate for 40 years. Ezekiel 29, 30, and 32. Actually, so there's 2 prophecies. There's a prophecy in Jeremiah 43, and there's a prophecy in Ezekiel 29 and chapter 30, talking about Egypt and destroying Egypt and all that stuff. Actually, Pharaoh Amasis II, or Amos II, falsified all these prophecies, for Egypt was populous and prosperous under his rule. His reign is well documented, for monuments and inscriptions from his time have survived to our day. In a civil war in 570 BC, Amasis drove Pharaoh Apries, known in the Bible as Hophra, into exile. When Apries returned 3 years later with an army from Asia to retake the land, Amasis defeated and killed him in battle. As we read in Amasis' victory stela of Mithrahineh, we know Nebuchadnezzar attempted to invade Egypt in 567 BC, as recorded in a badly damaged Babylonian document. In all probability, Nebuchadnezzar aided Apries in his bid for his throne, but was defeated by Amasis in battle. After Nebuchadnezzar died in 561 BC, Amos II lived until 525 BC, just before the Persian king Cambyses invaded Egypt. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have in Ezekiel and Jeremiah, we have false prophecies that's pointed out within the text. And we could look in the annals of history. We know it was Cambyses that actually defeated the Egyptians. It wasn't Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. So that's a false prophecy by Ezekiel and Jeremiah. Let me get into something else, right? So that since we are talking about false prophecies, let me get back to this for a second. Let's now go to Daniel, the book of Daniel. Let's go to the book of Daniel. Let's go to Daniel, Daniel 5. So you had this crazy guy on Clubhouse named Blade. In Daniel 5, verses 31, look at what it says. In that night, Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was slain, right? And Darius the Medes took the kingdom, being about 62 years old. So basically, Belshazzar wasn't the Chaldean king. Belshazzar was actually Nabonidus' son, not Nebuchadnezzar. So the Bible had that incorrect. But the issue here is that Belshazzar defeated, that was taken over by Darius the Median in Babylon. So a lot of Christians, there's a Christian guy by the name of Steve Anderson who wrote a beautiful thesis for his PhD thesis, saying that it was a guy by the name of, he said the guy name was Cyrus II. Xenophon wrote about it. Okay. Xenophon doesn't say that he's Darius the Mede, but come to find out, when it was pointed out to Stephen Anderson that Xenophon wrote about Cyrus II, Cyrus II never went to Babylon. He was actually invited to Babylon by Cyrus the Great, who is the one that actually conquered Babylon. But the Bible got it wrong. And what happened is, the reason why Darius had to be a Mede, I'm going to tell you why right now. We're going to go to another book list. Let's go to the book list. They said, Garfield don't know the Bible, right? Watch this. This is why he had to go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah 51. Hold on, there's Jeremiah 51 chapters. Hold on, there's Jeremiah. Hold on 1 second, family. Jeremiah 51. Go to Jeremiah 51. And we're going to go to verse 11. This is Jeremiah. I want everybody to pay attention to this. Let me share the screen. Let's go to Jeremiah 51:11. This is why Darius the Mede, because the person who wrote Daniel read that stuff. Red squid, shut up, crazy. Nobody's reading the Bible to do it. We're just pointing out something that's wrong, what's called a false prophecy. I got to keep my word, got to make my word bond. It says here in this prophecy, the Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. For his device is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. What temple? The temple. Remember, the Babylonians destroyed the temple. So who's going to destroy the Babylonians? The Medes. But what they don't know is that in history, the Medes helped Babylon to defeat Assyria and Egypt at Carchemish, which was in Jeremiah 42 or 46. So how is it that now the Medes are going to, so the prophet is saying that this is going to happen. So if you go to verse, 29, and the Lord shall tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without an inhabitant. Remember, this is prophecy. Babylon a desolation without an inhabitant. When did that happen? When did that happen? I really love to know, when did that happen? When did that happen for real, for real? When did that happen for real? All right, so we know that the Medes, so what Daniel is doing, he's trying to make the Medes defeat the Babylonians because of the prophecy of Jeremiah. He's trying to make the prophet correct. But there's no such person as Darius the Mede in history. To the point where Christians was making up a guy, Cyrus II, and said, yeah, that's Darius the Mede. Come to find out, in the same source where they got it from Xenophon, he says Cyrus defeated Babylon, and he invited Cyrus II, this who scholars think is not even a real person. But Xenophon wrote about it. So I showed a false prophecy in Daniel, showed a false prophecy in Ezekiel, and showed a false prophecy in Jeremiah, as far as Nebuchadnezzar is concerned. All right. Now let's go to Dan Mcclenan real quickly here in this video here. I want to point out something real carefully here with this video. This video is like 4 minutes long, but I want to point out something that's very important with history that we got to pay attention to. The Cyrus Cylinder, the whole story of Cyrus giving the Jews permission, or Israelites or Judeans or whatever, to go back is actually not true. It is not historical. The Bible actually have that totally incorrect. But I want you to listen to this right here. This is very important.
With a 2,500-year-old artifact that not only confirms this thing happened, but confirms that it was prophesied about 150 years before it happened. Check this out.
All right, let's see it.
This ancient clay cylinder confirms one of the important events in the Bible that will blow your mind. The Bible tells us that after 70 years of captivity in Babylon, King Cyrus of Persia made the daring decision to free the Jewish exiles and help rebuild their temple. But it's unbelievable. Why would a foreign king like Cyrus do this? This raised doubts about the Bible's account.
So this is inaccurate. The majority of scholars have always accepted the historicity of the story of Cyrus allowing the Judahites to return home and rebuild their temple. There had certainly been growing skepticism since the Enlightenment about the historicity of a lot of the Bible's narratives, but there were other histories about this period from folks like Herodotus and Xenophon that described Cyrus as tolerating other societies and their worship practices. And so this part of the biblical narrative was never under serious doubt from scholars.
But in 1879, everything changed when archaeologists uncovered a clay cylinder from 538 BC. This artifact contained ancient inscriptions which showed that Cyrus issued a decree allowing captives to return home and rebuild their temples. This confirmed the Bible's account of a 2,500-year-old event and is regarded as the first declaration of human rights.
So this is a flagrant misrepresentation of the contents of the Cyrus Cylinder, which are entirely about the land of Babylon, and never once mention any decree about any captives returning to a homeland and rebuilding their temple. And the quoted part that sounds like it's talking about people returning to their homes, that seems to be from lines 30 to 34, which are actually about returning the images of Babylonian gods to their Babylonian temples. You can see that portion here where it begins from blank to Asher and Susa, Agade, Eshununok, Zamban, Maternu, Deri, with the territory of the land of Kutu, the cities on the other side of the Tigris, whose sites were of ancient foundation. The gods who resided in them, I brought back to their places and caused them to dwell in a residence for all time. And the gods of Sumer and Akkad, whom Nabonidus, to the anger of the Lord of the gods, had brought into Babylon, by the command of Marduk, the great Lord, I caused them to take up their dwelling in residence that gladdened their hearts. So this has absolutely nothing to do with the notion that this Cyrus Cylinder is all about human rights, that slaves were freed, that captives were sent home, that there was money given to rebuild temples and all this kind of stuff. That is based on a fake translation that began to surface a few decades ago of a missing portion of the Cyrus Cylinder. That missing portion was discovered and restored around 1970, but that fake translation gained a lot of traction because the last Shah of Iran in 1963 published a book wherein they claimed that this was the first declaration of human rights and freed slaves and all this kind of stuff. And so that gave an awful lot of support to this fake translation, which a lot of people to this very day still seem to think is real, and it's not.
What's even more amazing is that Isaiah actually predicted this event 150 years before Cyrus was even born, mentioning him by name. Don't believe me? Read for yourself.
So this is another falsehood. There are no data that support the notion that Isaiah predicted this 150 years before Cyrus was even born. And contrary to this content creator's claim that they made at the beginning of this video, the Cyrus Cylinder does not constitute proof that this was a real prophecy, because the only references to Cyrus the Great come from what is known as Deutero-Isaiah, or Second Isaiah, which is Isaiah chapters 40 through 55, which the overwhelming majority of scholars agree were composed after the exile by someone who wasn't even pretending to be Isaiah. They're not speaking prophetically about the exile as something that was going to happen off in the future. They're speaking about it as something that already happened in their own past. And the style changes once we get from Isaiah 39 to 40. The content changes, the perspective changes. This is not a prophecy about something that would happen in the future. This is just an author whose works were later appended on to first Isaiah and confused for the works of Isaiah, talking about something that they already know happened in their own past. So this content creator doesn't really know what they're talking about, neither does the creator of the video being featured in this video. This is all pure and utter nonsense. And the fit for this video has been bizarro.
This is the Premium Garment Duffel 45 liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long.
To the brother that wrote this right here, E.F. Hutton, all you need to do is go in history and check what happened to Babylon. Nothing happened to Babylon at all. It was a false prophecy. Go look in the Babylonian records and show me where it says that it was devoured and it had no inhabitants. When did Babylon in history have no inhabitants? Bro, it's a false prophecy. I know you believe in the Bible. The Bible is your primary source, but just go to the culture that you're talking about and look if Babylon was ever evacuated Egypt has said that it wouldn't have no inhabitants for 40 years. Show me in history where Egypt didn't have any inhabitants for 40 years. Bruh, it's a false prophecy, and it's not in the future because Nebuchadnezzar is the one that's doing it. It's a false prophecy. They can't admit that the Bible is wrong. That's how you know you're a part of a cult. You see, this is what Billy Carson should bring up. And by the way, this is the actual Cyrus Cylinder. I'm reading it from the livius.org, and I'm going to put it in the chat. It doesn't mention anything about Jews and Cyrus or nothing like that. You could go study this on your own and read it for yourself. He just said it on the video. Go see it for yourself. Go to part 30 right here. You see, it tells you. Brought their heavy tribute before me, and in Babylon they kissed my feet. From Babylon to Ashur and Susa, Agade, Esnuna, Zamban, Meterno, Der, as far as the region of Gutium, the sacred centers on the other side of the Tigris, whose sanctuaries had been abandoned for a long time. I returned the images of the gods who had resided there to their places, and I let them dwell in eternal abodes. I gathered all their inhabitants and returned them to their dwellings. He's talking about I returned the images of the gods who had resided there. Resided where? Where the sanctuaries were. Where were the sanctuaries? On the other side of the Tigris. Has nothing to do with Judah, Jews, Israelites, nothing to do with Jerusalem. In addition, at the command of Marduk, the great Lord, I settled in their habitations in pleasing abodes the gods of Sumer and Akkad, whom Nabonidus, to the anger of the Lord of the gods, had brought into Babylon. So the person who wrote in Isaiah is using Cyrus because he's writing under the Persians. That's why he mentioned Cyrus as a Messiah. But it's just the story is just not true. He never did that for the Israelites. He did it for the people who worshipped the gods Marduk. But that was about it. Because Nabonidus came in and he destroyed the stuff, so they sent Cyrus to correct it. So they're writing to say that Cyrus came to free them, and the Israelite writers took that story and inject themselves into it and put it in the Bible. Cyrus Cylinder. All right, I'm almost done, family. We're going to look at a video by Billy Carson, how he's making up stuff. Billy, you don't need to make up anything. All you need to do is watch this video, take notes, and you'll be just fine. And you'll be just fine. No need to make up anything. This is from Inspiring Philosophy. He called Billy Carson a liar. Here we go.
Jesus disappears from the Bible at the age of 12. And where does he go?
It says Nazareth.
There's another text called the Gospel of the Holy 12. And in the Gospel of the Holy 12, which was omitted from the Bible.
You can't omit something from the Bible that did not exist when the Bible was put together. The Gospel of the Holy 12 is a well-known 20th century forgery. There is not an historian alive who thinks it is authentic, but Billy Carson pretends it is and hopes his audience will never fact-check him.
He goes to Egypt with his mother. He went there to study the Egyptian mysteries.
That is utter nonsense.
And then he left there and he went to Tibet to learn spirituality.
He went to Tibet?
And mystic arts. Yes, mystic arts. And then he went down into India, learned about reincarnation and all of that.
There is not a scrap of evidence to support these fables of Billy Carson.
Jesus disappears from the Bible at the age of 12. And where does he go?
It says...
You see, just like how Billy, you may consider him a liar, as you said in the text. What about the Christians who lie? What about the Christians who lie?
Is not what this is. In the press conference, Stripling showed a drawing
of just the one word on the tablet, Yahweh. We had to wait to see the article before we could see the rest of the inscription. And I should probably say something about that as well. At the press conference, he said the
Melvin Carter, let me call you out. You've been making all these statements the whole show. Where do these people think they get this Samaritan text from? They get it from the ruins of ancient Babylon. I would like for you to provide a source for that. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, Melvin Carter. Provide a source. Jump on the panel and put the source in the back chat, and I'll read it out to the people. That source don't exist. The ruins of the ancient Babylonian libraries where they're getting these ancient Samaritan texts from. No, my brother, we don't do that. So what I'm going to do is, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you in timeout until you jump on and give me a source. That's how we do it on this channel, because people like to make comments in the chat because nobody's there to check them. So the link is pinned. Jump on. And by the way, this is about the Joshua text. I think I see my brother Deacon Hakar or Priest Hakar talking about this in the Joshua tablet. These people are using these Christians and they call him Billy Carson a liar. What do you call this guy, Scott Scripling? I want to know, what do you call him with all these lies that he's telling? Check this out.
Article was nearly finished and would be submitted for peer review within weeks and was expected to be published in a few months. And that would have been late summer 2022. But that never happened. On the 11th of January, Stripling gave another interview.
Archaeological and Anthropological Sciences, which is a highly rated journal, is where I submitted it 9 weeks ago.
And that it was expected to be published by the end of March 2023. He repeated this claim in an interview on the 28th of January.
2 months ago, we submitted it to Archaeological and Anthropological Sciences, and we are now in that waiting period in the peer review process.
The article finally appeared in a completely different publication on Friday, the 12th of May, in a journal called Heritage Science. This is an open access journal that specializes in new technologies, immaterial culture. It's not specifically an archaeology journal, nor is it a journal of Semitic languages and ancient history. This was a red flag from the start. It looks like the authors submitted this article multiple times for publication with no success before finally getting out in a journal with only a tangential relationship to the most relevant fields. So once the journal was out, I was keen to finally see what they had. Wow, what a letdown. Ordinarily, for an article of this magnitude, one would expect to see high-resolution images of the tablet and the inscription, and a clear and detailed paleograph showing all of the letters in an alphabetic arrangement for comparison. That is not what was published.
Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe, you can launch targeted TV and streaming ad campaigns using our powerful platform that combines simplicity with deep marketing side. Not only can you choose from over 500 channels and apps, but
Here is a drawing made by one of the epigraphers, Gershon Galil, of the inscription on the object. Here is his paleographical table, which is just a reproduction of his drawings of the letters, not the actual letters themselves. And problematically, no two letters look alike, and they are all different sizes and orientations. The authors included these separate images of each letter for comparison. But on all of them, I can't make out what they see in the images for what they reproduce as actual letters. So when I transpose Galil's drawing of the inscription on the image they included of the tablet, this is what it looks like. It's a jumble of marks construed from mostly indecipherable lines. But what is even worse is how they have chosen to read these marks. Here is the word-by-word reproduction of their reading that I have color-coded yellow, green, and blue to show what Stripling has called a chiastic arrangement of the text. You are cursed by the God, Yahweh, curse. You will die. Cursed. Cursed. You will surely die. Cursed you are by Yahweh, cursed. Did you follow that?
So we're supposed to read this text from bottom left corner up, then right, then left, then right again across the top, then down to the right, then left, and then right to the center.
Yup. What's even worse is the
and people are running around saying that, hey, they found a tablet at Joshua. They call it the Joshua tablet. This is what this Christian guy is doing. Christian Bible archaeology reviewer, or whatever he is, Scott Scripling, run for the hills when somebody, and anonymous Hebrew doing information like, I got a source, Scott Scripling, he's an archaeologist and he's a PhD. So what? That don't mean he can't be a liar. Y'all call Billy Carson a liar. What about this guy? Where's the videos condemning this guy for these lies? Look at that. He made all of that.
path the text supposedly takes from one letter to the next. This is nonsense. Everyone should be able to see that. Not only are most of the supposed letters not even there, but the way Stripling and his team want us to read this is simply untenable. It's ridiculous, which is why it is being widely panned by every archaeologist, epigrapher, and biblical scholar who has seen it.
Anyone who was being critical at that time had not yet seen the scans. The academic article is now published, and published in a very highly rated, highly respectable academic journal.
But importantly, not an archaeology journal, nor one specializing in Northwest Semitics.
So everybody can look at the scans for themselves, and if they agree that that is a yod, that is a he, that is a vav, if that's not Yahoo, then I don't know what is.
Yes, the article is out. We have seen the scans, and the reaction has been devastating. No one is convinced by any of this.
This notion that if the divine name Yahweh, or shortened form of it, is present in these texts, this must be a Hebrew inscription.
Hey, press 1 if you could hear me. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear my voice? Press the number 1 if you could hear me. Vanessa Huntaway says silent as far as they're silent. Now watch this. Christopher Ralston is the same guy that looked at, you remember when they talked about those things in Puerto Rico? Was hold on, let me see if I could find this real quick. Remember when they said these things in Puerto Rico was Hebrew? I don't know if you guys remember this claim by the Hebrew Israelites. They always make some wild and wacky claims, yo. I don't know where these guys come from. They make the worst claims in history. Right here. Let me show you right here. Let me take a break from this. This guy, Christopher Ralston, is the #1 epigraphy guy, I think, in the world. Y'all remember this claim by the Hebrew Israelites that this was Hebrew? In Puerto Rico, they had lost civilization, and that the Nazario stones. Remember the Nazario stones? Yeah. So this is the guy that actually checked the stones and debunked the whole thing. This guy Ralston. All right, he's the leading guy when it comes to epigraphy. Look at what he says about the cursed stone, the Mount Ebal stone. I don't need to debunk nothing, Mr. 707. Just believe in this nonsense it just shows how we believe and gravitate to anything. Because look at this guy, Scott Stripling, lying through his teeth.
If that's not Yahoo, then I don't know what is.
Yes, the article is out. We have seen the scans, and the reaction has been devastating. No one is convinced by any of this.
This notion that if the divine name Yahweh, or shortened form of it, is present in these texts, this must be a Hebrew inscription. That's absurd as well, right? It doesn't follow. The divine name Yahweh, Yod-He Vav-He, right? Y-H-W-H. That's the basic word for to be, or I am, right? We know this from Exodus 3. So that word, I am, or he is, it's pervasive in the Bible, is a verb. So even if those letters are present on this tablet, it could very well just be the verb and not the divine name. So there are all sorts of assumptions that are present with Stripling and Galil and Van der Veen. And I wish that they had been circumspect and cautious, because I think facts are really nice.
I think it has an important apologetic aspect, because the criticism of the biblical text that it's not reliable, that it wasn't written until 1,000 years after it purports to have been written, that Moses and Joshua were illiterate, they could not have written it, even though Jesus said that Moses did.
That is a problem. Actually, that's a big problem, Guy. It's a massive problem.
And if we do indeed have evidence at a place where God told him to write, of writing, and the script is from that time period, then I think there's a high degree of likelihood that you are looking at evidence that Moses and Joshua were indeed literate and capable of writing the Pentateuch and the Hexateuch as far as that goes.
All right. Even if this is a legitimate inscription, which I think it is not, as I have clearly shown, but even if it is, stringing together 8 letters 48 times in a random jumble of 5 repeating words is not the same as writing the Pentateuch. There was an astonishing moment during the press conference last year in which Galil claimed that
it is clear that the person who wrote it was a genius. So he was not only a scribe, he was a theologian. He was a leader.
What? How can we know that? Unbelievable. Literacy is not a zero-sum game. There is a vast spectrum from complete illiteracy on one end to the compositional fluency required for writing literature like the Pentateuch on the other. All this find would show is that people recognized enough letters and words to write them on a simple ritual object. An object, importantly, that was never intended to be read in the first place. Even if this is a Bronze Age defixio as claimed, it gets us nowhere close to the kind of literacy that would be required for writing a masterpiece like the Pentateuch.
But Galil said, whoever wrote this text, that these 48 letters that he thought he saw, was brilliant and could have written the entire Bible. It's a fascinating claim on the basis of 4 words. When the Bible has more than 8,500 words, does it do anyone any good to make a statement like that? And does anybody think that that's a credible claim?
You also mentioned earlier that when you talked about it referring to Yahweh, some people were not able to see the inscription early on. And I did a show on this before, and some people are like, wait a minute, we want to see this. Now it's out, and so people can see it, and scholars seem to agree enough with you that you make a solid case that this should be taken seriously as Yahweh.
They do not.
There are very few scholars who are going to argue that this is not a proto-alphabetic script that dates to the late Bronze Age.
Oh, but they do. They're arguing that you are seeing only what you want to see. Chris Rolston called this a Rorschach test.
Most people in my field look at the photos, they look at the drawings, they see the claims, and they say, this is so ridiculous. I'm not going to dignify it by writing about it.
Wow.
I was the lead author, and then we had Peter van der Veen and Gershon Galil, who were my epigraphers, one from Germany, one from Israel. And then I had the 3 scientists from Prague. So my team was collaborative in and of itself, and we consulted with a lot of other experts along the way too. Listen, I was in no hurry to stick my neck out and lose my reputation on this.
I think there is a very real danger for Stripling and Galil of this happening. Since the publication of the article, the other author, Peter Gert van der Veen, has been more and more widely distancing himself from these readings.
Now, part of the team is saying, no, actually, right, this is important too. Part of the team is now saying, no, we don't see the 48 letters. Just one member of the team saw 48 letters, which is pretty telling as well. The team itself is not unified on the number of letters that are present there. That's pretty striking, and I think it's pretty telling.
And you know what? He's still making lectures. Even a month ago, there was a video. And just to be clear, man, here's Bob Cargill out of Iowa, another doctor. Check it out. Check out what he says about the Mount Ebal stuff.
Right there, you can see how utterly absurd this is. Again, I wish somebody could just make a GIF out of this. Huh? No. Maybe? No.
Anything to prove the Bible.
Huh?
They're talking about Billy Carson is a liar. Look at this right here.
Maybe? No. Huh? No.
Billy Carson is a liar. But look at what what these archaeologists are doing, these Christians.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Dr. Bob Cargill, Associate Professor of Classics and Biblical Studies at the University of Iowa. I should also point out that I obviously deal with a lot of archaeology, but that I also did my dissertation in 2008 at UCLA working in virtual reality, and then spent some time working with the Center for Digital Humanities prior to coming to Iowa. The reason I point this out is that ridiculous scribal path to get to this, to which they're going to make up another story. Well, it's a curse tablet, so it's magic, and so it's never intended to be. They have to continue to make up these stories in order to make any of this make any sense at all, even to make it feasible. And then Gershon Galil made a chart, right? Of here's the epigraphic chart. But of course, the letters don't look like each other. They're all different. They certainly don't look like any, the shapes resemble some of the Paleo letters that we have, some of these old Hebrew letters or the Phoenician letters, some of the Proto-Sinaitic script. But Dr. Galil has to say, no, this is a different script, because he has to make it up. He has to make it fit what he sees. And of course, whatever scribe is doing this is changing the shape of the letters every time. You can look at his chart and you can see this letter, which is supposed to be the same as this letter, doesn't look the same. Well, it's because it's such a tiny thing. It's this micro. They just have to keep making up stories. So let's grant them all of that. We shouldn't, because it's bad science, it's bad methodology, but let's grant them everything. What I want to do in this video is demonstrate to those who tend to want to believe Dr. Stripling and Dr. Galil why we're so quick to dismiss this. And my point is that even if we grant everything that they say, I will demonstrate using just comparative technology, just using their own data, press them. And this is what Dr. Galil and the publication team says that they've done in their publication. So what this Twitter user did is just followed their own methodology and took a bunch of the scans, and you can see the scans, the cross sections of the scans in the upper left-hand corner. And the reason we're doing this is that it gives them the maximum amount of lines to draw from. Dr. Galil is saying, I see lines, this is deliberate, these are deliberate scribal marks to write this inscription. So we're going to give them, and I'm going to make a rectangular marquee around Dr. Galil's drawing. So here you can see it. And I'm going to do this on the layer that is Dr. Galil's drawing. So here's the layer over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit. You can't see this part, but I'm going to make a copy. This is Control-C. This is good old Control-C copy. On the left side that looks like a human. He calls it a hay, right? So we're gonna bring this figure right here. And you'll notice that another thing that Dr. Galil did not do, and we'll talk about this for a second, is Dr. Galil did not use guidelines. They didn't, when you do an archaeological excavation, you set out a grid, 5-meter grid, you put the balks, and then every time you find an object within the square, you measure from one balk, you measure from the other balk, you measure the depth, and now you've got a three-dimensional location in space that you can recreate. So when we go into virtual, this region right here, I have perfectly aligned what he calls is this head of this, what he looks like a stick figure, right? And you can see the lines that he's drawn. So we'll align that. We've got it aligned pretty well on the outside. And now what we can do is we can simply come over to the transparency layer and we can turn it off. We can turn it on, we can turn it off. And here's what we get to do. So I made no changes. I just took a copy of Dr. Galil's representation.
Total BS. Again, are we going to call them Christian liars? It's crazy. It's crazy out here, family. Crazy out here. Let me get this video up. I got a bunch of more videos. I didn't realize I have some more videos to play. But I'm gonna go through all of them today. All of them. So I want this video as a reference. All right. So here's another claim that these Christians are making about Sodom and Gomorrah. Let's go. Let's get it.
The actual remains of Lot's wife.
All right, let's see it.
Discovered near the Dead Sea, close to where Sodom and Gomorrah are thought to have been located, there is an unusual pillar that some claim is Lot's wife.
Nobody who has ever been to the Red Sea and seen this rock formation actually thinks those are the remains of Lot's wife. And the two main reasons, among many others, are that there are many such formations all over the Dead Sea, and that particular one is 65 feet tall.
Archaeologists have studied its strange shape and found that it is composed of 80% salt.
It would not be archaeologists who would be interested in the composition of a natural rock formation. It would be geologists, and they would also be the first to tell you that that 65-foot tall rock formation long pre-existed any possible historical destruction of any possible historical Sodom and Gomorrah.
What makes this discovery so intriguing is that the Bible says God turned Lot's wife into a pillar of salt when she looked back at the burning cities. While it has not yet been confirmed whether she is encased within the salt,
the remains of a human woman are 100% not encased within that 65-foot tall natural salt rock formation.
the site provides compelling evidence.
No, it doesn't.
This includes millions of pure sulfur balls.
Those are naturally occurring sulfur nodules. They also long predate any possible historical Sodom and Gomorrah, and they are found all over the Lyson Formation, all around the Dead Sea. They're not confined to the regions that are traditionally identified with Sodom and Gomorrah. And if they had fallen from the sky, there would be indications of impact on them as well as on their contexts, and no such things have ever been found.
Mountains of ash covering ancient buildings.
There are no mountains of ash covering ancient buildings anywhere in or around the traditional site of Sodom and Gomorrah. What there are, however, are carvings that have been made more recently into the soft sediment of the area.
And clear burn marks found throughout the area.
And has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with burning or with ash. Those are naturally forming layers of sediment that alternate between aragonite and detritus laminae, and they come from around 10,000 to 40,000 years before any historical Sodom and Gomorrah could have existed.
The site also aligns perfectly with the biblical timeline and location described in Genesis.
No, it doesn't.
Including Lot's cave, where he hid during Sodom's destruction.
There are absolutely no data that suggest any historical Lot hid out in that cave. And I don't know what kind of data could demonstrate that. But the material remains in and around that area suggests that during the early to middle Bronze Age, there was a rather sizable population that inhabited that region. So it wasn't just the uninhabited hills where Lot could run off and hide. The next main layer we have is Nabatean in orientation. So that's coming toward the end of the first millennium BCE. And then around the 6th or 7th century CE, a monastery was set up there. So nothing suggests this is connected with any historical Lot.
This cave is located near the ruins of the cities and matches the geographical details provided in the biblical account.
The geographical details are just that Lot left Zoar and went into the hills and hid in a cave. So that's not an awful lot of detail.
Local legend and archaeology also support the claim, with early Christians building a church around it as a sign of reverence, further adding credibility to the discovery.
The fact that Christians built a monastery there in the 6th or 7th centuries CE does not constitute in any way, shape, or form whatsoever actual evidence that that is the actual place where a historical Lot hid out over 2,000 years earlier. And the fit for this video has been the rain.
You know what's funny? some of these Hebrew Israelites, some of these Christians will see a guy with that video on TikTok or wherever and repeat it and say, like, hey, that's facts. That's facts. All right. Now, earlier I talked about David Falk, right? Remember I said David Falk was a reasonable guy? Listen to this guy. He's reasonable, and I do believe that wholeheartedly. Is there any evidence? Do we have anything on the historicity of Darius the Mede? And I spoke about it earlier.
In fact, the only source we have for Darius the Mede is from Scripture itself. Now, that doesn't mean that Darius the Mede didn't exist. I think one of the best views I found on this was, I think it was done by Donald J. Wiseman. And Wiseman postulated that kings in the ancient Near East could have many different names, such as, for example, Tiglath-Pileser could sometimes be called Pul, P-U-L. So it was speculated by Wiseman that Darius the Mede was just another name for Cyrus. So I think that's at least a good working hypothesis. Again, we just don't have enough information here to say for sure, but I'm also not going to subscribe to an absence of evidence argument here, because I think, wow, so many historians have tried absence of evidence arguments and end up with egg on their face. It just isn't even funny. In fact, the only source we have for Darius the Mede is from Scripture itself. Now, that doesn't mean that Darius the Mede didn't exist.
All right. So Darius the Mede, I spoke about it earlier, in the Cyraxes or whatever. Well, let's take a look at what Dr. Joshua Boyne came up with in his documentary.
At Harvard, where when I'm not working on Picasso, I teach a course on.
Who is Darius the Mede? In Daniel 5:30, the text reads, "That very night Belshazzar, king of the Babylonians, was slain, and Darius the Mede took over the kingdom at the age of 62. However, we have no historical evidence for this Darius the Mede, and we know the players that were involved in taking over Babylon.
Newsom describes the situation. The figure of Darius the Mede has posed an interpretive puzzle since antiquity because his existence cannot be reconciled with other historical sources. Josephus struggles to make sense of the contradictions, maintaining that he was a son of Astyages, which would make him Cyrus' cousin. Jerome, who follows Josephus, adds that Darius must have heard of the portent disclosed to Belshazzar and Daniel's interpretation of it, and so joined with Cyrus to attack Babylon. Josephus and Jerome's attempts at harmonizing the sources, however, cannot stand up to historical scrutiny.
Conservative scholars have attempted to identify Darius the Mede with known or theorized figures from the time, including the military leader Ug-Guberu, Cyaxares II, and even Cyrus himself. Lester Grabb's analysis, though a bit dated, represents a thorough and effective critique of several apologetic attempts to validate historically Daniel's Darius the Mede, particularly those of William Shear, who wrote several influential articles on the topic. Newsom, in her 2014 commentary on Daniel, writes, "Although some conservative biblical scholars have attempted to argue for the historicity of Daniel 5, that is to misunderstand the role of these details in the story."
Grabb critiques three conservative scholars who seek to defend the historicity of Darius the Mede: Shea, Whitcomb, and Wiseman. Shea, in his earlier articles, argued that Darius the Mede should be identified with Ugbaru or Guberu, the governor of the Guti who took Babylon in the Nabonidus Chronicle. Without going into a great deal of detail, there are two names that appear in the Nabonidus Chronicle, Ugbaru and Guberu. These two are certainly to be identified as the same person. There is another Guberu who is attested in business documents beginning in the 4th year of Cyrus that is not the same person.
Shea's argument is that Ug-Guberu was placed over Babylon for a short period of time, only to die shortly after his appointment. Grabb demonstrated, however, that Cambyses, the crown prince and son of Cyrus, was the one who was placed over Babylon during the year after its fall to Cyrus. In his 2001 article, Shea modifies his position and creates an almost fanciful timeline in which the events depicted in Daniel 6, 9, and 11 all took place within an incredibly short period of time and has not been widely accepted, even in conservative circles.
Whitcomb also argued for the identification of Darius the Mede with Ugbaru or Gubaru, but made a far less convincing argument. Grob writes, "The vital point, however, is the time of office of the Gubaru with whom Whitcomb identifies as Darius the Mede. In pointing to the governor of Babylon and Abunari in various texts down to possibly the beginning of Darius' reign, he is evidently unaware that this Gubaru did not take office until Cyrus' 4th year, long after the alleged activities of the Darius the Mede of Daniel."
Finally, Grab examines the suggestions of D.J. Wiseman, who seeks to identify Darius the Mede with Cyrus himself. Essentially, Wiseman is not making a case to demonstrate this connection, but only to show that it is not outside the realm of possibility. Grab writes, "It is difficult to falsify such a theory because the argumentation is consistently about what could have been, not what can now be demonstrated. Ultimately, such a theory has plausibility only for one who is determined to accept the historicity of the biblical data at all costs, without worrying that it also makes the writer of Daniel appear either ignorant or deceptive. Contrary to Wiseman's statement, it is not really a working hypothesis, but only an exercise in apologetics."
This type of approach can also be seen in the recent publication of Stephen Anderson, Darius the Mede, a Reappraisal. Anderson graduated with his PhD from Dallas Theological Seminary, and this is the publication of his dissertation. He argues that Darius the Mede should be identified with Cyaxares II, the unknown final ruler of the Median Empire. His arguments are largely based on the reliability of Xenophon, whose writings are quite problematic from a historical standpoint. But Anderson's methodology is far from objective, as can be seen in the following quote from his book. "Most importantly, Daniel was a prophet who wrote infallibly under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, whereas extra-biblical sources for the life of Cyrus are ordinary human writings. Since God was speaking through Daniel as he wrote, the book of Daniel is not to be viewed as an account of uncertain trustworthiness, whose veracity is to be judged by other data, but rather must be the standard by which all other accounts are measured."
So what is a reasonable conclusion here? Is there anything that explains why Daniel might make such an error? There is some indication that the writer had in mind Darius the Great, son of Hystaspes. Grab notes some of the similarities between Darius I and Darius the Mede. The statement of Daniel 9 that Darius the Mede was the son of Ahasuerus, Xerxes, could be a case of confusion since it was the other way round. Xerxes was the son of Darius, and Darius the Mede appointed 120 satraps over the entire kingdom. It is generally argued that Darius I was the first to give formal organization to the Persian Empire into 20 satrapies, though some sort of organization was already in effect in Assyrian times. Newsom notes that Darius I was a very important figure in the cultural memory of the Jews, since it was during his reign that the temple was rebuilt. She also observes, Darius was remembered in classical sources for his administrative reforms, including the organization of his kingdom into a number of satrapies, a detail that leaves its trace in the claim of Daniel 6:1 that Darius appointed 120 satraps over his whole kingdom.
If we remember the four-kingdom tradition from earlier in this video series, it portrays the Medes and Persians ruling in succession. This may explain, at least in part, the shift or association between the two Dariuses. This change was perhaps facilitated by the prophetic tradition that the Medes would be the ones to attack and destroy Babylon. Furthermore, the schema of the four kingdoms in Nebuchadnezzar's dream, Babylon, Media, Persia, Greece, created the need for a story cycle to represent a Median dominion succeeding that of the Babylonians and preceding that of Cyrus. Because the writer of Daniel almost certainly utilized earlier sources in his composition, for example, Jeremiah 25, 2 Chronicles 36, etc., it would make sense that they would attempt to utilize and make sense of the prophetic tradition.
So one option, one version from a Christian, one from a non-Christian with a more balanced approach. Darius the Mede. And for those who don't know, right? Darius is a regnal name. It's not his real person's name. You know, when you go on when you become a leader in certain areas in the ancient Near East, you have what's called a regnal name. Then you have the person's real name. Now, Darius the Mede could not have ruled the same time when Cyrus ruled. So we know that Darius is not Cyrus. Why they use the name Darius? Because under Darius the Great, Babylon had rebelled and they had to beat up, Darius had to beat up Babylon. But that was during Darius the first time. Not what Daniel in Daniel 5:31 is talking about. Just to prove that he didn't write in that time period, he wrote it later on because he didn't know the story right. He got Xerxes and Darius mixed up. Who is the father? Who is the son? Hey, it is what it is. All right, Melvin Card, I already told you. Why don't you press the link and put that source for what you wrote earlier? I bet you won't do it. You see, because you're a sideline reporter. Keep timing him out for like 5 minutes at a time until he puts a source up. We got to stop playing these games with these guys in the chat. All right, let's look at so we're finished with Darius the Mede. We're finished with Mount Ebal. We're finished with the Cyrus Cylinder. We're finished with Darius the Mede. Let's get into Luke 2 versus Matthew 2. Is it a contradiction? Let's get into that. When was Jesus born? And this is going to be my last video today. When was Jesus born? Is this a contradiction? Come on, Billy. Billy, you could have played this video. Just play this video for them and say, is this guy Garfield right?
And today we're going to explore the question, when was Jesus born? And by that I mean, in what year was he born, as well as on what day was he born? But let me break the bad news to you up front. There is not going to be a definitive answer to either of these questions. However, we're going to explore several of the options and weigh the arguments for each. So we're going to first of all look at the year of Jesus's birth. And the first thing you need to know is that the answer is...
Now, any Christian out there, I'm willing to debate. I was supposed to debate my brother Trilla on this, but I'm willing to debate any Christian, any Hebrew Israelite on this point. Deacon Hakar, Priest Hakar, you and your brother from the camp, and Gorilla, Captain Tazaria, Kataza, IUIC, all the Christian church folks. Let's have a debate about this. What year was Jesus born? I want to debate this. This is what debate
is not year zero. For one thing, there is no year zero. In our current dating system, 1 BC is followed immediately by 1 AD. In addition to this, although the entire system was initially designed around the birth year of Jesus, historians have long recognized that those who did the initial calculations were likely off by at least a few years. So even though BC stands for before Christ and AD stands for Anno Domini, which is Latin for in the year of our Lord, it doesn't mean that the current year, 2021, is actually exactly 2021 years since Jesus' birth. This is one of the reasons why most historians now use the more neutral terms, BCE, before the Common Era, and CE, Common Era. Otherwise, it gets kind of confusing because if we end up concluding that Jesus was born in a BC year, that would indicate that he was born before he was born. Okay, let me set the stage by telling you what was going on in the Mediterranean world around the time that Jesus was born. Note that on this chart, each black tick mark represents 1 year. I'm going to start with the year 63 BCE. This was the year that the Roman general Pompey laid siege to Jerusalem and thus ended up making Judea a client state of Rome. But at this point, Rome was not yet an empire. Instead, it was a republic dominated by 3 very powerful men, Crassus, Pompey, and Julius Caesar. Crassus died in 56 BCE. leaving Pompey and Caesar to battle it out. Civil war ensued, and Caesar emerged as victor, becoming dictator of Rome. But as you probably know, Caesar was eventually assassinated. This key event happened in 44 BCE. Following Caesar's death, power was once again shared by three men. This time it was Lepidus, Mark Antony, and Caesar's adopted son, Octavian. Lepidus fell from power in 36 BCE, this time leaving Mark Antony and Octavian to battle it out. Octavian defeated Mark Antony, and in 27 BCE, he became the first emperor of Rome, taking on the name Augustus. Augustus ruled as emperor for 40 years, dying in the year 14 CE. He was then succeeded by his adopted son Tiberius, who reigned for 22 years, dying in the year 37 CE. So we now have 5 dates on the chart. These dates are all rock solid and undisputed by historians. We can thus use them as reference points as we go forward. Let's now talk specifically about Judea, which was the place where Jesus was born. Just prior to Pompey's conquest of Judea, there had been a civil war there, fought between two brothers, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, both from the Hasmonean dynasty. That was the dynasty that descended from the Maccabees. Pompey ended up supporting Hyrcanus, and therefore after Pompey captured Jerusalem, he put Hyrcanus back in charge, but this time as a servant of Rome. But remember, Pompey was eventually defeated by Julius Caesar, and shortly after Pompey's defeat, Caesar found himself besieged in the city of Alexandria. At that moment, a Jewish convert named Antipater helped rescue him. As a reward, Caesar appointed Antipater as procurator of Judea, which meant that he was in charge of the treasury. So, although Hyrcanus was the official leader, it was actually Antipater and his 2 sons who ended up wielding most of the power. One of those sons was named Herod. After Caesar died, Mark Antony was put in charge of the Roman territories in the east. And in the east, Rome's primary enemy was Parthia. In 40 BCE, Parthia conquered Judea and placed Hyrcanus's nephew on the throne instead. At this point, Herod, who was a good friend of Mark Antony's, fled to Rome for help, and to his surprise was appointed king of the Jews. It took Herod several years to win back Judea, but by 37 BCE, he had captured Jerusalem and thus accomplished the task. It is therefore 37 BCE that is usually given as the year in which Herod started his reign. Now, the dates for Herod's reign are super important when it comes to calculating the birth year of Jesus, so it's worth spending a little extra time on them. According to Josephus, Herod captured Jerusalem in the same year that Marcus Agrippa and Canaanius Gallus were consuls of Rome. According to Roman records, this was indeed 37 BCE. However, Josephus also mentions that Herod's conquest of Jerusalem was 27 years after Pompey's conquest of Jerusalem. That would make it 36 BCE. But it was common for ancient writers to use inclusive dates, meaning that both the start year and the end year are counted, which would bring us back to 37 BCE. Now, a couple of chapters later, Josephus gives us the end date for Herod's reign. He says that Herod died 34 years after capturing Jerusalem, but he also states that he died during the Passover season, shortly after a lunar eclipse. So 34 years after 37 BCE would be either 3 BCE, if we're using normal counting, or 4 BCE, if we're using inclusive counting. Luckily, the lunar eclipse reference helps us decide. The only lunar eclipse in that decade to occur around Passover time was in 4 BCE. So we now have fairly firm dates for the reign of Herod. I say fairly firm because there is some room for debate, but for the most part, 37 to 4 BC is the consensus. After the death of Herod, his kingdom was divided into 4 parts, and hence the ruler of each part was called a tetrarch. Herod's son Archelaus received the main part, Judea, but Archelaus was unpopular, and eventually in 6 CE, Augustus had him deposed. At this point, Judea became an official province of the Roman Empire and was given a governor instead of a king. The names of the first 4 governors are not ones that you are likely to recognize. However, you will probably recognize the name of the 5th governor, Pontius Pilate, for it was Pontius Pilate who was the governor of Judea when Jesus died. He governed from 26 CE to 36 CE, which was the year before Emperor Tiberius died. Okay, so we now have 9 dates to work with. Let's now turn to the New Testament. Although there are 4 Gospels, only 2 of them include stories about Jesus' birth. These are Matthew and Luke. In Matthew 2, verse 1, it says, "In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea," so according to Matthew, Jesus must have been born sometime before the year 4 BCE, because he was quite clearly born during the reign of Herod the Great. Now, before you ask, but how do we know that the name Herod here refers to Herod the Great and not one of Herod's sons, who also used the name Herod? Let me point out that later in chapter 2, Matthew specifically mentions Archelaus as succeeding Herod, and therefore we know that the Herod referred to in verse 1 is in fact Herod the Great. Now, you probably know the rest of the story, so I'll just quickly summarize it. After Jesus is born, some wise men from the east visit Herod and tell him that they have come to worship the newly born King of the Jews. Herod freaks out, thinking he's got a new rival on his hands, and orders all male children 2 years old or younger to be killed. Herod then dies soon after this. Archelaus then takes over, and Jesus and his parents escape to Egypt. So take note that the author of Matthew doesn't actually tell us how much time passed between the birth of Jesus and the visit from the wise men. Herod orders all male children 2 years old or younger to be killed. So the assumption is that it could have been as much as 2 or 3 years, which means that the typical nativity scene is not very accurate. Not only does the Bible not state that there were 3 wise men, it also makes it pretty clear that the unknown number of wise men were not actually present at the birth of Jesus. If Herod died in the year 4 BCE, this means that, according to the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus was likely born somewhere between 6 BCE and 4 BCE. Let's now look at Luke. In Luke 1, verse 5, it says, "In the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah, who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah." It then goes on to talk about Zechariah's wife Elizabeth becoming miraculously pregnant, and then Elizabeth's relative Mary also becoming miraculously pregnant. However, 2 things are not clear. First, it's not clear which Herod he means, Herod the Great or Archelaus. Second, it's not clear how much time has passed between the statement, "In the days of Herod, there was a priest named Zechariah," and the story about Elizabeth and Mary becoming pregnant, which makes Luke chapter 2 all the more important. And Luke chapter 2 starts with some very clear chronological information. In verse 1, it says, "In those days, a decree went out from Emperor Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria." It then talks about Joseph and Mary traveling to Bethlehem for the census and Jesus being born there, which means that, according to the author of Luke, Jesus was born A, sometime when a man named Quirinius was governor of Syria, and B, sometime when a major census took place. Fortunately, both of these facts lead us to a very specific date. Remember what I said earlier about Archelaus being deposed and Judea becoming a Roman province? Well, at that point, Syria was already a Roman province. It thus already had a governor. And according to Roman records, that governor was a man named Quirinius. You see, when Rome took over Judea, the first thing Emperor Augustus did was send Governor Quirinius over from the nearby province of Syria to take a census so that they would know how much tax revenue they could get. It wasn't a census of the entire empire, and it wasn't a census that required people to return to their hometowns. That was simply never done. But it was a census that became deeply ingrained in the memories of first century Jews. This is because it led to a major revolt under a man named Judas of Gamala, the founder of the Zealots. That revolt failed, but it set the stage for the Jewish-Roman tensions that eventually culminated in the destruction of the temple in 70 CE. So, yeah, the census of Quirinius was a pretty important event in Jewish history, and we know exactly when it occurred. It occurred in 6 CE, which was when Archelaus was deposed. So I think you see the problem. According to Matthew, Jesus was definitely born before the year 4 BCE. But according to Luke, Jesus was definitely born after the year 6 CE. So how do we reconcile these two dates? Well, in my view, we don't have to. Like most secular historians, I do believe that Jesus was a real historical person. However, I also believe that the gospel accounts are highly literary in nature and are more concerned with making theological points than with getting all the little details correct. Okay, so what about...
All right, so that's the contradiction. The contradiction is, was he born during Quirinius' time or in Herod time? Because remember, I disagree with Matt Baker at this point. The Bible is considered the Word of God. And this is another debate I'll debate any Christian on. Is the Bible the Word of God or the Word of man? I'll debate that anyway. Bring any one of you Christians come so we could debate that. So I will say this. I'm willing to put it to the test. Right? It can be the Word of God and he's born 2 different time periods. That's something that we gotta I'm here trying to put my charger in my computer. Bring all the Christians come. See, if Billy Carson had known this, he would have pulled this out in West Hoff. And West Hoff would have to agree that the scholars agree that this is a contradiction. He would have to admit it. It's a problematic text to bring to the forefront. And here's another problematic text. Let's look at this problematic text right here. Come on, Billy Carson. You could get them, man. Let's compare Acts 1. Let's go to Acts 1, right? And then I'm going to go to Luke 24. Luke 24 verses 51. I want the KJV. Everything I want is the KJV. All right, so I got the KJV up, and I have Acts 1 KJV up. All right, so let me do this. Let's do this for the family. Philip laughing. Philip said, Garfield, you're too much, man. I'm too much. Let's go to Acts 1. And by the way, who wrote Acts? It's alleged that Luke wrote Acts. Let's go to Acts 1. This is Acts 1. So you see, I'm not making it up. See, King James Version. All right. We go verse 3. We go for Hold on a second. Where is it at? Okay. To whom also he shewed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days. And speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of God. And then go to verse 8. But ye shall receive power after the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and you shall be witness unto me both in Jerusalem and in all of Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up. Jesus was taken up, and the cloud received him out of their sight. So he vamoosed, he ascended to heaven, according to Acts 1 verses 9, 40 days after. Now let's take a look at Luke 24:51, which is written by the same author, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look. Acts 24:51, and it came to pass, while he blessed them, he was parted from them and carried up into heaven. I'm not going to read the whole of Luke 24, but Luke 24 is the same day. He resurrected, he went up. So the same writer is writing the same story of him ascending to heaven, but in one story it's 40 days, and in the next story he was carried up the same day. Is that a contradiction, family? Let's talk about it. By the same writer. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about another scripture right here. Let's talk about Daniel. I'm going in today, man. I had so much scriptures. Let me go to Daniel 5. Let me go to Daniel 2. The book of Daniel. Give me the KJV version. Let me share my screen. We don't go and deal with the scriptures. Let's deal with the scriptures. Come on, Billy Carson. You should have hired me, bruh. Hit me up. You should have hired me. Call me the hitman. This is chapter 2 regarding, let's go to verse 38. Daniel 2:38. Let's go to 37. Let me see. Though, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven has given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven hath he given into thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art his head of gold. He's talking about Nebuchadnezzar. That's the first kingdom. Now look at the second kingdom, because the Christians teach that this is the Medo-Persian kingdom. But watch this. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall be a rule over all the earth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Garfield ain't the Bible believer, but watch this. He said, after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior. What does inferior mean? It means less than. Inferior in far as where they rule, or inferior to the Babylonian kingdom. Okay, watch this, family. It couldn't be the Medo-Persian kingdom. Why? Because the Persian kingdom was much bigger. Much bigger. Let's look at the Persian kingdom. We're going to Google it right now. Persian kingdom. Persian kingdom. Look at this. They said it's the Medo-Persian kingdom, right? Let's look at a map of the Medo-Persian kingdom. All right, this is the Medo-Persian kingdom. And I'm going to pull up the Babylonian kingdom right now. So we look at both of them. Yeah, and what happened is everybody follows what the hold on, let me get the Babylonian kingdom on the screen. Hold on, let me turn off my ad block on this page. Okay, let's go back. Pause on this site. All right, hold on. Let me make this bigger. This is not even real because they never took over Egypt. So I don't know why the Babylonian Empire is showing taking over Egypt. This is not even correct. Let me take this off my screen. That's not even correct. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a better picture. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me make this bigger so that y'all could see this. All right, now watch this, family. I'm going to take this off the screen. The panel, come on. You could click the link, brother. You could come back on the panel if you want. Anybody could come on the panel. Garfield ain't scared of nobody. Now look at this right here. This is the Persian kingdom, right? This is one of the biggest kingdoms in history. In fact, in the Maccabee, they talk about Cyrus ruling the entire world. So look at this right here. All the way to Africa. Look at Egypt. They control Egypt. They control Babylon. They control the Levant. They control all the way up to Asia. This is the Persian Empire. Look at the Babylonian Empire now and tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong now. The Babylonian Empire. Look at that. Look at how small that is. See the Median Empire is right here. See? Look at all these places. Persia control all these areas where you see green. See Persia right there? Look at what Babylon control. So how could the Medo-Persian Empire be smaller or inferior to the Babylonian Empire if it's the Medo-Persian Empire? It would have to be the Mede Empire by itself, because that was smaller than the Babylonian Empire. But because everybody wants Rome to be the fourth empire or the fourth kingdom, they run away from Greece. Man, I proved my point. I'm good. Daniel 2:3-9. Let me see what else I want to talk about. The carrying the cross tradition with Simon of Cyrene. Let's take a look at that real quick. In the New Testament, let's take a look of Simon of Cyrene. Look at this right here. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off of him and clothed him in his own garments, and they led him forth that they may crucify him. And they impress a certain one passing by, Simon a Cyrenian, coming from the field, that he may bear his cross. And they bring him to the place of Golgotha, which is being interpreted place of skull. And they were given him to drink wine mingled with myrrh, and he did not receive it, and having crucified him. Read the above carefully and ask yourself, whom do these verses say is being crucified? Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to, this is the Young Literal's translation I was reading from, but if you go to Matthew and Luke, we know that it was Simon that carried the cross. And in John, it was Jesus that carried the cross. Whoever carried the cross is the one that got crucified. Because if you notice, and I'm not even trying to get into no conspiracy right here, but if you look at Basilides, he also wrote that it was Simon who got crucified around 120 AD. So the tradition that the Muslims have of him pretending to be crucified is not far-fetched as far as a tradition is concerned. I'm not saying Jesus wasn't crucified at the time. I'm not saying none of that. But I'm just saying, just reading the scripture straight up as it is, it does say that Simon was the one carrying the cross. Just wanted to point that out. Let me see if there's anything else I need to touch on before I play this last video. The last video I'm going to play is who wrote the 4 Gospels? And then I'm out of here. Then y'all done with Garfield for the whole day. I just wish Billy Carson would have responded to my text. Take a look at it, brother. This is from the Pauligia website. And let me look at this right here. Watch this video and learn.
The Christian New
last video today.
Serve as the primary source of information about the life of Jesus. Their reliability is often attributed to the assumption that they were written by eyewitnesses. But who actually wrote the Gospels? How do we know? Let's find out together. This might seem a strange question when the table of contents of your Bible clearly labels these books: Matthew, a disciple of Jesus; Mark, said to be an assistant to the disciple Peter; Luke, said to be the traveling companion of Paul, a later convert; and John, also a disciple of Jesus. But how do we know that these are the names of the actual authors? Or can we know that? Unfortunately, none of the authors explicitly identify themselves. Within the text, these are anonymous books, entirely without attribution. Now, in the first century, it was not unusual for an author's name to be omitted. The Republic, Parallel Lives, True Histories, and On Abstinence from Animal Food were all anonymous works in the same sense from the same era. However, based on external evidence, these are widely accepted as having been written by Plato, Plutarch, Lucian of Samosata, and Porphyry, respectively. Of course, despite speculation, other anonymous works from the time remained unattributed, like Hebrews, the Didache, or the Shepherd of Hermas. But some precedence for anonymous writings doesn't remove the mystery. Indeed, it merely sets the stage. Before delving into the reasons behind attributing these anonymous writings to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, let's first examine when these attributions began to emerge. The earliest surviving document that mentions the names of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John was written around 185 AD. Irenaeus of Rome, known for his extensive work against the heresies, addressed various groups and beliefs he considered to be deviating from Orthodox Christianity. During this time, numerous Gospels were in circulation and used by different churches. Irenaeus declared that only 4 of these are authoritative. Those he names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All the later traditions about Gospel authorship trace back to this proclamation. But what about the 100 or so years between the writing of the Gospels and Irenaeus? Is it possible the names were commonly known that whole time? It is true that no manuscripts from this anonymous era contain the names of the authors. For example, manuscript P1 is the earliest extant page 1 of the Gospel now known as Matthew. We know we have the top of the page because we see the character alpha indicating the page number, but there is no title, Gospel according to Matthew, like there is in later editions. Our earliest page 1 was distributed anonymously, no title. That said, if there were debates about the authorship of the New Testament book of Hebrews among church fathers around the same time, wouldn't we have records of similar debates concerning the Gospels if they were similarly anonymous? And considering the geographical spread of Christianity and uniform authorship traditions in all regions, isn't that a demonstration that the names would have been attached to the Gospels early on? Well, these are arguments from silence, attempting to draw conclusions based on the absence of evidence, rather than the presence of evidence. The earliest manuscript, discovered outside the region of Egypt, dates only to the 4th century, 200 years after the Irenaeus Declaration. Therefore, we simply do not know when the written Gospels began to accompany oral preaching. Similarly, the existence or absence of authorship disputes before Irenaeus cannot be known. If these traditional author defenses are arguments from silence, isn't calling this an anonymous era also an argument from silence? Actually, not at all. During the period of lost manuscripts, we come across numerous influential church fathers who quote from the Gospels.
Guys, do something special for your wife this year with a gift that she'll cherish forever. It says, "To my wife, I didn't marry you so that I could live with you."
But do not attribute these quotations to any specific authors like Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. In works such as the Didache, 1 Clement, the Epistle of Barnabas, Ignatius of Antioch's letters to the Ephesians, Smyrnians, Magnesians, and Polycarp, Polycarp's letter to the Philippians, as well as in Justin Martyr's writings, direct quotations from one or more of the 4 canonical Gospels are found. All of these texts date to at least 120 AD. However, none of these church fathers attribute their quotes to Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. For instance, Justin Martyr, who provides the most quotations, attributes them all to the Memoirs of the Apostles without specific names attached. The Didache refers to teachings from Matthew as from the Gospel of the Lord. This is not an argument from silence, but rather a positive affirmation of anonymity. If the traditional names were already attached to the Gospels before 120 AD, Why would these church fathers refrain from using them to cite their quotations, and even go so far as to use alternate names, especially when they do explicitly credit other authors by name within the same documents, considering that Martyr in particular was contending with heretical challenges? It would have been advantageous for him to utilize the names if the tradition already existed during this time. The most obvious conclusion is that the names didn't exist yet. Now, if the traditional authorship gained acceptance between 120 and 180 AD, why did Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John specifically emerge as the attributed names instead of others? To avoid confusion for the remainder of this video, let's refer to the Gospels as 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Gospels based on their order in traditional printings. It is widely believed that the 2nd Gospel was written before the 1st Gospel, so it's a bit of a Star Wars episode number situation. History can be confusing sometimes. While Irenaeus' writing in 185 AD provides the earliest known connection between the name Matthew and the book we recognize as the 1st Gospel, there is an earlier reference from a man named Papias, who wrote approximately 50 to 60 years earlier. Papias authored a 5-volume work called Expositions of the Sayings of the Lord, although no copies of this work have survived. However, there are quotations from this work that have been preserved. In particular, Eusebius of Caesarea, writing in or around 300 AD, reported that Papias wrote, and so Matthew composed the sayings in the Hebrew tongue, and each one interpreted them to the best of his ability. It is upon this sentence that the entire tradition of Matthew's authorship rests. Unfortunately, Eusebius does not provide further context, making it difficult to determine the specific composition Papias was referring to. However, there are clues that indicate it cannot be our 1st Gospel. Firstly, Papias described a collection of sayings akin to a quotation book, while our 1st Gospel is predominantly a narrative. This genre mismatch is significant, similar to mistaking a map for a diary or a recipe book for a novel. Secondly, Papias stated that Matthew's work was written in Hebrew, but our 1st Gospel is an original, high-level Greek composition, not a translation. Linguists overwhelmingly agree on this point, but for those unfamiliar with ancient Greek, it becomes apparent when comparing lengthy passages where our 1st Gospel matches word for word with our 2nd and 3rd Gospels. It would be highly improbable for an English translation of a Spanish language news story to match word for word with a native English report of the same event, or in this case, 2 different English language reports simultaneously. Thirdly, Papias also described the death of Judas in an elaborate, exaggerated, and fanciful manner that does not align with the straightforward account in our 1st Gospel. If Papias indeed had access to our 1st Gospel, he did not consider it authoritative. Whatever collection of Hebrew sayings Papias attributed to Matthew, it certainly does not correspond to the work we now recognize as our 1st Gospel. The Matthew known to Papias has been lost to the passage of time. It is curious that some modern scholars would place trust in Papias, considering that those who quote him did not. In the same passage where Eusebius records Papias's claim about Matthew, he also warns that Papias's work includes strange parables of the Savior and statements of a rather mythical character. According to Eusebius, Papias appears to have been of very limited understanding. Although some assert that Papias had apostolic connections, he himself described his link to Jesus as being, at best, fifth-hand, akin to a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. Even the very source we have for Papias's account did not consider him reliable, yet it is upon his second-hand and contradictory statement that the tradition of Matthew's authorship is constructed. Unfortunately, questionable Papias is also the source for attributing the writing of a gospel to Mark. When Mark was the interpreter of Peter, he wrote down accurately everything he recalled of the Lord's words and deeds. Mark did nothing wrong by writing some of the matters as he remembered them, for he was intent on just one purpose: to leave out nothing that he heard or to include any falsehood among them. However, if Mark's writing had a singular purpose of being comprehensive, as described by Papias, then our second gospel does not appear to be a strong candidate for Mark's composition. It is significantly shorter and more concise than the other gospels, without any specific quotations provided by Papias to establish a connection. There is no solid evidence linking the document he described to our second gospel. The author of the Gospel of Luke is the only gospel writer who uses first-person language, stating, "I too decided to write," and handed down to us. However, the author never explicitly identifies himself by name, but instead employs pronouns. In the author's second volume, known as the Acts of the Apostles, there are 4 instances where the author switches from using they to we, suggesting personal involvement in some of the Apostle Paul's journeys. However, the author still does not provide his name. It was observed that in Acts, Paul is depicted as bringing the gospel to the Gentiles, and in the letter to the Colossians, 3 Gentiles, Demas, Epaphras, and Luke the physician, are listed as companions of Paul. Since the narratives concerning Demas and Epaphras place them elsewhere, but little is known about Luke's history, the assumption was made that Luke,
"You will throw away all your blue pills after this. I asked my husband to call another man into our bed to satisfy me."
the physician, could be the author. It is important to note that there is no compelling reason for the author of the third gospel would necessarily be limited to the few individuals named in Paul's letters. The majority of early Christians remain unnamed, so the identification of Luke as the author is a relatively arbitrary guess based on a limited number of options. The traditional attribution of authorship to John for the fourth gospel is based on 2 passages where the author briefly departs from pure third-person narrative. The first passage occurs in chapter 19, during the description of Jesus' crucifixion. The author mentions the presence of 3 Marys and an unspecified disciple Jesus loved near the cross. The author states, "The man who saw it has given testimony, and his testimony is true. He knows that he tells the truth, and he testifies so that you also may believe." From this we can deduce that the disciple who witnessed the event gave some form of testimony at some point. However, it is uncertain whether this book itself is the specific testimony referred to. Additionally, the author does not claim to be this disciple. The narrative remains in the third person, stating, "He testifies," not "I testify." The second passage is found in chapter 21, again referring to the unspecified disciple whom Jesus loved. This is the disciple who testifies to these things and who wrote them down. We know that his testimony is true. It is possible to interpret writing these things down as referring to the author of the fourth gospel itself, if not for the subsequent sentence. The author explicitly distinguishes between himself and the mentioned disciple. We, the author and the readers, know that his, the disciple's, testimony is true. The identity of the beloved disciple is never disclosed in the text, leading scholars to propose various candidates, including John, the son of Zebedee, Lazarus, Mary Magdalene, James, or even an individual not mentioned in the New Testament. Regardless of who it may have been, the text makes it clear that the beloved disciple is distinct from the author of the fourth gospel. These are the primary reasons cited in support of the traditional authorship, but they are not particularly compelling. Furthermore, there are additional reasons to cast doubt on this attribution. In the 9th chapter of the first gospel, there is an account of Jesus meeting Matthew, who is traditionally considered the author of the book. However, instead of using his own words to describe this significant event in his life, Matthew simply copies the narrative nearly word for word from the author of the second gospel, who certainly was not present. Furthermore, Matthew does not place himself in the story. He uses phrases like, "Jesus saw a man named Matthew," "Jesus told him," and "Matthew got up," rather than "Jesus saw me," "Jesus told me," or "I got up." In fact, none of the Gospels are written in first or second person perspective to indicate personal participation in the events. The authors do not claim to be eyewitnesses, nor provide literary hints suggesting that we should consider them as such, despite the obvious air of legitimacy that this would lend their words. To be fair, writing in the third person perspective did occur in the first century, as seen in examples like Julius Caesar and Tacitus. However, this was not a prevailing practice and was used for brief stylistic emphasis rather than as an extended narrative convention. The 12 disciples, including Matthew, would have spoken primarily Aramaic, and most likely fell in the 97% of first century Jewish Palestine who lacked the ability to write in any language, let alone compose literary works in the educated Greek found in the first gospel. In fact, around 155 AD, the church father Justin Martyr wrote, "For from Jerusalem there went out into the world men 12 in number, and these illiterate, of no ability in speaking." Argue that any of them later acquired education would contradict the church tradition still upheld in the 2nd century. While Matthew was known as a tax collector, we should not think of him as a modern-day educated accountant. In Palestine, the position was simple and crude.
Are you ready to see your brand on TV? Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe, you can
collection and enforcement without significant paperwork or need of literacy. There are no known first-century Palestinian residents who were born and raised in that region who wrote books in Greek. It is unlikely that Matthew would have been the first to do so. Apart from the well-known controversy surrounding the likely added later ending of the second gospel, the beginning of the document is equally contentious among textual critics. Many Bible translations and commentators suggest that the grammatically disconnected first sentence, "the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ," was originally the author's title rather than the first sentence of the work. Confusion likely arose due to later scribes' formatting choices. If this interpretation is correct, it implies that the second gospel was not initially circulating with the title "The Gospel According to Mark" in its earliest years, as traditionalists often claim. In fact, the phrasing "according to Matthew," "according to Mark," "according to Luke" appears to be a later addition to differentiate the narratives when they began to be collected together. It would be unnatural to write "the gospel according to me." Some argue that Mark was an obscure figure in the early church, and therefore his name would not have been chosen later to lend authority to the gospel. However, due to limited documentation, we have no concrete information regarding who was well known and who was not. It is worth noting that John Mark is mentioned at least 9 times in the New Testament, which is more frequent than the mentions of the disciple Matthew, who is often considered more famous. The author of the third gospel, known for having advanced Greek writing skills and Hellenistic cultural references, is commonly assumed to be a Gentile. While an individual named Luke is mentioned 3 times in the New Testament, it is only in a passage from Colossians that he's described as a Gentile. However, it should be noted that the authorship of Colossians itself is a subject of dispute among scholars. The single connecting description of Luke as a Gentile becomes subject to doubt, and with it, the assumptions about his authorship. The same problematic passage in Colossians is our only source indicating that Luke was a physician. However, in the 1st century, medical practitioners often required their knowledge through apprenticeships, oral traditions, and practical experience rather than formal education. Learning Greek composition, which took years to master, was not typically associated with medical training during that time. Given the limited lifespan and the demands of acquiring expertise in multiple disparate specialties, the pairing of Greek writing skills and medical training becomes less plausible. Moreover, the portrayal of Paul in the book of Acts, which is written by the same author as the third gospel, frequently diverges from Paul's self-portrayal in his genuine letters. For example, in Acts, Paul is depicted as immediately going to Jerusalem to meet with the disciples shortly after his vision of Jesus. However, in Galatians, Paul explicitly states that he did not consult with the disciples after his conversion. These discrepancies, which will be explored in more detail in a future video, cast doubt on the idea that Acts, and by extension the third gospel, was written by a companion of Paul. Just as it is historically implausible for tax collector Matthew to write a book in Greek, it is even less likely for John, a fisherman from Galilee, to accomplish such a feat. The book of Acts affirms that John was an unschooled, ordinary man. According to church traditions, individuals such as Papias and Polycarp were companions of John the son of Zebedee. However, when examining Polycarp's writings, it is notable that he quotes from the first, second, and third Gospels, but never mentions the one later attributed to his supposed mentor, John. Similarly, Eusebius quotes Papias on the authorship of the first and second Gospels, but remains silent about the one later ascribed to John, who was purportedly his companion. While silence cannot be considered as definitive evidence, it does raise curiosity and questions. While the idea of illiterate individuals using secretaries to write their Gospels is not implausible, a systematic study on the usage of secretaries in antiquity found no evidence of secretaries taking dictation in one language and translating it into another, or being given instructions for a lengthy narrative and then composing it themselves. There are no analogous instances supporting such a scenario. It would be a unique and unlikely occurrence. Considering the available evidence, the most reasonable conclusion is that after nearly a century of anonymous circulation and nameless quotation, when competing apocryphal Gospels with authoritative sounding names like Gospel of Thomas and Gospel of Peter began to emerge in the 2nd century, the early church felt compelled to attach names to the existing Gospels. This was done to differentiate them from the newly emerging texts and to counter heresies by attaching authority to their favorite texts. With names already associated with other Gospels, the logical choice was to attribute the 4 canonical Gospels to 2 disciples of Jesus and the traveling companions of the influential figures Peter and Paul. While we may never definitively know the true authors, it is highly unlikely that Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John wrote the Gospels attributed to them.
All right. Let me say this to Melvin. You see, I don't like dishonest people. All right. First, you come back, you said you must have Googled up something, Sumerian text. We're not talking about Sumerian text. You said the Bible, the biblical text, that it came, that the Samaritan text came out of the Babylonian, whatever. That's the first thing you said. Then you said, oh, but wait, ancient Babylon never failed. Never fell. F-E-L-L, not failed, fell. The issue with Babylon is supposed to be not inhabited by anybody at all. I get them all the time, my brother, but you scared to come on stage. Coffee came back with a coat. Yep. No, I'm about to leave. That's why I'm about to leave. I'm about to go pick up a mirror. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Billy Carson, watch the video. You got enough ammunition. You don't need to say, if you want to say Moses don't exist and Abraham don't exist, they get sensitive about that. You could make that claim. That's not crazy. That's something that people say. They might not say this the way that you say it, but you can say that. That's the conscious community way. Well, anyway, family, I'm out of here. I want to say peace and love to y'all. I see my sister Vanessa in the audience. Shout out to my sister Vanessa. I'm about to actually go jump on Clubhouse when I'm done now. Later, man. But this book here, Chris Sandoval, The Failure of Bible Prophecy, breaks down the 4 kings, the 4 kingdoms, the 4 beasts, how it's in literature, in the Greek culture. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, we on it today. We on it. All right, I hope you guys learned something today. Again, we're not bashing the Bible. We're just going to meet you where you're at. If you believe in the God of the Bible, that's what you believe. Ain't nobody trying to convert you or change you. We're just saying that just like how every other system has holes in it, the Christian doctrine, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, they all have holes in them. All right? Peace. Treat people the way you want to be treated. The #1 religion right now. That's universal. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Stop looking at people for what God they believe in. Meet them where they're at. That's where they're at. Leave them where they're at. All you got to do is talk about information and argue in the best of ways. Peace and love. Thanks for the support. Subscribe if you haven't yet. And I'm out of here. Peace. Oh, hold on. Before I even get out of here, Anybody have any questions or anything before I go? Melvin Carter, why don't you step up and jump on the panel? Don't be a punk like Mr. 707. All right? Jump on the panel, man. All right, later.